the gravy, please.
It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. If you are watching and that's part of your day, you see that Helmsy did not get the memo of black golf shirt and khaki pants. Greg and I matched today, minus his my bald head. But besides that, Helmsy just looks out of place. So let's bring everybody in. Right now, Greg's talking to a dead mic, so let's do this. 8 minutes past the hour, and over to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Yeah.
I'm glad you got the memo. Helmsy didn't.
I can't do anything about the khaki, but I can pull this pullover off, and I'll have a black little golf shirt
good.
like you two.
Black top's good, but, I mean, khaki pants, I hate you to look out of place. But anyway.
Don't do a whole lot of khaki pants these days. I go gray if I go pants at all.
You normally walk around with no pants on?
Okay.
No, if I've got shorts on.
Not wearing pants today, guys.
Terry's always asked me about that too. You know what we do later on in the day after the show.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'll get dressed for it, and she's like, "Can you not change at the end of the show? Why?" And I'm like, "That's guys. We just a lot of times just wear what we're going to have for the rest of the day."
And I had a
She's
perfect.
like, well, you can dress a certain way for the show and then change.
But
You
then
have
you
an
gotta
office,
stuff.
and I'm like, but now we got to.
You got to haul it in, and you realize you forgot something.
Yeah, who
That
wants
mindset
that?
cost me yesterday. So completely forgot my shorts for practice.
See?
Oh wow, that looked odd.
And I
didn't
was
it?
in pants all day, and I even had the men's coach ask me if I wanted to borrow a pair of shorts, and you know what I told him? No, I said I'm punishing Helms.
Plus, you don't want to wear some dude's shorts.
If I borrow
think
shorts,
about that.
well, he was going to go to the inventory and get me some new ones.
Oh, wow.
But I said, listen, if I do that, then I'll forget them again. But I promise you this: if I go out here for 2.5 hours in these pants in this heat, I'll bring my shorts next time.
Teaching Helms.
I taught Helms.
I've got to ask y'all a question. I know there's a lot to get into, and I just want y'all to be honest with me, okay? I don't want y'all to.
I'm going to lie, but go ahead.
Foot
So-
for some reason.
Really?
What, buddy?
Yeah, it just jumped all over me. It's like something was in my
Called
shoe.
athlete's foot.
Good night.
Greg, it's not athlete's foot.
Could be.
So
It could be.
Yesterday, two things. First of all, Hobie, who I normally try to go do better with and work out, he said, hey, he'd been traveling and he forgot a workout shirt.
Okay.
And so I go looking around and I asked Greg, I said, Greg, are you going to ever wear this shirt? He said, no. I said, okay. I said, Hobie, I got you. And so I bring him a shirt. And it's I said, now you're gonna love it because he had to work out in it. But sometimes we'll get shirts and we haven't taken home yet or whatever. And there was a couple in Greg's office, so I grabbed him one. But when I was there and I was working out with him, he said, you have no friends at the show. And I was like, what? And he says, you have no friends at the show. And he goes, I've been with you for how many minutes? 2? And I'm already telling you. And I'm like, what? He goes, go check out your head right now. And I go check out my head, and I didn't have one piece of black
you had a
headphones on.
Greg,
I
knew?
I had about 5, and it looked like I had ants all over my head. There were so many.
I'm going to be honest.
And I want to know, did you know and not tell me, or did you not pay attention enough to see it?
I didn't pay a lot of attention, but I'm so tired of having to tell you, I probably wouldn't have told you. Because I just can't put the energy.
Right, well,
I
now,
can't put that energy for
buddy,
and I feel
it's
like
not
that you're
hard.
tired of me. That you're like, oh, here comes Greg talking about stuff on my head again.
Headphones on your head. What was that? 1 Mississippi?
Well,
it just doesn't take a ton of energy.
I think I saw it. And I thought I need to tell him that, and then I forgot.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
All right, so here's where
he said, you have no friends.
That's a good look,
if
though.
you were wondering, do I have friends at the show?
you don't.
He said today we've got the final decision, and that's no.
Well, some battles you can't win.
So I'm out in
We've been
public.
fighting this
Had a
battle
long
with you.
conversation with another staff member here.
That's
in the
even
building,
better.
and
No.
the whole time I'm thinking. So I had stuff all over my head.
All right,
That is good.
So here's my
and you were sitting there
defense.
being serious.
I want to defend myself.
I
on
hope you
this.
have a hanging booger or something.
I
I'm never
probably
going to
will.
tell you.
I tell you all the time if I see it. You know that. Okay.
Well, you walking
And
around with
so-
your eyes closed yesterday?
No, but here's what happened. Here's what happened. This is a valid argument.
Well, he didn't bring his shorts.
I know when we're done with the show, we have our routines. And yesterday, our routine was changed a little bit. We all had a little conference call, okay?
Yeah.
And the minute that conference call was over, I left and you were sitting right there and took your headphones off, and I couldn't see it because you were just now taking them off and I was leaving. There's my defense. He was still here, probably saw it, and just let you go out without it.
I don't remember seeing it, but I may have blocked it in my mind.
Well, I just want to thank y'all because I was out in public running around, and he said, and so I went over to these, these big mirrors that cover the whole wall.
Oh, yeah.
And I went and
Pulled
I started
your shirt off.
I went and I started looking. And I got about 2 feet from the mirror, and that's the first thing you could see.
Was it that big?
Oh yeah, they were all.
I don't
and please don't understand. There was one above my ear. Just there was a couple on the top of the head and one on the back. and they were all huge, about the size of an M&M. Uh-huh. And he said, "I just want you to go look at the mirror because you have no friends at work."
I've become blind to them.
These
they've
headphones.
Been there so much, I've just come blind.
The headphones that I wear during this hour that they're actually mine that I gave to Rick. They all of the lining has come off, and so it's just.
Don't get me started on won't they do a better job?
I know. So I won't get into that again. I'm just going to say to the audience, that's where it's coming from. It's coming from the pieces of the headphones, and you wear them for 5 hours and. You're going to get pieces.
Like a Dalmatian.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Yeah. But I just so you knew, Rick.
I don't think
Greg.
I did.
Okay.
Maybe I blocked it.
Well, I know you're not very observant.
Yeah,
true. I could have a dang horn coming out of my head.
Well,
and you wouldn't
I'm just
even know.
so numb to it because it happens so often.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to once a day, like about 9 o'clock, just check.
Okay.
It's probably going to be there.
All right. So anyway, I just had to pick that bone.
Well, and while you're picking bones and airing dirty laundry, I want to do the same. I want to read an email to you two. I think you two need to clean a few things up.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
And
I think you need to be a little more kinder to me. I want this next segment to be all about me.
Oh.
I'm pulling a selfish card. And I want this next segment to be all about him.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Rick and Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's 20 minutes past the hour. Another great day today. Buffalo Wild Wings. Tim Spencer and the crew will be here today. They'll be dropping off some food.
That sound?
And we'll be celebrating last month's charity charge that benefited Outdoor Ability Foundation. Scott Phillips will be here, and cannot wait to check out the. He's bringing, it's a very small organization, Outdoor Ability Foundation, that helps change the lives of some of the young disabled outdoorsmen by providing adaptive equipment so they can, maneuver around the great outdoors and experience that. And he's bringing one of the pieces of equipment with him today to show it off because he's giving so many away. And we just we really think a lot of Scott and his family and what they've done. We had a charity charge for them back in 2019, and it has come back around, and we want to get behind him and help out with the Outdoor Ability Foundation. So he'll be here today. As I said, Tim Spencer will be here today, and we'll celebrate another charity charge and promote it coming up on Monday, and it will benefit the ALS Association of Alabama. And so all of that is happening today. But right now, Helmsy said he wants a Selfish Helmsy segment. And go ahead, sir.
Well, I just want to clear some things up. Clear the air, pick a bone. You picked a bone last segment. I'd like to pick one this segment through an email with someone.
You got some on your head?
A lot of people don't agree with me, okay? But I found somebody that does.
Oh.
Well, hang on to them.
And I'm gonna put this in a file and read it every once in a while.
You need to print it out and put it with those inspirational quotes on your wall.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm glad he quit all that.
Yeah, I know.
You're glad I quit inspirational quotes.
Yes.
Yeah.
God forbid we motivate somebody.
Had the pyramid on the wall.
That's a John Wooden pyramid.
Scared me.
Everybody knows that.
I know. You stand in front of it and read it.
I will say this. Talked to Coach Harper yesterday, Jacksonville
I
State
know a
basketball coach. He and I will communicate every once in a while. He told me yesterday, I don't know how you put up with him too. That's what he said.
Wow.
Word for word.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
That's two people on your side.
Okay.
Well, I know, but I didn't want to bring him into it until y'all went that far with the motivational stuff.
Be 3.
This email is titled, I commend you, Helms.
Oh, it's
Is it in that voice?
No, but I'm going to get in
Okay.
that voice just because you know why? The segment's about me.
Okay.
That sounds like.
All right, go ahead.
Anyway, go ahead. I'm sure somebody.
Good afternoon, Helms.
Some loser.
You got him as a loser.
Greg, I have simply read Good Afternoon, Helms, and you're calling him a loser.
I'm just guessing.
I'm printing this up and putting it in my car, putting it on my mirror at home.
Oh, wow. So
I'm
I got
putting
that
it-
sponsor today.
Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, Helms. Hope you and the team are out getting a little better today. I might get out and hit some tennis balls myself later since
called
the
doing a
weather
little better.
is so
I know.
nice. He's not
Always
talking about
goes-
you
always
jerks.
goes back
He's
to tennis, doesn't
He's
it?
talking about our team, my team, not you. It's not about y'all.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Okay? It's about the Gamecocks.
Okay.
That statement was about the Cocks, Greg.
Stay cocky.
I'm sending this email to commend you on not jack slapping the other two during the kickoff
All
hour.
right, I got another correction. It's Jap slap.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm reading the
That's two
email,
things
Greg.
he's had
If
wrong.
he wants to call it jack slapping, okay, he can call it jack
Now,
slapping.
we may have been wrong, but we've called it Jap slapping.
Every single time y'all do QFTAs and you ask very simple, straightforward questions,
Some of them not really
those
good.
doo-doos want to ask a million what-if questions.
Right.
I thought about this recently, and then listening to today's podcast on the way home actually made me mad. Listening to them ask questions like, what about college? Is it any level of sports? Can I watch
Legit
Canadian?
questions.
Legit.
Shut up and answer the dang question.
For an answer.
That's what he says in his email.
Those are legit questions.
That's a legit question. I'm sorry, he's incorrect.
Then he said,
like to
I
jack
can't
slap
read
him.
I can't read this. He said, see, and then explicative. I'm getting mad again thinking about if I were in your situation. I admire your patience with these two.
Admired.
You are better than I am. Have a fantastic evening.
That's
I'm
one
leaving his name out.
guy.
Yeah, one guy.
Well, I know, Greg. It's one guy. I finally got one guy on my side.
I can see him in my mind. I know exactly what he looks like.
Greg. I love that he called y'all doo-doos.
I think he's a dumb.
Doo-doos, yeah.
I love that he called you
No,
doo-doos.
he's got a right to his opinion.
Yeah,
Even though
that's
the
fine.
questions we ask are legitimate.
Yeah, if you want an answer.
If you want I'm trying to give an honest answer.
But QFTAs are very frustrating for me with
Well,
you two,
yeah.
And that's what this is about.
Well, some of the questions
Well,
are
you
real
and that guy
vague,
there,
and so
what's
we
his
got to
name?
get.
I'm not giving his name, Greg. I'm not
I
going to
bet
do
it's
that to
something
him.
like Lloyd.
I got him.
honestly think if I gave his name, it'd make it worse for you.
I think
I'll be
got him.
honest.
Okay.
I got him as
I really do.
I got him as a Tommy.
You got him, Tommy.
Yeah.
I got Lloyd for some reason. I
Really?
don't know why. Yeah.
Okay. What about
It's not. It's y'all have not named
Frankie?
him yet.
Yeah.
It's not
He needs a
any of
better
that.
haircut.
Yes, much better.
God,
I wish he
that's-
he had darker skin.
He does too. Because I know how he feels.
Yeah, I do too. I'm a little pale skin.
Always wanted a good tan, never could get one.
I know a lot of.
Well,
lot
I'm
of
just
freckles.
listen. I just wanted to get. I wanted to air that.
That frustrated
Because-
him right there.
Yeah,
I
I
want-
wish he ran faster too. He,
Oh,
he
yeah.
never was fast
He
enough.
he always wanted to be. He was just
Guys.
a step off.
Right.
Guys, why are y'all making fun of this guy?
Oh, I'm not.
He loves
I'm
the
not.
kickoff.
We're
hour.
just picturing
No,
what he
man,
looks
he's
like.
welcome.
Craig, that couldn't have been more insincere.
We're just messing with the emailer. We
We're
don't know. We don't
kidding.
know anything
Hey,
about him.
No,
I just want you
I do
two
wish
to
he
know.
had thicker skin.
Because
Golly.
picking bones, while we're picking bones, the QFTAs, I'm this close to dumping them.
Really? Why you getting?
Because y'all frustrate
You know
the hell
what it
out
is?
of
That
me.
email.
Hey,
That email did it.
Hey, you frustrate the hell out of me.
Okay.
I'm just
Why?
being
Oh,
honest.
two cusses.
with
You
the
gonna let that
QFTAs.
email do that to you? Come
Huh?
on. Don't let that email do that.
No, it's
Lloyd-
not
Lloyd
the email.
answers
It was
fine.
confirmation for what I was already feeling deep down in my heart, Greg.
Oh, well.
I got one for you, I think.
Oh, good. Yeah, let's start doing that.
Well, no, actually, it was. Let me see here if I can find it. Somebody said all of my QFTAs get kicked back from Helmsy's. He goes, I don't know why, but for
What
some
do you
reason,
mean? They kick back.
he said they're not going through to Helmsy, and I haven't looked at the email address. It could be that he's just
He don't
punching
know.
in the wrong thing.
He's probably spelling it Helmsley which it's
Yeah,
not.
you see a lot of that.
Yeah,
You're right.
you do.
You're right.
You do. A lot of people don't put the E after the
Helmsley.
S. They just go Helmsy like S-Y, which makes sense. I get that. I get that more than I do the Helmsley.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's not Helmsley.
I like Helmsley.
It's Helmsy.
Yeah. Well, I know this segment's all about you, so I do have
that we've
another
asked
one.
you questions.
Yeah,
I just
too.
listen. I
You
wish
want
y'all.
to try to give
We're
us a
not gonna
question
stop.
again?
I wish y'all would take the QFTAs more serious.
Well, they are. That's why we're asking questions.
Not ask dumb questions.
Well, if it's a question and it's kind of vague, then we got to know a little bit more about it.
When I they're not really vague. That's the guy's point.
Yeah, the one
They're
about
pretty
the
simple.
sports, it was like, okay, is it
it
a
was
sport or is it like college?
It was
or,
baseball, football, or all sports.
Right, but at what level?
That question is not necessary.
I think that's a pretty good question.
It's really
I think
not.
it's a great
Because
question.
I like different levels better than the
I
other.
do too. I do too.
I didn't ask what level of
Is it
football.
backyard football?
Hey,
Love
it.
Didn't
NFL.
ask that at all.
Right, could be kids playing
Hey,
outside.
hey,
Sure.
this segment
Paper
supposed
football
this
for all
segment is supposed
Right.
to be about me, and y'all are doing it again.
Is paper football included in yesterday?
Hey, simple question.
That's simple as I can get.
Yep.
I'm just going
to
to do away with them.
No, just send them to us. We'll read them.
Look, just because that guy don't like them, he
Loves the questions, Greg.
He loves that.
He doesn't like the way y'all are treating the questions.
Well,
I really think it comes down to he don't like the way y'all treat me.
I guess he's not a very thorough person.
Let me think and see if I'm going to be concerned and change. Let me think for a second. Nah, probably not.
Okay.
I'll try, but it's probably not going to happen. Let me think.
Thank y'all for allowing me those few minutes to get that off my chest.
Hey, that was
I
good.
needed that.
Yeah, well.
I needed that.
You and your new friend.
Yeah. I'm going to go print this out now.
What's his name again?
Putting a copy in everybody's office.
Lloyd? What's his name again?
Lloyd.
Oh, Lloyd, okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Don't forget we have a charity charge check to present today, and then we have another one coming up Monday. We'll tell you more about that during the main show. We went to break, and Helmsy was reading an email that Lloyd sent him.
It's not Lloyd.
Oh, okay. And Greg got an email on the break that we want to share.
This kind of plays into Helms being harassed.
Okay.
Kind of an example.
Uh-huh.
This is how it starts. Greg, tell your buddy Helmsy to be a man and check his own dang head after every show.
Oh.
This isn't the first time he's had something left on his head. You're not his caretaker. Tell him stop being a wimp and man up.
No, come on.
First
Helmsy.
of all, it was you. It wasn't Helms that had the thing on his head.
Helmsy, check your head.
So I appreciate your passion for the email guy, but you got the wrong guy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't have a mirror
Now,
in
it all
here, so I
me.
can't see.
But here's the deal. He meant it, whoever was talking about their head. So basically, he's trashing Speedy, not Helms, but he called Helms out.
I just wish Helmsy would check his head more.
So what
This
is
funny.
one
Tell
of
your
those.
buddy Helms to man up.
This is one of those cases
I love it.
where people, I don't know if they're not listening to what we're saying,
Yeah,
or
don't.
they can't tell us apart. And I will say this too. I always thought that was kind of a strange deal that I would. I mean, and because of this, I will do things like this too. So let's say I'm out and about, and somebody will say, "Hey, I heard what you said today," and if it's positive, and I didn't say it, I'll go with it. Oh yeah,
that was a good one.
If it was negative, and I did say it, I'll be. I know that was Speedy.
Oh yeah,
That was great.
He didn't even check his head. But I love this guy's getting on.
He's
But
so
He's getting on me.
He's
getting on me,
person.
and it was actually Speedy that had the stuff on his head. But here's the. What do you think it is? Do you think they think we sound alike, or do you think they think we're the same person, or do you think they just don't listen?
I think people there's some
forget
that
what-
there's some that are dialed in, and there's some that just kind of have its own.
Yeah.
And we're all going back and forth so much. much, I don't think that they can sometimes dial in on who it is. Apparently not.
Yeah, and they just hear the voice, but they're not sure.
But I wish you would
voice.
check your head more.
Hey, there's sometimes, and I'm not making this up because I've always thought there's voices are distinct, and if you're listening, actually listening to what's going on, you can tell apart. But the other day, during a commercial break, everybody had left. Adler was playing a best of bit on YouTube. And I was listening in the background, and I thought, when did I say that? I was telling myself, oh, I don't remember doing that little monologue. And it wasn't me. I think it was Bubba, actually.
Wow.
And I thought, so I thought that was me, and it was actually Bubba.
You know, a lot of people get me mixed up with James Earl Jones for some reason. I get that a lot.
Well, it's funny, Greg. It's funny you say that. Morgan Freeman is the one I get a lot. I don't know. You don't know how many people come up to me and go, "Hey, I hear your voice in the Birmingham airport all the time."
Yeah, man. How'd you get that gig?
Joe Buck's another one for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
I get that a lot.
I've got two. If we're sharing emails, I got two.
Okay, go ahead.
First one,
you need to worry about your own head.
First one is
Speedy / Helmsy.
First one is he copied you on it, Helms. Just wanted to confirm that you are correct on why my emails aren't going through. I did not put the E at the end of your name.
Okay. All right.
However, Helms, you're not correct about the heck you, and I've cleaned it, you catch on the kickoff hour. Even if I hated QFTAs, I'd vote to keep them just over the mockery that's made of it.
Okay, good. See, it's to each his own.
Yeah.
They make everybody happy.
And now I have one for Greg.
Oh, no.
From Philip Webb.
Hey, Philip, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
This is what he's making.
Hey, Speedy.
I'm sorry, Greg.
Let's see. If you need me to do something at the crap run for the show, I do it if at all possible. Just let me know the plan.
Philip,
are we running with Greg, chasing Greg, or something else?
None of that.
And here's what I want to say: the crap run is coming up in October. It's going to be October the 7th for Venetia's Foundation. It's in Piedmont, Alabama. It's an annual run. Greg runs in it every year. And this year, he wants a bunch of you to run with him.
That's not what I said. I want a lot of people to sign up for the run.
No,
but
you want to run with
I'm not going to be like Rocky running there because first of all,
that's exactly what I want.
Because first of all, I'm sure they'll go at a lot steeper pace than I am.
Right.
And Philip has a lot going on.
They can stay back.
Philip's got a lot going on. He's in other events, and he always helps get people signed up.
Yeah.
And his
might have a
support
mutter
is
to go
awesome,
to.
and we appreciate it.
Okay.
But don't feel the obligation. Don't cancel something, Philip. But
hey,
the point is, everybody's welcome, and that's why we talk about it, so people sign up and run. But I'm so bad at it that there's nobody. I mean, they probably can actually run,
but they're not.
This trumps big time. Trumps him not telling you about something on your head.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it goes way across the line.
Well, I just think, don't we want people to run in it?
We do. But
all right, so let me ask you a question.
Expect, because I won't be able to keep up.
Let me ask you a question.
Because
they can stay back. They can stay back. They're not running it to win something.
Yeah, they are.
They're winning it. They're running it to support the foundation. So if they stay back with you, that's fine. Yeah. So you don't want people to run with you?
I don't really like people to run with me now.
The biggest thing is I
like be honest about it. I like us to wait. You can't. I don't want to talk. I'm out of breath.
Right.
You
don't have to talk. Just listen.
I don't understand you people that can do that.
I know it. And like I say, good runners can. I'm not a good runner, so I can't. I don't mean it bad. Let me rephrase that. I'm not going to be able to give much because I'm trying not to fall over.
Oh, well, they don't want to talk to you. They just want to run with you.
Buddy, thank you for your help.
Yeah. So that's in then upcoming events. If you want to sign up, and all kidding aside, it's a great foundation.
Come on,
y'all go
come
run.
One, come on.
They ain't got to run with Greg.
I was kidding about all that.
Also, this
how do you spell diarrhea?
That is a tough word, by the way.
I'm emailing you and Christopher and telling you both, Speedy. I hope y'all have diarrhea today.
Well, he's just being. Hold on, diarrhea.
I think I got it right.
Diarrhea.
Well,
I hope I don't have to spell that a lot.
That's the first time I've had to spell that.
I hope I don't have a lot of interaction with any people through email that involves the word diarrhea. It's just me. I can't get over that horrible story we did about the airplane. I can't get over it.
And look, we've seen the videos and photos of the aftermath, and we got it.
I don't need to see that, and I don't need to see Oliver Anthony. I'm covered.
By the way, there was I sent this to Speedy and would have sent it to you. Would have sent it to you. Okay, if you had any way I could send it to you, social media wise. But it was somebody's taken the Aaron Rodgers the Aaron Rodgers running out with the flag and put that song to it.
That's good.
And it's pretty funny.
Now, I will say this. There was a story yesterday, and we didn't do it. He got mad because they were charging a certain amount ticket price and canceled the show because they were gouging people.
Aaron Rodgers did?
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers. He's singing now.
Okay.
But old Redhead.
Oliver.
Buddy.
Anthony. Reddy Kilowatt. He but he's like he's making plenty of money. He wants his tickets to be around $20 and they had them up like over $100 and stuff. He shut her down. Saw some video footage of him and his band. I mean,
he's got a band.
He's thrown them together. It's funny.
I'd like to thank America for all the overwhelming support I'm getting on my view on the QFTA.
No, they ain't. There's four people.
Man, I'm gonna get emotional.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
Well, here I got an idea for all of them. If they don't like it, they can turn the dial off.
Craig, don't go there.
I'm kidding.
That's just part of his rude Tourette's. That's just a natural response.
I've got true friends, by the way. They're texting me how to spell diarrhea.
True friends.
Well, I just told you.
I know you did, but I'm just saying that's how people are listening this morning. My buddies are up, and they're like, Helm's here. I think you could use this.
How many times have you ever think about it? Probably not many. Have you ever had to look at somebody and go, how do you spell diarrhea?
That's the first time I've ever asked.
I forgot there were 2 R's.
I believe that.
Yeah. I did too.
Got the 2 R's.
Yeah, that was my main thing.
Wow, people get up early and listen to this hour.
Yeah, they sure do, and we thank them for that. We
you
really
know,
do.
I always told you when I was in spelling bee, and I thought I was going to own it when I was a kid. And the word February took me out because I forgot there was an R after the B.
Yeah.
Hey,
I went straight to the U.
Greg, my birthday falls in that month, and I was at least 11 before I knew how to spell it.
Yeah.
I've got a great email
I thought
here.
I was going to win. Round 1, I was out.
Emails are pouring in. This one is about the crap run.
Bring it on.
Okay.
Speaking of,
it says here, and I'm being serious. It says, does Greg want record number runners if they know they could run with Greg? And that means the foundation is
that's a
benefiting
double-edged sword because I want the charity to do well.
They
but
don't have
that
to talk.
Would be pretty
he said, he even
for
said,
me.
we don't have to talk. He said, but look, here comes Greg. Think about this, because I know there's a turn before. Think of when you turn, everybody sees you. And then, like 2 Mississippi behind you, they just see the roads full of people running behind you.
And they all run right by me and leave me in the wake.
No, nobody's doing that.
I'm nursing the injury. My training's not going well.
Greg,
I
I'd like
feel
you
good
to,
about my chances this year.
I'd like you to take the Prefontaine approach.
Last year was my best time, and it wasn't great, but I'm not where I normally am at this time.
Why is that? You've said that several times now.
I don't know what it is.
Is it?
Either there's something wrong with me. I don't know.
I also have another email. You guys ripping on each other and getting on each other's nerve is what makes this show so entertaining. It would be boring as hell knowing what your favorite sport is otherwise. LOL. And tell Greg I want to run with him at the crap run.
Come on.
That's a PS.
Yeah, we want everybody to sign up.
In upcoming
That helps
events,
the charity.
it is the October 7th date, and it is the crap run in Piedmont, Alabama. You can check out that in upcoming events. Also, you'll see coming up this weekend, Saturday night, I'll be at Protective Stadium as UAB football hosts the Raging Cajuns, Louisiana.
Blowing flames again.
Come on. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizin, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure. Your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, nine minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It is the Good Time Gang, and we thank you for being with us. We put it out on social media yesterday on Rick and Bubba, all of the Rick and Bubba social media accounts, at Rick and Bubba. The no Bible study today, that'll pick up next week. Rick off today, back tomorrow, Lord willing, and we'll continue on. Also, don't forget that you can go to rickandbubba.com, click on upcoming events, and see all the places that staff members will be, from speaking engagements to live remotes to crap
breathing
runs.
fire.
All that is at rickandbubba.com. We have a charity charge check to present today to Scott Phillips and the Outdoor Ability Foundation. Looking forward to that, which means that Buffalo Wild Wings is bringing some food. And I think we have us a new location to add to the charity charge, Buffalo Wild Wings.
Changed my world dramatically.
Yes, and we'll announce that today as well, which is going to be a great result in what we raise every month, because we have another location to add to it.
And you know what I love?
What you me?
Onion rings at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. I've noticed that there's some times where, when he brings food, and he normally has a manager from the closest location, which is Chelsea over
Y'all
the hill.
scare that poor guy to death, too, when he comes in.
They're up early making stuff for you. And I've noticed that sometimes it surprises y'all, even though you know it's coming. Today, you're ready for it. I can tell. You've already said you're going to tear a chicken a good one.
I am.
When he walks in this door,
I'm going to cover breakfast and lunch all in one sitting.
When he walks in this door today, he will get the same type of reception that Aaron Rodgers got carrying out the American flag. Like, that's how excited everybody is here about that food. What's wrong, Speedy?
I was just reading this story. I can't believe
you weren't even listening to what I was saying. That's fine.
No,
That's fine.
We were wrapping it up.
Buddy, I'm done. I'm just going. Yeah, I'll see y'all at 6:06.
I was reading an email.
How about that? I know. That's the whole point.
I was getting ready for the next. After you finish that, just talking about running with Greg.
I got an email about it again.
Everybody says the first thing that comes to mind is the cross country run with Forrest Gump.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Greg has a huge group behind him. Then stops to say, "I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go home now." Let's just go home.
Listen to this email. I will come run with you. I'm partially paralyzed in my right leg due to a condition called foot drop, and I've got gout in my big toe on my left foot. So you don't have to worry about me blowing by you or running off and leaving you. Plus, you won't have to talk to me because I smoked for 20 years. So I'll be trying not to cough up a lung.
Greg, that's not funny.
That's pretty funny. He's kidding. He's making fun of the fact I was saying everybody's going to run off.
I got that, but is he really hurt?
No, he's joking.
So y'all just made fun of a bunch of people that
nobody's going to show up in that condition. He's exaggerating. I thought
you did have that one person that smoked a year ago.
Oh, that lady.
Yeah.
She threw a cigarette and now stomped it as we started.
And she was good too.
Oh, run off and left me.
She said, "Speed it up." Speed it up, jerk.
That was a joke email, y'all. That's
got it,
really,
Greg. Just
or it's somebody with a lot of ailments that has a really good sense of humor.
Yeah.
There's always that.
There is.
So, we talk a lot about how we'll do stories and we'll go, well, that would never happen to me. And one of the things that would never happen to me is that find something of value at like a thrift store. You've heard about that.
Oh, I love those stories.
Somebody bought a house and they're cleaning out the attic and they found something, or they're maybe knocking down a wall and behind the wall is a pot of gold, or something. An Alabama woman took to TikTok to show off a wedding dress that she paid $25 for from Goodwill. It's valued at $6,000. $6,000, huh?
I mean, that's
You paid $25 for it, and it's worth $6,000.
Is anybody gonna give her $6,000 for it?
It says she a designer or something like that. Is her name is I don't know, Amalia. Anyway, she says that the designer has said, "I know this is a very expensive wedding dress worth $6,000."
Well, I mean, that's cool and all,
and
but you got to find somebody who wants to give you $6,000.
Well, I guess, I don't know. Maybe you flip it or something. I don't know. But she says it fits perfectly. And so now she's got a $6,000 wedding dress she paid $25 for.
That's being thrifty.
That helps a wedding budget.
Boy, does it. You can order some more shrimp. You know?
Right.
That opens up that budget a little.
Yeah, it does. It does. McDonald's says goodbye to self-serve soda.
Good.
I've never. McDonald's is going to remove the self-serve beverage station that has been a staple of their dining room since 2004. Customers will have to get their refills from servers at the counter.
I don't like this at all. I've noticed there's a lot of people going to this now, and it'll frustrate you because you never can find anybody to actually give you a refill.
That's a good.
That's
point.
what they're doing. That's what this is about, is to eliminate how much beverage you're drinking because it costs so much.
It took them a while to figure that, but you're right.
I know.
But I always wonder about that, man, because some people just load that baby up.
And you get you're going to go back. I would go back every time if I'm leaving.
The old fountain works good, but that big machine they had that came out tried to be so sharp, the one you push the button, it's got the touch screen. That thing took too long, I didn't like it at all.
Right.
Yeah.
That was a bad move.
But that's not what they're talking about.
No,
in the
they're talking
story.
about just the fountain.
I've noticed this. They're taking them out everywhere. I've noticed many people that are redoing their way they're doing things. You've got to ask now.
You know what else that does away with? You remember when you was a kid, you'd make a suicide.
Oh,
Put a little bit of
Never
everything.
understood that, but people would do it.
Oh, yeah. I used to also get a Coke when I was a kid, and I'd dump pixie sticks in it.
Well, see, this is ridiculous, too. On down the story, it says, the company said self-serve soda fountains will be removed from all McDonald's restaurants locations in the U.S. by 2032.
My goodness. Well, that's the way to get on it.
There's a lot of them.
Now, of course, they said that some locations have already made the change, but I guess they're saying all the locations.
We'll be driving electric vehicles.
Good night. That's a long time away. But, yeah, it is. We love the convenience of being able to go do something ourselves where we're not waiting on servers. And now that service is so poor, and now everybody's cutting back to where one server is doing about 6 different things, it's going to be tough and very frustrating to get something refilled when you're sitting there waiting and could already have had it done.
I cannot tell you the last time I went to the drive-thru that they didn't make me pull up and wait. You know,
It's about
can you pull forward?
It's about 50-50 for me.
Oh, it's like 80%.
Hey, did you see, speaking of drive-thrus, did you see the picture that someone posted? And it was actually a story that a couple of publications ran. A South Alabama fast food establishment. Someone is waiting, and they see a rat.
I saw that.
Right through the window.
Tearing up some bread.
Yep.
I watched a big one.
Guys, why?
No, I'm just saying.
I hate that kind of food.
We had it printed yesterday, never got to it. But
I don't like that. I don't even like to think about that.
He was up in the bread rack just wearing it out. Well, it looked like they had the window open there beside it or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
it was able, they caught it, though. And do you just pull on out and go, I think
I do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think so.
Even if I've paid, I don't even wait for my food.
Even if
I just head on out and I'll say a word.
Forget it.
Move on.
I won't eat for a week.
Even if it is Whataburger.
And here's the thing, guys.
That's what it was.
Here's the thing.
Whataburger.
This happens more than we want to know.
I
And that's
know.
why.
Don't point that out to me.
Well, that's why I don't want these stories, because
I know.
I know that this happens all the time.
There was a restaurant, I'm not going to call it by name. The last year, there was a video out of the.
I know what
they
you're
got a
talking
big buffet, and there's a little old mouse tearing him some lettuce up.
Really?
Yeah.
Golly.
I haven't been back since.
No. No, sir.
Greg, you would put pixie sticks in soda?
Yeah.
Greg, that's
You know what I'm talking
extreme.
about?
You're adding sugar to sugar.
I was a kid.
Greg,
Nobody cared.
It's crazy.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But the bottom line is this: you can't really make a case this administration doesn't care because of the things that are actually being done.
Yeah, well, so many people have been indoctrinated to believe that people who have done absolutely nothing for them are their savior, and that they are victims, and that they need those people because the other bad people will destroy them otherwise. And they've been told that for year after year, decade after decade, so that it's become inculcated in their genetics. We have to change that, but the way that we change it is by showing people that there is a different pathway, and that this is a pathway that actually truly empowers them, that gives them the ability to control their own lives. Because one of the things that I learned when I was a child, and I used to have the victim mentality because I used to listen to the people around me telling me what a victim I was, and I started reading books. And I started reading about explorers and scientists and entrepreneurs and businessmen. And I began to realize the person who has the most to do with what happens to you is you. It's not somebody else. Does it mean that there are no obstacles in the way? No, it doesn't mean that, but it means you learn how to deal with them.
Do you think the success of this and what you were talking about are those seeds taking hold, or are people being enlightened to that, or are the old ways deep ingrained?
No, they are taking hold. Just this week in Spokane, Washington, we opened one of our Envision centers, and multiple entities that already exist to help people, all under one roof. And that's what we're trying to do all over the country, opening multiple Envision centers this summer. And it is there. There are a lot of resources in place that are available to help people. but they have to be able to access those things, and we have to be able to provide the right kind of incentives for people to climb those ladders, and they have to be unafraid that if they begin to climb the ladder, that somebody's going to knock their support out from underneath them.
No doubt. And this solves so many problems, and you've already touched on them, because some of these areas, it's the plan is either find a way to leave or you have to make a living any way you can, including being involved in criminal acts. But now we're saying, no, why don't we revitalize these communities, and that solves all those problems.
There is a better way, a path of least resistance that will have a better outcome.
Yeah. That's exactly right. And you talk about the criminal element. There are a lot of people who end up in the penal system because of environmental factors, and they go into it with no education and no skills, and they come out of it with no education and no skills. So what do? The same thing that got them in there in the first place. Right. So one of the things we're doing now is encouraging people to go into the prisons before they're released, give them some skills, give them some education. We're hooking up employers with people while they're still in prison. When they come out, they have a job already. Some of the things that I've seen are just remarkable. One place in Florida I went, and they initially had 5 employers who would go in. Now they have 135. They have more jobs for the people coming out than they have people who want the job.
Imagine competing for those people to get a job.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean, a job is the best halfway house you can have.
Amen.
Yep.
Amen.
No question.
Secretary, thanks so much. Hey, would it be okay if we asked you? We didn't do this last time we were here, just to give us a liner. Hey, this is Ben Carson, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, this is Ben Carson, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for the work that you're doing in Birmingham, our home city. I know he talked about a lot of the areas where the show's on too, but today he's making his way to Birmingham, going to visit the Campus of Hope. And of course, this is designed by the Opportunity Zones that he just mentioned. You'll see how Mark's Village community has been transformed into a Campus of Hope, and he'll take the tour of that today, meet with our local leaders, and we'll see some of the results of this. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To read all through it when they do that. It's just so much. Mm-hmm.
I'd like to make a few comments today on the report.
Here we go.
Before I do that, I want to thank Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein.
Who's the Goldust twin standing behind
me here today, and for his assistance and counsel throughout this process.
Rosenstein, really?
Rod, as you know, has served at the department for nearly
we know what Rod
30
did.
years with dedication and distinction.
It's funny how you're acting like he's not.
And it's been a great
he's not in trouble.
He's
the one that offered to record the president.
Codename The Swamp.
He had well-deserved plans to step back from public service that were interrupted by my asking him to help in my transition. Rod has been an invaluable partner, and I am grateful.
He's been an invaluable partner to those that were trying to destroy the presidency.
And has been able to see the special counsel's investigation through to its conclusion. Thanks, Rod.
Oh, he's on the other side, buddy.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good morning and good evening, good afternoon, whatever the case may be. It's time for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we start the show like we do all of them since 9/11 with the national anthem. 7 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being along for the ride.
Let it go.
Speedy's over there on the board. How are you today?
I am great. How are you, sir?
I am good. It's a crazy, busy kind of week, and everything's going nuts this week for sure.
Well, let me give you a little happy, and that is we got food coming today from Buffalo Wild Wings.
I know. I don't think the timing could be any better.
Oh, that's great.
I really do.
That's great. Well, we got us a great opportunity for you to just enjoy the day.
I'm gonna hand feed you. I'm going to hand feed you a few wings, Bubba.
What if you did? What if you slid your chair over here beside him and said, okay, you ready for one more?
Open up. Open up the garage.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Daddy won't Asian sing.
Greg Burgess and Coach Hams all joining us today. Rick is still out. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow.
Yeah, I should be back tomorrow, Lord willing. And Scott Phillips is going to be bringing one of his adaptive equipment, I guess that's what he calls it, but it's so the disabled youth can get around in the great outdoors.
Got tracks on it.
Yeah, it does have
wheelchair,
track.
basically.
And I know you've said you've wanted one before.
Speedy, I'm gonna tell you, I love cool equipment. I mean, as much as the next guy.
Right.
You know, I like playing with tractors and all that kind of stuff. This is one of the coolest pieces of equipment I think I've ever seen.
I know. They were the beneficiary last month for the charity charge, OutdoorAbilityFoundation.com. Their website will have Scott in. Tim Spencer from Buffalo Wild Wings will be here, present that check, and then we'll promote the next one coming up on Monday. Don't forget, too, we put out on social media, no Bible study today with Rick. That'll pick back up next Wednesday.
You know, I have seen firsthand the kids and folks that get to use this equipment, and it is such a game changer.
Mm-hmm. It's like a tank. It's like a tank, but you sit in it.
and you know, a lot of these folks are not getting to enjoy things outside like the rest of us are, and for them to be included in this is just. I mean, it's when you see how it changes the people involved. It's just. You can't believe it, and you know this stuff is expensive, but boy, it is some more piece of gear.
Yeah, those of you who haven't seen it, it's like it's a tracked wheelchair, and it allows them to, you know, have access to hunting property or maybe bodies of water so they can fish. It's
just
really
get
cool.
outside. I mean, this thing will go where other wheelchair type devices have no hope of going. That's really cool. We're looking forward to seeing those guys today and being a part of the charity charge to help them on their mission, what they're doing. We've worked with them before, and we're certainly glad they're back. So everybody else doing good?
Yeah.
How we doing?
Everybody's good. Everybody's great. Fired up, ready to go. We had a great kickoff hour for those of you that were able to watch or listen to that, and so we're off and running. We're dialed in.
We're going to do something a little bit different early this morning. We've got a keep it or coaster that we want to do that was sent to us, and I don't want to taint the audience with my opinion of it, and just let you hear it, and
can't wait.
And you'll make your votes like always.
And this is
it's
to the
audio
top,
and video.
Yeah, but it's moved to the top of the list of keep it or coasters because it's a Boeing engineer.
Right. Strictly because he was a rocket scientist.
Engineer.
Because he was a rocket scientist, I have moved him right.
That's right. That's right. He
fellow
jumps
brotherhood there. So
he gets a fast pass.
Why don't you sing along with it?
I told Greg a minute ago as we were filling up our coffee cups that I feel like I'm going to like this one.
Okay.
There's just something about the Bubba talking about it, the feel of it.
Well, I'm not trying to.
I know you're not, but
I'm impressed.
This guy's background, the fact that he's got a video with it.
Yeah, the fact he did. We've never had a keep it or coaster video.
That's true. No. And he might play tennis, Helmsy. You never know.
He might.
Yeah, you could really like him then.
Absolutely.
He looks like he could play the net and get after it. Oh my goodness.
I've also got emails that people are anxious to get a truck update from you, so we'll have that today too.
We do. We have update on that information. We have a lot going on. There's several topics that we've been covering. I want to get back to. Windmills was big yesterday. We got to talk about that. I actually had a discussion with our representative in Congress yesterday about the problem with these windmills. I had no idea you had to replace these blades every so often.
I didn't know they were buried them in the ground.
I thought you put them up and go.
Yeah.
Hey, they don't break down. Have you seen how much room they take up in the ground? They're giant.
I know.
Yeah.
And I don't know that the environmentalists who think this is a green option have thought this one through.
Well, I don't think they care.
I'm shocked, by the way. I had no idea.
Yeah.
This was
A
totally
lot of waste.
eye-opening
A lot
to
of
me
waste you got to
yesterday.
deal with.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. The House has launched an impeachment inquiry against President Joe Biden for gain in his public office of him and his family. The Democrats say it's a total waste of time. Of course, you expected that.
Yeah, did you see Fetterman's response? We'll have that today.
Well, I
You're
don't.
talking about Bizarro.
I don't sit through many Fetterman responses. Honestly, I just don't have the time.
You want to see this?
Just a bunch of noises.
We have the iPhone 15 is out. Some changes I think are interesting in all of that with technology. It's going to really. It's going to affect every piece of equipment on some level.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all see this too? And we're just kind of billboarding what we're working on for the show today. Travis Kelce, who is this world-class tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs, he is a monster on the football field.
Yeah.
Did you see who he's hanging out with?
No.
Okay.
He's hurt, right?
Well, he should be back. He hyperextended his knee first week, so out of precaution they held him back.
There's also a documentary on them on Netflix about the brothers. Have y'all watched that?
I thought that was Amazon. Is it Prime?
I saw it on Netflix. It may have been on Amazon and now at Netflix, but it was in my Netflix look. Hey, you might want to check this. It actually said, Helms, you may want to check this out.
Yeah, on the Kelce on Amazon Prime, I think it's more about his brother.
Y'all quit
arguing.
arguing.
Center. No, I'm just saying there might be two, but it's really
probably
good.
the same one. I don't think the Kelce's deserve two documentaries.
No, I don't either. I don't think they're that big of stars.
Yeah.
Well, he's pretty much unstoppable on the football field.
Who's he hanging out with, Bubba? We're going to tell the audience later?
Well,
were you teasing?
Is that a radio tease?
Let me ask you this: if you thought he might be hanging out / dating another celebrity, who would you think?
So it's not
would be?
Morgan Wallen.
Well,
Whoopi Goldberg,
Selena Gomez.
What do you? I mean, would you think he would date an athlete,
Oprah,
or somebody? I mean, what do you? What is your idea? You think he would go straight model,
or musical artist?
Taylor Swift.
Oh wow, Speedy, that was a good guess. Did you know that, or did you?
Is that not a strange combination though? I just would never see them together. I
don't see it lasting long. I'll be honest.
He tried to give her his number a couple of months ago at a concert, and she wouldn't take it. But now they've been seen together. So
how about that?
We'll
Good night.
A whole lot on the table.
I still think you need to do an entertainment minute and on social media. You'd be real good at that.
Yeah, well, I'm a fan of the wagon wheel format of the show. Like where we'd go to Helms for sports, and I don't know what we'd go to Greg for, but everybody kind of have a segmented part. So we'll be right back, folks. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba.
Good night. Does he not have a
to
handler?
Thank Special Counsel Robert Mueller for his service.
Now Mueller.
And the thoroughness of his investigation, particularly his work exposing the nature of Russia's attempts to interfere in our electoral process. As you know, one of the primary purposes of the Special Counsel's investigation was to determine whether President Trump's campaign or any individual associated with it conspired or coordinated with the Russian government to interfere
I get now,
in the
so I
2016
envision what
election.
Saturday Night Live will look like.
Oh, the beard guy. Watch Mueller, how disappointed he is. He's so disappointed.
As you will see, the Special Counsel's report states that his, quote, investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. I am sure that all Americans share my concern about the efforts of the Russian government to interfere in our presidential election. As the Special Counsel report makes clear, the Russian government sought to interfere in our election process. But thanks to the Special Counsel's thorough investigation,
and so did the Democratic Party.
We now know that the Russian operatives who perpetrated these schemes did not have the cooperation of President Trump or the Trump campaign. or the knowing assistance of any other American for that matter.
Is Cher okay?
That is something
right
that all Americans can and should be grateful to have confirmed. The special counsel report outlines two main efforts by the Russian government to influence the 2016 election. First, the report details efforts by the Internet Research Agency, a Russian company with close ties to the Russian government, to sow social discord among American voters through disinformation and social media operations.
They put stuff that you goofy people believe everything you read on Facebook. That's what he's saying.
This disinformation campaign, the special counsel brought charges in federal court against several Russian nationals and entities for their respective roles in this scheme. Those charges remain pending, and the individual defendants remain at large.
They're in Russia. You're not going to get them either.
Right. I'd look in Russia.
I think I know where they are, Rick.
Mother Russia.
Put some vodka out in a pasture and hide.
I wonder if one of them pass out in the back like a wedding party.
I know it.
That'd be terrible.
I think Rose's team might. Look at him. He's fading.
Investigation did not
One's hung in a
identify
stair.
He may
evidence
hit the
that
eagle
any
back
U.S.
there.
person, knowingly or intentionally,
Mueller looks like he's got IBS.
No, that's not Mueller.
Over here on the
That's not Mueller.
No.
on the far bearded wonder.
That's beard.
That's what I said. I was talking about beard. Is that? I don't know.
No, it's not him.
No,
Well, he just turned around and called him Mueller, didn't he?
No, he was thanking the special. He was thanking the special investigator, but he's not there.
Oh, he looked around looking for him like he was there. Who's goggly eyes over there?
We're not sure who the bearded wonder is.
I don't think he did. He say
Is the bearded wonder? Which one's beard?
and Hillary Clinton's campaign for the purpose of eventually publicizing these documents. Obtaining such unauthorized
What's funny now?
What'd you do?
following thorough investigation of these hacking operations, the special
I haven't touched the cable.
brought Russian military officers for their respective roles in these illegal
What's he on Gerald Kate's cell phone again?
operations. Those charges are still pending, and
Kate's
the
letting him borrow his
defendants remain at large.
How about the Russians,
Again, the
y'all?
special counsel's report did not find any evidence that members of the Trump campaign or anyone associated with the campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in these hacking operations. In other words, there was no evidence of the Trump campaign collusion with the Russian government's hacking.
No, we already knew that, didn't we?
Counsel's investigation also examined Russian efforts to publish stolen emails and documents on the internet. The special counsel found that after the GRU disseminated some of the stolen
quit talking because he could hear us and we were in trouble. For just a minute.
Y'all got to keep it down.
The GRU transferred
The bearded
some
guy
of the
looks like a
stolen
hunting guy.
materials to
He does,
WikiLeaks for
doesn't he?
publication.
Did he ever say who he
WikiLeaks
was?
then made a series
Pal.
of document
He looked the
dumps.
wrong way for
The
one of them.
special counsel also investigated whether
That was
I think
Rod.
he's supposed to be doing sign language. He's
So is Rod the one that's like staring off into the distance, wondering if this will be over?
Yeah. 21 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being along with us today. A little segment here that we do from time to time called Keep It or Coaster. This is where we take songs from the public.
Yeah.
You know, your chance to become a star. And we make that ability there. Now, we've had a few that the audience liked, and they said keep it, and we've had many that they said coast it.
Right.
Which means we will take the
Tough
CD
audience.
they sent it on and use it for a drink coaster. And it's all over the road, but you, the audience, will get to decide. 866 We Be Big.
Yep.
Now, we did get one earlier this week, and I simply moved it to the top of the stack because he is a rocket engineer for Boeing. I mean, I just
Let's just call it.
And we have that right.
I just felt like I needed to do that.
Let's just
And
we don't do many of these.
and
so
we're
don't flood us.
we don't want to. We don't want to.
This is Greg's area.
But I'm gonna tell you
The
some of
Bubba bypass because he's a Boeing engineer.
sometimes
it has been some of the greatest moments on the show.
Yeah.
The things that have been sent in.
Right. Sure.
And
Now,
in some good ways and some not so good ways.
Yeah.
Now we'll do a lot of the voting just through email. Greg at rickandbubba.com.
No,
let us know
we're
to
gonna do
keep
that
it
on the
or to
phone.
coast it.
No, we're going to let you, the audience, call in. Let's go ahead and hear this now. Make
You
your
want
own.
to give it to
own
talk about who
decision.
it's from and all that? His name?
Well, I thought I was going to do that as I kind of introed it. Mikey Brannon.
Okay, good.
Mikey Brannon.
There you go.
And he sent this to us. Said, "What do you think? Y'all let us know."
This is burning it down.
Burning it down.
Okay.
Burning it down.
I like it already.
All right.
That beast on the hill has got a hunger to fill, and he feeds every day all the time, buying more votes with the checks that he wrote. Now your dollar, it ain't worth a dime.
Is this Anthony?
That's what I'm doing.
Well, he lurks on the outside, he still gazes in, the muzzle and a gun by his side. And the only thing keeping us from losing our freedoms is a court vote that goes 4 to 5. They're burning it down in the name of all of their greed. They were all bought and paid for by folks down on Wall Street. They got us fighting and watching all their fake news. Just move town by town and look all around. They're burning it down.
Greg at rickandbubba.com. Email your votes in.
Guitar solo.
Yeah. Or 866 Weedy Big. Keep it or coaster.
I dig it.
You know,
I kind of wish I was on that back porch hanging out.
it's got a Oliver Anthony feel to it, doesn't
It
it?
does.
Who's Oliver Anthony?
Yeah, I've never heard of him. You can play that guitar. Let's go. 866 Weedy Big.
He'll tax what you own, he'll tax what you make, he'll even tax you to die. Take all of that money, send it all overseas to a war that you don't want to fight. I just keep going, trying to make the ends meet, working my hands to the bone. I just keep thinking, he keeps on taking, won't ever leave me alone.
Greg's on the phone. 866 Weedy Big.
They're burning it down in the name of all of their greed. They were all bought and paid for by folks down on Wall Street. They got us fighting and watching all their fake news. Just move town by town and look all around. They're burning it down.
Oh, keep it a coaster there.
Mikey Brannon,
Yeah.
he sent us this, and
They're burning it down.
he listens to the show.
Nice.
He says, "I'm an engineer at Boeing.
Look at him.
But recently been dabbling in
He's been
releasing.
dabbing?
He's
What?
been dabbing too, dabbling in releasing some original music. I'd love to get this on Keep It or Coaster. What do you think?
How about that?
So now, audience, it is in your hand.
Yeah.
You have heard it. Mikey has been played. He's out there. I want to compliment him on the video. I thought he did a good job with that. I was impressed. That's the first video we've had.
That campfire looked great.
Yeah, it did. Didn't it?
I really
That was
wish
a
I
good
was
shot.
out
I
there.
Nice
like
setup.
that.
Nice.
I like
Yeah.
that. Keep it or coaster. 866 We Be Big.
We'll
It's
get
your
in what
time
we
to
can
vote.
get in here. We got about 2 minutes before the break, so it's rapid fire here. Jason, keep it or coaster?
Keep it.
All right. Is y'all helping me with this?
Yeah,
Y'all keep
I got it. I
Got it. Let's go to Keith in Alabama. Keith, keep it or coaster?
Doo-doo.
What's okay.
That's a no.
You know, you have to get up early to make this call.
Keep it or coaster? Is this Angel?
Is that a no, or
Yes,
is that
it's
just I just want to say that on the air?
I don't know.
I think it's a no.
It's a doo-doo.
I think when somebody says doo-doo, it's a no.
Keep it or coaster? Hello?
Hello?
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
Keep it or coaster?
Keep it.
Oh, keep it. That's
There's
two
a
keep
keeper.
We'll go to Lloyd. What, he sent that email in? I'm just kidding. Keep it or coaster, Lloyd?
Keep it. Wow, what a will.
Okay, we're keeping it. Richard, keep it or coaster?
Keep it.
Keep it. Let's see here. I can't read that
I think
name.
this style is really popular. Right
Hey,
now.
you're on the air.
Yeah.
Keep it or coaster? Keep it or coaster? Moving on.
We've got keep it.
Keep it. All right,
Keep
Scott, we're keeping it. We've caught up with the screening here. He can't get them screened quick enough because every line we got's ringing. So
And he's not very good at typing.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not. But I think we have us a trend here, don't we? I mean,
You're doing good, Greg.
let's go to John. John, keep it or coaster?
Keep it.
All right. There's a lot of keep it's.
Yep.
I think Bowen has got it going on, Mikey. And we're out of time until the break.
Burning it down.
Yeah. Look, we can go maybe to Jack. Let's see here.
Give me one or
Jack,
two more. We'll come back.
keep it or
for
coaster?
Keep it. Keep it.
All right, we got keeping it.
Right. I think we got an overwhelming keeper there.
Yeah, it looks like Doll, but I don't know if that's the name. Hey, keep it or coaster?
Keep it. He told the truth.
Keep it. All right, we got. I think
that's
it's a
Mikey
keeper.
Brandon with a keeper.
Yeah.
Nice.
Congratulations, Mikey.
Good
Good
boy,
job.
Mikey.
Good
Yeah.
job.
Rick and Bubba.
Hung in a stare. I don't know if he's real.
And we don't know who Beard is.
I think he's a stand-up.
Under applicable law,
Cardboard. I don't. I
publication
think he's a
of these
cardboard
types of
stand-up.
material
Like you see in
would
the front
not
of
be
a store.
criminal unless the publisher also
Beard?
participated in the underlying hacking
I wish some of the press
conspiracy.
would ask him. By the way, who's Beard?
Here, too,
I think if
the
you took the beard off, it would be Mueller.
did not find that any person associated with the Trump campaign illegally participated in the dissemination of the materials.
You know what? Some of them are hanging on saying proof. Remember when he said if anybody out there can find Hillary's email, maybe the Russians have it. They'd say that was collusion.
I think a joke.
No, that was called a joke, dudes.
During the
A good one, too.
2016
It is. It's
presidential
real good.
campaign.
I laughed hard.
After reviewing these contacts, the special counsel did not find any conspiracy to violate U.S. law involving Russian-linked persons and any persons associated with the Trump campaign. So that's the bottom line. After nearly 2 years of investigation, thousands of subpoenas, hundreds of warrants, and witness interviews, the special counsel confirmed that the Russian government sponsored efforts to illegally interfere with the 2016 presidential election, but did not find that the Trump campaign or other Americans colluded in those efforts. After finding no underlying collusion with Russia, the special counsel's report goes on to consider whether certain actions of the president could amount to obstruction of the special counsel's investigation. As I addressed in my March 24th letter, the special counsel did not make a traditional prosecutorial judgment regarding this allegation. Instead, the report recounts 10 episodes involving the president and discusses potential legal theories for connecting those activities to the elements of an obstruction offense. After carefully reviewing the facts and legal theories outlined in the report, and in consultation with the Office of Legal Counsel and other department lawyers, the Deputy Attorney General and I concluded that the evidence developed by the special counsel is not sufficient to establish that the president committed an obstruction of justice offense. Although the Deputy Attorney General and I disagreed with some of the special counsel's legal theories and felt that some of the episodes examined did not amount to obstruction as a matter of law, we did not rely solely on that in making our decision. Instead, we accepted the special counsel's legal framework for purposes of our analysis and evaluated the evidence as presented by the special counsel in reaching our conclusions. In assessing the President's actions discussed in the report, it is important to bear in mind the context. President Trump faced an unprecedented situation. As he entered into office and sought to perform his responsibilities as president, federal agents and prosecutors were scrutinizing his conduct before and after taking office and the conduct of some of his associates. At the same time, there was relentless speculation in the news media about the president's personal culpability. Yet, as he said from the beginning,
that means
there was, in fact, no collusion. And as the special counsel's report acknowledges, there is substantial evidence to show that the president was frustrated and angered by his sincere belief that the investigation was undermining his presidency, propelled by his political opponents, and fueled by illegal leaks. Nonetheless, the White House fully cooperated with the special counsel's investigation, providing unfettered access to campaign and White House documents, directing senior aides to testify freely, and asserting no privilege claims. And at the same time, the president took no act that in fact deprived the special counsel of the documents and witnesses necessary to complete his investigation.
Rod hadn't blinked yet.
No.
I'm telling you, it's the stand-up.
Seriously.
I think it's a stand-up.
Yeah,
How can you go that long without blinking?
I don't know.
Rosenstein.
He would win a stare down.
All right, so you heard it pretty straightforward. It looks like that what he is summarizing, the report is in, and the Mueller report completely exonerates the president.
Now let the liberal media start, yeah, but.
I know, but
Yeah, but. Yeah, but, buddy.
pretty straightforward. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes after the hour. I just like Speedy cueing me, and sometimes I don't start as quick as he would like, just to see what kind of motion he will make at me next.
Yeah,
I like when you got both hands busy and you're doing your head. That's my favorite.
Terry said that was something she really enjoyed yesterday. Said, honey, it looked like you were trying to flag somebody down in traffic.
No. And Speedy, you're doing a great job with that. Thank you as always. It is 35 minutes after the hour. We just had a Keep It or Coaster, Mikey Brandon. Thank you, Mikey, for sending that in. It was a Keep It overwhelmingly. We had no coasters and one doo-doo. So there you go.
And I want to say, I said that was no. I think the guy just wanted to say doo-doo. I think it was not about.
I separated it out as a.
I think it's a clean sweep.
But you know, I still
He's the doo-doo guy.
It takes a lot of effort to call in.
It does,
especially this time of day. Yeah. And that's your big thing. You know, I don't know. I mean, what do you do for weekends for fun? I don't know. I'm concerned about you, and on some level.
We've asked this before. We've asked this before, but you do wonder what the rest of his day looks like.
Yeah.
And really, most of them do it just to get on Rick's nerves.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
In your life. Okay, back to some of the headlines here. We got a busy show today. We're going to be throwing more pitches than somebody in the major leagues today, and a lot of change up and curves and breaking balls today. Oh. So back to the news yesterday. Speaker Kevin McCarthy announces a formal impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. Now, this is not an impeachment hearing yet, but this is the first stage of that. It is kind of a fact-gathering part, and then it would go to the Judiciary Committee would be the next stop. So we have that announcement from the Speaker yesterday. 1A, Adler.
Conduct. Taken together, these allegations paint a picture of a culture of corruption. Now, here's what we know so far. Through our investigations, we have found that President Biden did lie to the American people about his own knowledge of his family's foreign business dealings. Eyewitnesses have testified that the president joined on multiple phone calls and had multiple interactions. Dinners resulted in cars and millions of dollars into his son's and his son's business partners. We know that bank records show that nearly $20 million in payments were directed to the Biden family members and associates through various shell companies.
That's the one going to get.
The Treasury Department alone has more than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates that were flagged as suspicious activity by U.S. banks.
So you get the overall thing here, where this goes back to these Hunter Biden payments again, where he is selling access to the vice president. I was always amazed. I don't know. I don't fully understand why it was not already done, quite frankly, because Trump was impeached over basically asking a foreign leader for dirt on Joe Biden. Okay, and we saw that. Everybody's seen it, and he was beating around the bush, but that's kind of what he was asking for. And they made out like that was the end of time. Well, we have Joe Biden sitting on the stage bragging that he had a foreign prosecutor removed from office, and he was going to withhold money that the Congress had already approved for the Ukraine for weapons, unless that guy was removed. And they said, oh, you can't do that. And he's, you call President Obama, you ask him. I can hold it up as long as I want to. And he said the guy was corrupt. Well, it ain't really Joe Biden's job to be worried about prosecutors in Ukraine or the United States as far as that goes. So the problem was that guy was not a friend to the Biden family and all of that they had going on. And that's why he was looked at in a negative light, and they wanted him removed. So there you go. Let's get the Democratic response to it. 1B, Chucky Schumer is going to give you the response. And Helms, you mentioned in the break, this sounds exactly like what we heard during the Trump process of impeachment. And it looks like everybody just handed the piece of paper to the other side so they could read the exact response. Here's Chuck Schumer.
I think the impeachment inquiry is absurd. The American people want us to do something that will make their lives better, not go off on these chases and witch hunts. The bottom line is, as we have said, you can only accomplish keeping the government open in a bipartisan way.
What a joke.
Also, it's very offensive to witches.
It is.
Okay.
Well, here's the difference.
Most of them are Democrats. So
Amen.
he needs to watch.
Here's the difference. You didn't like what Trump said on a phone call. They have bank records of the Bidens. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we got bank records. We got Treasury Department flags on transactions. Okay. That is going to get you. That is evidence you cannot refute. And they are going to, that's going to be the anchor in this, I'm afraid. Now, I haven't heard this clip. But I know it's
get
great.
ready.
I am very curious to hear John Fetterman and his Senator Fetterman and
He's dressed nice
his
again.
thought on this. Did he get out of the tracksuit today?
Yeah, just enjoy this.
Ask you about this news that Speaker McCarthy has formally launched an impeachment, or has said he's going to.
Oh my God, really? Oh my gosh, it's devastating. Ooh, don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh no.
We gotta run back to the office, but
Okay. Can I say something real
Wow.
quick? I know in Major League Baseball, a lot of times the international players, they have a translator that stays with them, and anytime there's an interview, they translate for the player, and then the player answers. This handler is translating for Fetterman when it comes to the question being asked. It looks like he doesn't even understand English.
Yeah, he's reading it off his phone.
I think that guy was actually trying to play interference.
Well, I think both, but he's also trying to go. She's asking this.
So Fetterman's at work, or is he off? I mean, look at the way he's dressed.
they're in
What an
session right
idiot!
now.
He's heading back from brunch. It looks like. I think
Fetterman looks to me like a professional wrestler.
He really does.
He's bald headed. He's a big burly guy.
he's got this now, this Magnum PI mustache he's gone with, and he's got tattoos coming down his arm. I mean, he looks like he's ready to go in the ring and tell you that he's going to break you into pieces.
Him and the Undertaker are going to meet.
Good night.
Wow. What a. But you know what? What he did.
Do it again. I want to hear it.
What he did was legit, because he's right. It don't matter. Because ain't nothing different. They got the vote.
That Speaker McCarthy has formally launched an impeachment, or has said he's going to.
Oh my God! Really? Oh my gosh! It's devastating. Ooh! Don't do it! Please don't do it! Oh no! Oh no!
So we gotta run back to the office.
Oh yeah, I bet you do.
Look at it. So that's how he shows up for work.
Yeah.
People of Pennsylvania.
We got to run back to the office.
I have to ask: Is this what you were looking for?
I just needed a job and said yes. I'm not qualified to do anything.
Also,
question about the Biden bragging about how they're like, you're not the president, and then Biden's like, call him, and we're gonna. So does that involve Obama at all? Has anybody talked about, hey, Obama was kind of complicit in this whole withholding?
He's untouchable, Adler.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Even though he's currently running the show.
Yeah.
Plus, they were just talking about the weather whenever Biden called in. It was just weather talk and weather talk only.
That's right.
So they're obviously innocent.
Never talked business dealings with Hunter. It didn't even know what was going on.
I've never discussed my business with my shot.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, he went his. First off, when he said that, no one believed it. No, you mean to tell me you talk to your son and you don't ask him about how his business is going?
No, just weather.
When you talk to your son,
absolutely,
and I don't get into their business, but I say, how's it going? What's going on? Good? And they'll say, well, this and that, and we're doing fine. And I'm going to do this tomorrow, and you keep up. But he went as far as say, I never talk about it. I never talk. And immediately, you went too far. It's unbelievable. And
matter of fact, when you're busy. I mean, I'm finding this out. I don't see my kids near as much as I used to because of my schedule. I saw Braden and Caroline yesterday, and the only thing we discussed was everything good today. How was school, which is their business right now.
Right.
And you need anything from me on the tennis front? How's your rackets? All that, which is business front for them. That's all we talked was business. So it's hard for me to believe that you didn't ask your son that.
Yeah,
multiple times a week.
Because he's lying.
Especially when you're involved with that business.
When some people say that, I don't know if they think we're just idiots or what.
They do.
I go back when Bill Clinton ran into the Attorney General on the tarmac. Remember, they held the plane, and he went in and no, we didn't talk about Hillary's prosecution. We just talked about the weather, and
grandkids.
Yeah.
What?
I know.
What?
So you made an effort to go get on there for that.
Yeah, and my favorite part is some of it was when he was having business dinners.
Yeah,
and he would call in for 20 minutes and during the dinner. Yeah. Really?
There's no law against saying to the Attorney General, look, I want to be an advocate for my wife or whoever. I wish you wouldn't do this. Or I don't think that's bad. I mean, it may be illegal. I don't know, but it just seems like anybody would do that if it was your wife being prosecuted, right?
Yep.
So why not just say that and then not make out like we're a bunch of idiots? So that would be better. I know the difference between rain and you tinkling on my leg.
Sure.
We'll be right back. 45 minutes after the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
I think Barr now he's taking questions. Now immediately, the media. It sounds like, unless Speedy can correct me because he's still listening. It sounds like they've given up on collusion because Barr could not have made that any more clear. I mean,
y'all, can I just point out something? I think most average people need to think about this. If I did not do something that I'm accused of, and I know I didn't do something I'm accused of, why in the world would I get in the way of somebody investigating it? Why would I try to obstruct the investigation if I'm innocent?
Well, they're trying to find, they were wanting for Barr to say anything they could hang their hat on.
Yeah.
And I heard the first question, and Speedy, you can tell me if there's been others. Well, now, you said on the obstruction, meaning we're now leaving collusion, and we're going to go to obstruction. To your point, Bubba, though, if collusion wasn't there and it's overwhelmingly proven it wasn't there, no one would obstruct the search for something that would exonerate you. I mean,
think about what you're saying with that.
Yeah. Barr getting a little upset now. The first 3 questions have been on obstruction, and he basically they're wanting to know why the final verdict on obstruction wasn't left to Congress.
Look how mad they are.
And
listen,
I mean, let me get back out of my headphones here. Hold on just a second.
That's too good.
Hold on just a second. It's going to come in right.
I'm trying to remember. 2 is 1, right?
Yeah. You go to my computer if you.
All right. So.
Yeah.
Genesis of the Russia investigation and whether assets have been provided to investigate.
I missed the one that was screaming.
No, today I'm really focused just on the process of releasing this report.
Attorney General, senior Democrats in Congress have asked for Robert Mueller himself to testify. Robert Mueller remains a Justice Department employee as of this moment. Will you permit him to testify publicly to Congress?
I have no objection to Bob Mueller personally testifying.
Mr. Attorney General, it's not just Democrats who have questioned some of the process here. A Republican-appointed judge on Tuesday said you have, quote, created an environment that has caused a significant part of the American public to be concerned about these redactions. You cleared the president on obstruction. The president is fundraising off of your comments about spying. And here you have remarks that are quite generous to the president, including acknowledging his feelings and his emotions. So what do you say to people on both sides of the aisle who are concerned that you are trying to protect the president?
Well, actually, the statements about his sincere beliefs are recognized in the report, that there was substantial evidence for that. So I'm not sure what your basis is for saying that I am being generous to the president.
You face an unprecedented situation. It just seems like there's a lot of effort to say.
He's reporting what the report says.
Well, is there another precedent for it?
No, but it's unusual.
Okay, so unprecedented is an accurate description, isn't it?
Yes, but
Okay.
what do you say to people who are concerned that you are trying to protect the president? Eric?
There's a lot of public interest in the absence of the special counsel and members of his team. Was he invited to join you up on the podium? Why is he not here? This is his report, obviously.
I thought it was him in the beard, sir.
This is
That's Ed O'Callaghan, I think, the deputy assistant.
They don't understand this process at all. It makes your head hurt.
Well, Bubba,
the Department of Justice is the device. They hire an independent investigator or special prosecutor in this case to come in and do something so it will look like it's not tied to anything politically, okay? He gets them the report, and then they have brought that report to the public and shared it. So that question doesn't even make sense. He's an independent contractor, basically, and he did a job for the Department of Justice. Barr is the head of the Department of Justice. You don't bring in the guy who's doing it to give the presentation. He did his job, then they looked at it, made their determinations. It's his call then on how all this proceeds after that. I mean,
well, the problem is that they didn't get the answers they wanted, and so now it's but, and what about this, and hey, who did
really,
this?
Did you hear the girl? She said, well, are you going to allow Mueller to testify before Congress? She said, I don't have any problem if he wants to or not, as an individual.
Sure.
You know, he doesn't speak for us anymore because he did his job. His job was over when he handed in the report, and he can do whatever he wants to do.
Well, don't forget, I love when Barr, because this is today we just throw words out like we're just taking we're just taking slinging mud and seeing where to hit. When he goes, because she said, and unprecedented, he goes, so there's precedent for this? No, well, then it's not unprecedented.
No.
You can't use the word unprecedented if there is no precedent.
She's up there, the reporter's like, well, you're being kind to the president. You're saying kind, you're talking about his emotion. You're showing him favoritism. He's telling you what the report says.
Yeah, the report said that.
He is telling you what Mueller said. He's telling you what the report says in it.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
51 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick is out, hopefully back tomorrow. Until then, we're holding it down. We're in the Bubba-rama format. We're going to the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Go ahead and dial those up. Speedy, who is sponsoring this hour?
Carshield.com/Bubba. There's that Bubba again.
Thank you.
Bubba. Carshield.com/Bubba. It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Matter of fact, that's been a topic on the show here recently. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. If an unexpected breakdown happened today, you have to ask yourself, would you be ready? Well, if you have carshield.com/Bubba, you would be. Traveling by car is a way of life for all of us, so it's important that your car is protected. And when you enroll in a car protection plan through CarShield, you can look forward to locking in your price, and it'll never go up. That means for as long as you own your vehicle, mileage increases, whatever, you file a claim, it's covered. They offer protection plans starting as low as $100 per month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget, providing repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, from alternators to big-ticket items like transmission. You don't want to hear those words, do you, from a mechanic? Well, you know you're covered with carshield.com/Bubba. We appreciate their administrators. They handle the paperwork, repairs. You choose the ASE certified mechanic. Plus, when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road, they offer 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance as well, complimentary towing, and a rental car option too. So let's not wait any longer. Get covered today. 1-800-451-7776. Save 20% on your plan. That's 1-800-451-7776, or you can go straight to carshield.com/Bubba and always be prepared for the unexpected. And don't forget, there's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
866-WE-BE-BIG, and I think we've got a call screened up there and some more coming in. We're going to go to you, the greatest listening audience.
I thought it was cruel what you did, but I know it needed to be done because work comes first. Buffalo Wild Wings is here. Yeah. Greg ran and started trying to eat, and then you called for phones, and he had to go screen. Yeah. But hey, you know what?
Look, let me tell you something. He got in there with a plate.
Yeah, that's what we usually do, so he can eat.
Well, but now he's on the phone. He can't eat. And he's just staring at it like a dog. That has a bowl of food. Anonymous is in Alabama. Anonymous, what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to make a comment about the tarmac story earlier that you mentioned with President Clinton.
Yes. Uh-huh.
The gentleman that broke that story, Christopher Sign, was from the went to the University of Alabama.
Yeah.
And he broke that story, wrote a book about it.
That's right. We actually had him on a podcast. Yeah. He was our featured guest on one of our podcasts.
And then he came back to Alabama to live his life peacefully, and was a news anchor in Birmingham.
Correct.
And he ended up committed suicide, which is very suspicious, if you ask me, because he didn't sound like the type of person that would commit suicide.
Yeah. He was a host on or an anchor on 3340 here, same TV station that James Spann is on.
Yeah.
And we did have him on, and we did interview him about that book, and I asked him point blank if he was concerned for his safety. And the irony of all that is unbelievable.
We've all had the same concerns that this gentleman just shared.
I will tell you this. The police that investigated that said there was no foul play. Yeah. And I personally know one of the investigators, and he assured me the official response was the official response, and what happened. And that's all there were to it, that you couldn't make something that wasn't happening. I don't know. It is very bizarre. I didn't sense in my limited time around him that would be an issue with him, but I don't know. And it is what it is. I don't know. Yeah. I just don't know.
866-WE-BE-BIG. Greg's screening up phone calls while we continue to discuss this. And I think that we even discussed this yesterday when it came to stories and the inconsistency on who's investigated, who's not. The whole tarmac conversation between Clinton and the attorney general, the whole thing is just a made up for the media to report what they wanted. There's very few investigative reporters anymore that are going to really get down to the truth. He was one of them, wrote the book about it, but it's just because of who it was just given a pass and just accept whatever they say.
That whole thing was strange because you remember Comey, the head of the FBI, came out and he said, "We've looked at this. We're not going to charge Hillary Clinton with any crime." What was so strange about that, the head of the FBI, that's not their job. They don't make that. The Attorney General does. They report the facts to the Attorney General.
Right.
You've never seen the head of the FBI come out and say, "We're not going to charge somebody."
No.
I mean, they hand it over, then the Attorney General. decides. And I mean, it just, the whole thing, there might not have been anything wrong with it, but it sure looked fishy.
Yeah.
I mean, how strange is that? I mean, how strange is that?
That's episode, Rick and Bubba University, episode number 21. And then we also have a clip on our social media that's just 15 minutes long, remembering journalist Christopher Sign, if y'all are interested in that.
Adler, you did a great job
did.
when all that happened. And we certainly hate that for him and his family for sure. But it's just, I mean, he was in the middle of a lot of that, and it's just very strange.
Very
It
strange.
is extremely strange and something that I don't know that we'll ever really know. But I guess you just scratch your head on some of the stuff
because it is such
a reported.
Well, and it is such a sensitive situation when it comes to suicide, and we hear it more now than we ever have. And most of the time, not every time, but most of the time, it catches us off guard.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what we thought that person would do.
Right, right.
I mean, he made that point. It's somebody that we saw every day, and I would have never seen him doing that. Well, I say that about most people that I know that have committed suicide.
Yeah.
You just never know what's going on in people's lives, and that's
don't.
why you need to be more sensitive out there.
You know, one of the most disturbing clips and this happens with anybody, and y'all have seen these shows where they show you video right before something tragic happens.
Mm-hmm.
When you see people and you think just minutes away that something really bad, and Span does his own little videos behind the scene, and they had one that night, they're singing and dancing, and this all happened mere hours after that. I don't know. It's just. It was very tough on the folks at the station and Span and all of them, and any of us that just knew him through TV. It was hard.
Let's see if we can't squeeze in here. Laney calling in. Got about 40 seconds. Laney, go ahead.
Hey y'all. About a whole year ago today, me and my husband got really big into watching Skinwalker Ranch. And then I had gallbladder attacks and had to have my gallbladder out.
Oh, no.
And so now I need to know if it's safe to watch it again because my husband wants to watch it again, and I don't know.
Good night.
So what season did you see all of them?
I've seen season 1 and 2.
Oh, well, you hadn't even got to the good stuff
Bubba,
yet.
but I mean, she's concerned.
Keep
a
it
lot
up.
of help.
Okay, well, look, I watched it and I had a gallbladder attack.
I know.
And,
Keep it up.
And in the initial interview with Travis, he talked about how many people were in that ranch that had a gallbladder.
You keep it up, you're going to lose your appendix.
I mean that's her concern, Bubba.
I'm trying not to be a conspiracy guy here, but my goodness.
I'll just say this. Watch your gas at the pump. Make sure it's gas and not diesel.
Yes.
Or diesel and not gas. Whichever way you're
How's your liver?
Because let me tell you this. If you think it's expensive to fill your tank up, it's real expensive to unfill it.
Yes. Yes.
I'll get to that, too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's still things redacted because we have a thing in our country. It's laws against publicizing grand jury testimony. That's how you get people to testify, okay? Because they know they're not going to be splashed around in public, so they'll tell the truth, hopefully. And, some of them don't get that. It's just like this thing of trying to get Trump's tax returns. If you can't just go pulling out people's private stuff, which tax returns are supposed to be. Now, if you make hay with it in the political arena because he won't publicize it, that's one thing. But he still has the same protections that you and I have and everybody else. If he's done a crime, you charge him with it, and then you can investigate it.
Here's what they're saying, if you want me just to interpret it. Give us somebody who hates Trump that we can ask questions. And secondly, Trump is out rubbing our noses in it, and it's your fault.
Yeah.
She's mad. She's mad because he's fundraising.
Right.
That he was found innocent of something he didn't do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the fun.
Bank 9 material coming your way. Potential Bank 9. Wacky World.
Ooh, baby.
Here we go.
Ooh, baby.
It's making me crazy.
It's making me
Bubba, the match is picture you sitting down, and they say in this corner, a 300-pound burglar. Over in this corner, a great-grandma with a baseball bat. And let the magic begin. A Florida great-grandmother armed with a baseball bat on Sunday taught a 300-pound burglar a little lesson. He tried to break into her car, and he got taught a very valuable lesson: don't mess with Grandma.
No.
And I understand there's some Bank 9 in here.
Yes, there is. Enjoy News Channel 10's coverage.
It was early Sunday morning when Clarice Gainey said that she heard a noise outside her apartment. She peeked out her window to see a large, police say 300-pound man pulling on her car door handle and knocking on its window, attempting to break in, all while only wearing his boxers.
So I grabbed my back. I braced myself.
Oh, Bubba.
I braced myself. I eased the door open.
That's when Gainey says 5'6", 300-pound Antonio Mosley charged her. Little did he know she was a high school softball player, a 65-year-old slugger.
I took that bat and hit him upside the paya. He said, oh!
That's when police say Mosley ran to a nearby mobile home park, leaving behind his jeans, shirt, and a sock.
He was in his drawers. He didn't have no shoes on, no shirt, or nothing.
Police say a K-9 unit tracked Mosley down inside a mobile home with new pants on and cocaine in his pocket. Sure. Officers brought him back to Gainey to identify him.
I said, yeah. I said, that's him right there. They said, Miss Gainey, he got a big knot on his head.
Mosley was booked in the Alachua County Jail with 2 charges of burglary and drug possession.
If he better be glad I didn't have a gun, because I would have shot him. But this here's my gun right here, because I was going, paya!
Got tickled at herself.
How about I love her?
He said, kapooya, kapooya! And your boy that hell just came in. I looked at opened my door, and I looked out my door and started hitting me in my head. I took out running, ran to my restroom, and then I called my mama to see was she all right. He said, kapooya, kapooya!
Yeah, that's similar, very similar.
Very similar.
That's a Bank 9 we already got.
Yeah,
that's funny.
How about I love that lady right there? Good for her.
I want to take her to Golden Corral and say, have at it.
Oh, you kidding me?
God, I love her so much.
So
I wish you'd have got 2 swings in on him.
Yeah.
I braced myself. I braced myself. I eased the door open.
That's when Gainey says 5'6", 300-pound Antonio Mosley charged her. Little did he know she was a high school softball player, a 65-year-old slugger.
I took that bat and hit him upside the paya. He said, oh!
That's when police say Mosley ran to a nearby mobile home park, leaving behind him.
I gotta have that. I gotta have that Bank 9 tomorrow.
Shoes on, no shirt, or nothing.
Police say a K-9 unit tracked Mosley down inside a mobile home with new pants on and cocaine in his pocket. Officers brought him back to Gainey to identify him.
I said, yeah. I said, that's him right there. They said, Miss Gainey, he got a big knot on his head.
Mosley was booked in the Alachua County Jail with 2 charges of burglary and drug possession.
If he better be glad I didn't have a gun, because I would have shot him. But this here's my gun right here, because I was going, paya! He said, kapooya, kapooya!
I said, pow!
You know what? She's in charge of the neighborhood watch program. She watched him run after she hit him.
She did. She hit him and he watched him get out of there.
Drug and
he found his pants with his cocaine in them.
Yeah. Well, why is he taking his clothes off?
Well,
he's in his drawers.
That's what everybody does.
She did say 5'6", 300, right?
Yeah, 5'6", 300.
When you have the host jump on you, got to take your clothes off.
Yeah, you're right. I like when
she
she was mocking him, yelling when she hit him.
Ow! Ow!
I tell you one place he won't go back.
No, he will not.
No, he won't.
6 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being along for the ride.
Boys, it's a good time of the day for you right now, isn't it, big guy?
It is. It is. Well, Greg's beat me to the food.
Well, he'll do that every time. You better not wait.
Sometimes I have a little more flexibility when Rick's here to get in here and be able to hang a plate and bring it in here. It's going to be harder today. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fight through it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm going to do all I can.
Here we come. Watch out.
Here we are.
This is one of my favorite things we do. Our partner, Tim Spencer of Buffalo Wild Wings, something we've been doing for a while now, and that is be able to help a lot of charities that are not, those that you see that have the multi-million-dollar buildings and the big. This is people on the ground, man. This is where the rubber meets the road.
That's right.
And you have been able to help these folks, and thank you again, Tim, for doing that.
Oh, absolutely. It's a team effort.
It is.
Our team, your team, and every team we help.
And everybody that's out there eating. Every Monday.
That's who we help. That is who we help.
That's a big help. And today, Scott Phillips is with us. He's with the Outdoor Ability Foundation. And we've known Scott for a long time.
Yep.
We have worked with Scott several times. And as I was saying earlier, if you have you can't get out and do a lot of other things, and you're limited, and maybe you don't get to play baseball and tennis. Right. The things you can do become very important to you. And what you do supplying this piece of equipment to kids to be able to get outside is just amazing. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen how they light up. I've seen how it changes their life. And you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you very much, man. We're blessed. There's no doubt about it.
What do you tell everybody exactly what this is? What do you call it? I know how we describe it, but how is it? What's the real name for
Right,
it?
I know. So it goes by several names. We call it the tank sometimes. All-terrain wheelchair, tracked wheelchair. Track chair, it's a game changer is what I really call it.
It's basically a wheelchair with like bulldozer tracks on it.
Yeah,
and you can go places that a wheelchair could not go.
Absolutely.
Had no hope of going.
And had no hope of going.
Right.
I mean, I don't know why all of them are not built like this. This is the real deal right here.
Yeah, it laughs at a hill. It's like, whatever.
I mean, I think you could put a blade on that and do some grading.
People do it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
they
They
do.
snow plow,
So
cut grass.
what kind of cost are we talking about for one of these?
So a new chair like this is going to run around $15,000. Okay. We're fortunate that we typically get these chairs secondhand. So we get them anywhere between $6,000 and $10,000 typically is where we land on it.
Do a little refurbishing.
Yeah.
A little tune
absolutely.
up.
Yep.
Put some new tracks
Put
on
some
it.
new tracks on it.
Yeah.
So far, how many of those have you been able to give away?
We've given away 22 so far in 8 different states.
Good.
And
Nice.
we'll
That's
actually
awesome.
give our 23rd one away on the 23rd.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so-
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
And talk a little. The OutdoorAbilityFoundation.com is the website. We have that in show notes today. A small organization helping change the lives of those that might find themselves, disabled, but they're an outdoorsman.
Right.
Maybe a youth or young child that you provide an opportunity to maybe get to the water and fish or go hunting. But briefly, tell the story about how this all started.
Yeah, it started from our personal need. My son has spina bifida, and at the age of 10, he's like, "Hey, Dad, I want to go hunting." And I was like, "Okay." And we figured out how to take him hunting. Then we went on a turkey hunt, and we knew where the turkey were, but we couldn't get him from point A to point B in his chair. So, when you've got a child that's 13, 14, 15 years old, they really don't want you to carry them, but to get from point A to point B, I threw him on my back, took off running, and we got as close as we could to the turkey, couldn't get him to come on in. But I got back from that event, and I said, there's got to be a better way to get a kid from point A to point B that's in a wheelchair that has the desire to be out there and go hunting and fishing. And I started doing some research, found track chairs, and we purchased Grayson's when he was 14. And I'll tell you, we went down to the beach is where we found the chair. And when he got in that chair and he was able to freely go wherever he wanted to go, it was pretty amazing.
Wow. We have so much negative news out there and so many things we've covered, and I know, and everybody, it kind of brings people down. This is such a good thing. And, it's just such a good thing. And you're such a good guy. You're always so happy when we see you. You fire me up. Didn't he fire you up? Yeah.
Really
it's not like running into Greg, really happy and stuff.
Well, it really does. And he's really going to be fired up. Tim Spencer, won't you tell him what the last charity charge brought in?
We did this back in 19.
Yeah, we did.
And it
April
was
of 19.
prior COVID, and
Y'all
numbers were
remember
a
that?
little lower. We had a few less stores. So this time we have almost reached the ability to purchase one of these chairs with this donation. It's $4,100.
Oh, that's so awesome. That's awesome. Let's go. That's awesome.
You know, I know you talk about hunting and outdoors, but I can't. I mean, just getting out in the yard.
Yeah.
You know, a wheelchair wheels are not set up for grass.
No,
and,
not at all.
And soft ground, and I mean, even going to a ball game or something, especially if you've had been the guy that had to push, you know, I mean, that can, you know, that you think that can wear you out after a while.
Yeah.
Go to a football game.
Yeah.
this right here, it's
Hold on, just a second.
you hand them things to carry in that. You know,
right. Oh, this one here, this picture here, we actually, after the donation in 19, give a chair away at our store in Pell City.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was so neat. That kid was so happy. Man, he was happy.
Yeah, that is just, look at
cowboy.
that. That is so awesome. Look at Grace in there. You know, when we met you at the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo, you talking about some fun times. Good night. You had a booth there.
Yep.
And we met you, and you gave a chair away during the
did.
expo.
Yeah.
We were able to be a part of that, too.
Yeah.
It's just,
There it is.
and there's the picture there, Bubba. There you are, my
And
friend.
I almost
changed a bit.
I have the same clothes on today.
and I almost ruined the surprise of the giveaway.
You did.
That was great.
We were so excited.
Glad to be there. Glad I can do my part.
I love it. That's great.
Where's the winner? I'm a loser, but where's the winner?
Yeah. Well, if you would like to come alongside Scott and this great foundation, OutdoorAbilityFoundation.com is the website. You can go to that website wherever you're watching or listening this show and just see the amazing work they do, providing these tracked wheelchairs, allowing access to hunting property or the ability to get closer to bodies of water and fish for these young outdoorsmen that find themselves disabled and just not able to get to that location. And I know you have such a great heart, and even though you were put in this position, you've turned it into just a win and a celebration of life. And I know that's got to be
so many people.
Rewarding for you to see the smiles on these faces that get these chairs.
It's amazing. It really is. And you talk about just being able to go outside.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, one of the first things these kids love to do is go through a mud puddle.
Oh, I bet.
That's so cool.
They want to go through mud.
Yeah.
And I'm like, go, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, we were standing in the lobby looking at this thing, and we were like, man, 8-year-old Tim would have loved this thing.
Hey, 59-year-old Bubba would love this thing. What are you talking about? That is a piece of equipment right there. I love that.
And speaking of people that are eyeing these, when we come back, we'll announce the next charity charge and who it benefits this coming Monday. But one Bill Bubba Bussy wants to get on the one you brought in today.
Oh, I gotta test that.
We did
baby
remind
again.
him that these aren't for him, but he still thinks that he could use this.
Well, I love equipment. Just don't let me fill it up with gas.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
Get someone else to do that.
Somebody monitor me while I'm doing that.
Bubba, this is going to get you out of a rough spot.
I need it. That's for
when
sure.
I gave Scott directions, he said, well, I was going to look for Bubba's truck, but I know it's not there.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Also, we have some exciting news that Tim's going to give us with Buffalo Wild Wings and a new location that's joining in on the charity charge. All that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
After he gets out in 20 years.
And he deserves it. Miss Gainey. And he ought to be thankful she didn't have a gun. He shot him.
Right. That's her gun right here, though.
Golly. Wouldn't you love to sit down and have a conversation with her?
Absolutely,
I would. That's why we're going to the Golden Corral. Whatever you want, it's here.
It's here.
All right, so we'll put that in Bank 9, and that'll live forever. Now, you mentioned this, Bubba. We had a caller last hour, and then we got into watching, and I got your text, by the way, and I did feel like I was being addressed by him instead of
no, I got to laughing.
Attorney General Barr. But if you missed that, the Mueller report, a nutshell, it has exonerated Trump of everything.
There is a lightly redacted version that is being made public, and the parts that are redacted are because of the legal protections of grand jury testimony. A completely unredacted version will be shared with leaders of Congress coming up in the near future. And he also said he had no problem with Bob Mueller testifying before Congress if he so choose to do so.
So that kind of kept us from unpacking the Carl's Jr. Colorado story.
about a.
There's a catch to this story, though, Rick, and I don't know if you saw it or not.
There's a cannabis story, so we'll come back with this. Now we're giving time, of course, from what's his name from Owens Crossroads.
Jenkins.
Jenkins. Because I know this is a big day for Jenkins.
Oh yeah, he's a big fan of cannabis.
We want to give you the whole story and tell you the catch that I think may hurt this promotion.
He wants us to live in a world where we eat, drink, smoke, and wear cannabis.
Yeah.
So
drink the raw milk with it.
We're going to build houses out of it.
Right.
Make rope.
Every rope.
We're going to be born in a home with somebody helping our mama who's had all the cannabis she ever wanted her entire life. And then she's going to get back on her feet, drink milk right out of the teat.
Yeah, non-pasteurized milk.
Non-pasteurized milk.
We'll come back. Pasteur is so upset today.
Cannabis burgers. We'll try to unpack the story for you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jenkins.
The hotline went off in Owens Crossroads.
Jenkins.
The red phone started flashing.
Jenkins, you're probably cleaning up after a birth there in the back bedroom, sipping on some milk you just squeezed out, and probably wearing a vest made of hemp. It's got to be a big day for you, Jink.
Well, look, I swore I was never going to call back again because last time I called in, you asked me why I cared so much. And I promise you put some type of voodoo on me because my brain just locked up.
Probably because you've been smoking pot. But I mean, that could be it. But it was a pretty simple question. If you don't know why you care so much, you need to go find that out.
Well, I did know. The thing is, I knew you think the only reason I care is because I want to smoke it. And that I could not get that thought out of my head. And my brain.
Well, I'll tell you why it couldn't get out of your head, because you've been smoking. Your brain's not working the way it once did.
So let me tell you.
No matter how much milk you drank out of the cows directly.
I care about hemp specifically. Well, there's a couple things, but the main thing is the CBD oils. You guys don't give it enough credit. I mean, I wish some more people that are using the CBD oils that have benefited from it, would call in to give some anecdotal evidence to you guys.
No, I don't have a problem with that, Rick. And let me be clear, because I'm messing with you, know that, but I want to be clear about this. If we want to do research on the significance of the CBC, is that what it's called? CDC? What's it called?
CBD, I thought.
The CBD, the oils, the benefit of hemp and materials, if they can legitimize themselves in a free market as a better product are the answer. It's kind of like when the Obama administration tried to create a market for green energy and green jobs, but it was an artificial market and it didn't work. Right. But I would be willing to, if these things want to advance, that's fine. But what I would say is, would the people who go out and march and jump up and down and believe that hemp and these oils are the answer to all the ills of the world, would they be willing for me to say, but I want to exempt any consumption of the part of the marijuana plant that causes the mind to be altered? If we would remove that out and only research the non-parts of this that will not alter the mind at all, I would be for that. That'd be fine.
Well, I think you'd be surprised about the people that are out there that would be fine with that, because the thing is, hemp is legal now, right now.
Right.
And people are okay with that. But here's the thing, Rick. I think we can also agree, on the fact that getting high, under very, very, very few circumstances is good. Like morally.
20 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. And I am testing out the track chair.
That chair got all it
Hey,
wants.
this thing is awesome.
Oh, my goodness gracious. He's on the wireless.
How are y'all?
And he's now out in the middle by the golden ticket seats in the studio.
Look, that's a great shot.
And he is on the tracked wheelchair from Outdoor Ability Foundation. Now he is roaming around. Are we going to discuss the fact you almost took Scott Phillips out?
See, I could deliver you some breakfast right here, Greg.
Greg, are we going to talk about the fact he almost took Scott out?
He did, right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Scott like got his shin.
Scott is used to that.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you,
you got to be quick on your feet.
Right.
He made it by about a half an inch.
Yeah.
We'll come over and see Tim for a minute.
Okay.
His na's getting cocky. Look at it.
He's got him a toy now.
See, I could deliver chicken right to Tim.
That's right. That's right. Look at this. He's on.
Y'all, this is too cool.
Yeah, Bubba's playing around. Now he's going in reverse. Got the little toggle switch. He's moving it around. It's almost like a zero-turn lawnmower.
Let me ask you this: is there only one company that makes these, or who do you?
But he's asking a serious question.
No, there's several companies that make them. Action Track Chair is probably the largest that's out there. This is an Eco Rover chair.
Tearing the rug off.
There's Track Fab, Track Master. There's lots of different companies out there.
Yeah,
but it's basically the same design,
very
same
similar.
capabilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, y'all, I can't imagine if you don't get to go outside and do things, and then you got this. This is a game changer.
It really is.
I bet getting
life changing is what it is.
I bet getting in the mud is the ticket. I mean, man, I bet they love it.
Yeah. We actually have a friend that their family. They had a friend of theirs whose son received one of these chairs from the Outdoor Ability Foundation, and he sent me video of him on the beach with the family running up and down the beach.
Speedy, check this out. I got headlights.
Oh, wow. That's cool. What did you drag him? You shot him right at dark. You got to drag him out.
Now, Bubba, you said that you wanted to get in one of these to take you to and from your hunting blind?
Oh, I'm just saying this looks like it would just be fun. This is just fun. And look, you can even
lay back like a recliner.
But it's got a wheel back there, so I won't pop a wheel and fall over. Right?
Bubba has found him a toy. Look at this. Look at that.
Who needs a cart to go to the spot?
Yeah, awesome. I think he wants one to run back and forth from his office.
Exactly. The way my knees are going, I ain't too far off.
Hey guys, going to the bathroom.
I'll see y'all. I'm out. I'll see y'all. I'm headed out.
There he goes. He goes. Look at that man. This is so good.
Bubba, pretend you're going to the bathroom.
Yeah. So, hey, guys,
is it raining outside? I may just go for a spin around the building.
I don't know, Bubs. I have no idea. This is good stuff.
I think it's all right.
He's laid back like Willie. He's having a good time.
Y'all, this is too cool. Let me see what Adler's doing in here.
Oh,
what are you doing in there?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Need some chicken?
Yeah. I asked, did Bubba get injured? No, he just kind of likes riding.
He just likes to ride around in it.
Y'all,
test subject.
Yeah.
Come here riding this. This is incredible.
I'm scared.
Do it, Greg.
Great.
Do it.
That's good.
I'll crash into something.
I can't believe how good it handles.
It is smooth. That thing is smooth.
You see that and you think, well, it's got to be. Man, this thing is smooth.
Yeah.
I mean, that is great.
It's like a personal tank.
I'm so impressed.
It
really is.
I have my own personal tank now.
Right. Well,
Greg, you're not gonna ride it, Greg?
No, I'll crash into something.
Now, is this the one you're giving away on the 23rd, or is it
we've got
just
a different
something
one we're giving away on the 23rd?
This is great, and it'll be your 23rd one.
It'll be our 23rd.
Outdoor Ability Foundation. They do just great work. And next
awesome.
Monday, we have another charity charge, September the 18th, benefiting the ALS Association of Alabama. They support people living with ALS and their loved ones in Alabama through local care services and education. Established in 1985, the ALS Association is the only nonprofit organization fighting ALS on every front. We have their link as well in show notes. I know this is close to us with Jordy Henson. And the last podcast, by the way, RBU, is on Jordy, his life, and now fighting ALS. And so this is dear to us. And Tim, you have exciting news because we have a new location of Buffalo Wild Wings that will be joining the charity charge.
Yeah, we've got the store, the Buffalo Wild Wings Go.
Yeah.
That is opened in Vestavia now, opened last week.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're excited about it. It's a little smaller footprint, a lot smaller footprint.
Yeah, right.
Counter service. But there's 25, 30 seats in there. So,
That's
you're
good.
welcome to
That's
eat.
good.
I mean, there's room to eat. There's some TVs, nice atmosphere. But the majority of the food will go out the door for delivery. And
It's actually a sort of go.
It's sort of, yeah. You can sort of go with it.
Yeah. That's great.
If you don't want to go, you can sit down.
That's
good,
right.
Bubba.
That's exactly
That's good.
right.
That's good.
But it's right there in you guys' old stomping grounds, a place where our bigger stores don't reach. So, we're excited about it. We opened last week. Of course, I decided to open a week before a big Bama game at 6 o'clock.
Okay, maybe not.
They learned a lesson that night. Yeah. But,
thrown right to the fire.
We learned. Yeah. More.
Hello, fire.
Yeah.
Hey, a lot
So,
of
but
people
anyway,
here.
you learn. We've done this a long time, and you think you've known everything, but you learn every time.
Forget the soft
So,
open.
That's right.
It's college football.
Exactly. So
now 11 locations join the charity charge.
correct.
Is
we have
Helmsley still greeting people there? Or
I think he's playing a lot of tennis nowadays. I haven't seen him yet.
He is,
How
but
about
he-
y'all put him out front and let him shake hands?
Yeah, he did say the family's fired up about this because it's very close. You have Alabaster now, all locations in central Alabama, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, and that's on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea, and now Vestavia on Highway 31, just around the corner from where our old studio used to be.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Well, and if you'll give me a second, I've got one more to mention.
Sure.
That we are not leaving the people in West Alabama out.
What?
We will have a second Go location open towards the end of October in Northport, Alabama.
Just in time for a few ball games.
That's right. Can catch a few games this year.
Come on with it. That's good.
So we're excited about that.
Are moving and shaking, man.
Yeah, but we get to add these to the charge, like you said, on Monday.
That's good.
And get that check of leave a little higher.
Yeah, I hope so.
We're
I
excited.
hope
We're excited to partner up with Jordy on this one.
Yeah.
We've done some business with him.
And let's remind everybody how this money is generated.
Money, you just eat, Bubba.
On Monday, right?
On Monday. You go in Monday, and we donate a percentage of the sales directly to the charity you guys have.
That's right. 10% of food sales at participating locations go to the charity charge. And it's something we've done for years now. I haven't totaled it up. I know we're well into six figures.
I think
know
we're
that.
a couple $100,000.
Yeah, for sure.
Crazy.
It's just it's such a blessing, and I know you love to sit here. I was watching you while he was talking, and the joy it gives you to just see something like this.
And it resonates all the way through our team members. They get excited about it on Mondays. They know about the foundations that we're promoting on those Mondays. So, it's a total team effort. I just get to sit here and talk about it.
That's right.
I was thinking about you were talking about Vestavia and Coach Helms. He could set up a court over there and get his girls to come over and play some tennis out in front.
That'd be incredible.
Just block off the park.
Little promo.
Yeah.
Well, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it because you guys aren't there anymore.
They call it Gamecocks on the go.
Bobby might have something there.
Yep. I told Helms I'm an idea guy. I'll help him out all he needs.
Yeah. And I know if Rick was here today, he's off today, but I know that he'll be proud of you. You've got a grilled chicken salad.
We know why.
Now, you drowned
delicious.
it in ranch, but it's still good.
I didn't use near what I was allotted there.
That's right. But just for Betty, who's watching or listening,
I dip it in the dressing.
Yeah, you can control it.
Too many bowls.
He's got him a salad, Betty. He's good. He's doing good today. I'm watching him.
I'm trying.
We're looking out for him.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
A lot of battles out there right now, folks. A lot of battles.
Well, it's a rough patch, but this helps a little bit, right?
He considered that riding around as exercise, too.
That's
Yeah.
I had to use my thumb.
That's true.
Yeah.
You burn some calories, no doubt.
Greg, I want you to try that in the break. You got to try that out. You won't believe how good it feels to
It
drive
looks
that.
smooth, I'll tell you that.
Well, Scott, thanks for being here,
Both
buddy.
of you guys are making a difference in a lot of people's lives, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, all links and show notes at rickandbubba.com. But thank you, Tim. We'll see you next month.
We appreciate y'all.
Scott, good seeing you again.
Good to see you, buddy.
Keep up the good work.
Can we get a truck update next? Speaking
Truck
of rough
update.
patches?
Truck
Okay, good.
update.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Socially, that's not a good thing. I think we can agree on that. Where we might disagree is on the fact, and really, this is what I've talked about for a long time, is the fact we don't need to be putting people in jail, for that. I think it's an issue with our society. The question is, why are people turning to drugs the way that they're doing it? I don't think that's a good thing. But the question is, okay, what's the strategy about, going about stopping it?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got no problem. Yeah, I got no problem. We can have those discussions. But what I think you need to do, and the people that we need to drop all of this. We need to start violating current federal law and have states that turn into sanctuary pothead places where you can go and buy something to get high at every corner. And that's what because I really see when I see people investing in it from a celebrity standpoint, they're investing in. People can take synthetic marijuana. They can eat marijuana gummy bears. They can put marijuana under their tongue. They can smoke marijuana, all to get high. I don't see the same enthusiasm for the things you're talking about, which you and I would agree on, if these things produce what they may be capable of producing. What I'm saying is that don't fall victim to the lottery people. The lottery people want to sing you a song that they're just here to save the world, when at the heart of it, that they want to set up one of the most corrupted what you'll have in these states, if you go to these lottery states, what you realize is that what has really happened is there's become one party, and that's the lottery party. And the lottery is corrupt. It takes over everything. The money doesn't get to where it was supposed to go. And at the end of it all, the only people that are happy are the people who just want to gamble. And so that's the problem with these kinds of movement when it features something that is a detriment to society or a detriment to the people. Those things seem to take the forefront, and all these good deeds and all this wonderful things that were supposed to happen, don't happen. And I think it's wrong for anyone to be demonized that says, I don't want to live in a society that features big-time gambling. I don't want to live in a Las Vegas. I don't want to live in Biloxi. I don't want to live down next to the casino with all that comes with that. And I don't want to live in a state where everybody's buying marijuana, at every little shack that sets itself up and walking around the street smoking dope. I don't want to live in that kind of society, and I certainly have the right to stand against it.
Sure, certainly you do. I think, the fact is, though, we need to come up with a better strategy, perhaps, and of not putting people in jail. I think I made myself clear, and I think
that's
we do
a whole other topic.
A lot, but
that's a completely different
topic.
topic.
Same page there.
Yeah.
One last thing. Before y'all cut me off, I want to say the other side of the coin is on the agricultural spectrum. Hemp, industrial hemp, can replace cotton. And by doing that, it's going to really reduce the environmental footprint because cotton, I don't know if you know it, is sprayed with tons of chemicals. It's very water intensive. Hemp does not need pesticides. It does not need defoliants.
If it's a better product, on merit, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Let it stand. If it's a better product on merit, I have no problem with that.
And look, I think too. What's his name? I'm sorry.
Jenkins.
Yep. Jenkins. I want to call him Owen Jenkins. If we could get molecules and some type of chemical from poison oak and it be used to help people medically, we don't have a problem with that. But it has to be regulated. It has to be used the right way.
Chris in Auburn.
Hello.
Hey, Chris, you're on, buddy. Go ahead.
Up late.
Hey, guys. Just to let you know, I've been listening to you guys since
Thank you.
the mid-'90s. I lived in Gunnersville. You guys were just funny. I've been through the Mr. Lucky way before even Mr. Lucky.
Thank you very much.
So this is the first time I've called some monkey grass.
Oh, first time. Okay, go ahead.
I know we're talking about marijuana, which never worked for me because I didn't do that until college, and I ate 4 boxes of macaroni and cheese and went to sleep.
Sure. Understood.
That's so real to him.
But I will tell you this. I am an alcoholic, and nobody ever talks about that. Nobody ever says anything. I've had 9 joint surgeries, and that's from running into people as hard as I could until I was 26 years old. When the doctor stopped prescribing me pain pills, alcohol took over that. If I didn't have the most wonderful human being that has ever taken a breath of air, my wife, to save my life, to wake me up one morning and look at me and tell me that you're not the man I married.
35 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank all of you for tuning in. Wow, Greg, you just brought a bowl of
Oh, boy, look at that.
There,
That's right. Chicken in the area.
He's so excited.
Wow.
Chicken in the area.
I'm going to tell you, the
is
salad
so
is
exciting.
excellent, though.
Oh,
I can get by with a salad.
I
No
usually
problem.
three or
What's
four
this,
of them.
Bubba?
Oh, wait a minute.
What is
Wait a
this?
minute.
We got a truck update? Sing it, Greg. Everybody.
We're going through a rough patch right now.
Put my gas in my diesel truck. Oh, wow. So, Bubba, talk to us about it. Give us an update, my friend.
Can I tell you that song has been in my head the last few days?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a catchy little tune.
It
we
is.
all admit that.
Yep.
And it's a comedy bit here on the show, but I was sitting around the other day thinking, and wow, I've had a year. You know what I mean? I've really had a dandy here,
Yeah.
and so all you can do is laugh. You really, I mean, that's all you can do.
That's all
right.
you can
I mean, there's getting mad's not going to help. You know. But there's certainly times I feel like going out in the yard and pitching a fit like Greg does. But
it makes you feel better, buddy.
I'm trying to do better.
Yeah. Well, if you live far enough off the road, nobody can hear you.
If you'll take something and throw it as far as you can throw it. God,
if nobody hears you cuss, does it count? Does anybody know? Is it like a tree falling in the woods?
That's the exact same thing.
Great
I
question.
hate to bring that up, but
so going back to last Friday, you had a diesel truck and mistakenly put gas, regular gas, in your truck, and you got to work, but it wouldn't crank back up. You knew something was wrong. It was running weird. So then the investigation started, and Joel Smith with Hendrick came along and said, "We'll get a truck to you. We'll get it over here. Let our mechanics look at it." And so, what's the update?
Joel was like, he was like a rescue helicopter. Right. Like you're out in the ocean on a raft, and there's Joel.
Yeah. You know, he said that they'd had this happen before. This was the first time he was a grown man.
Right,
he did say that.
And I've heard. And look, I've invited it. I want everybody to hammer me about it.
No, I can't say nothing. I'm extremely capable of doing
that. What's going to be bad is the next time somebody does it, and you're going to go, "Oh my gosh, I'm that guy now. I'm that guy."
Yeah.
So, and this is a culmination. I won't hit all the fine points, but the past year has been a rough patch.
It has.
And it started with emergency gallbladder surgery, and turned into liver cancer. And then another high point was tornado destroying a home.
Yeah,
it's
been rough.
I told somebody the other day, the world has been kicking my butt pretty good. I don't need to help them out by kicking myself, and that's what this was, because I filled up. Apparently, still hadn't seen the video, but apparently, I put unleaded fuel in a diesel truck, which does not compute, Will Robinson. That will not work. Okay. Matter of fact, it does a lot of damage. I talked to Caitlin, my service writer, yesterday, and she said it looks like that they are going to be able to handle the situation. That was good. And for those of you diesel mechanics at home that are enjoying following this story, we did not blow the pump up. Okay, either pump. There's two pumps.
And that was a concern.
That was a pump, because then you had what everybody kept calling metal shards.
See, I don't like that.
Metal shards is not a word I like. I don't even like the word shard.
Shard. I could go the rest of my life in a shard not be used around.
Yes, I know. I don't know why I'm very uncomfortable with that word. And so I talked to her yesterday. She said we have drained it out. All $93 worth of it that you put in it.
That's a lot.
Let's just start there. That's the first expense.
That's a lot
of
of gas. Sorry, Ham.
$6 worth of fuel that's no good.
And I think it would work fine in a weed eater, because it's got a little bit of diesel oil in it, and you probably add a little more 2-cycle, and you're good to go. I think John missed out on having something to run his weed eaters with.
And the receipt said 27 gallons. If you're looking at gallons,
it was a lot.
What 93 puts in.
And so they have taken the lines off. They've blown all that out. Here's the news. We had a recall on a couple of items, and they're fixing that while it's in there also. One of them was the high-pressure pump, which is the one connected to the fuel tank. Or to the engine, I think. I don't remember.
You can tell Betty that's why you did this.
So, and the good news is they said the one that they have replaced it with is a much more reliable pump. And that's why there was a recall on the other, and there was some problems with it, blowing up and putting shards in the line, the dreaded shard.
The old shard.
And so we did all that, and she said you're also due for some maintenance on some other things like transmission and a filter in it and some new fluid and all that kind of stuff. And I said, okay, well let's just get it all while it's there. Let's get it all.
Yeah.
And so. Not all of this can be attributed to my boneheaded move, okay? But the whole cost to do it all is probably going to be around $4,000.
Oh my!
Wow,
that hurt.
So that is the most expensive fill up I've ever had.
Boy,
by far.
Yeah, $4,093.
Yeah, add that on top of it. And I'm using round figures. Okay, we don't have the exact numbers yet, because they might find something else. But other than that, the Mighty Beast should be able to return to service, and we'll have that back hopefully toward the end of the week.
Should be back. And
Should be
Just
purring.
all this just because of one little squeeze of the handle.
Yep. 27 gallons went through it.
You know, those events that you mentioned that you went through this year, little rough patch, 2 of them, I got to experience you as they're happening. The house, remember your neighbor called, you're standing right here, and you got the word there.
Yeah.
Then when you came in the door last week, and all 3 of us, when somebody mentioned, hey, you think you put the right fuel? And I saw your face. You were like,
did. You did.
I think I did.
Well, again, I have driven a diesel vehicle part-time for 22 years.
Yeah,
and
you've had a diesel for...
I've never even put the wrong nozzle in and caught myself and went, hey, I can't, well, hold up. So just as a public service to everyone out there today, if you, no matter what kind of vehicle you drive, be sure you're putting the right fuel in it.
Yeah.
That's
you know, muscle memory and stuff. Sometimes you do things you don't even really think. But maybe if you're at the pump, think a little bit and make sure you got the right nozzle.
You know, we've had this discussion about the color of the handle and all that. I wouldn't even pay attention to that. I would look to the hose,
read
and
what button,
what button you push.
The one that says diesel on it. If you're not in a diesel,
don't push
it. Or the opposite, if you are and you see the one that says unleaded or whatever it says.
You know, diesel usually far left. The other varieties to the right.
Yeah,
and
87 doesn't look like diesel.
Yeah. Well, the one that has the 3. Three in a row. Just go with one of them.
Any of them.
Yeah, any of them.
You really don't get confused with those pumps that also have the ethanol free. They got one for
they do that.
One for regular, and one for diesel. Now that's
well, we have one convenience store type that's in my path that I go, and they have all that. They have diesel. They have the 3 grades of normal. They've got the 89 completely ethanol free for boat motors. You know, a lot of times the boat people don't want to put that in their motor, and you got a lot of choices there. You got to know what you're pumping in there.
Gotta look.
And a lot of these flex vehicles, you know, I mean, 87's fine, but some of them require 90 or 91, you know, to run some of these performance engines. So just be careful.
You're really a public service announcement for everybody. I think this has really helped, Bubba.
And we discovered this.
Well, I suffer for the crowd. I want everybody to get your checkups and
big donation to public service.
And while you at it, get a physical.
We discussed this the other day. And
squeeze your gallbladder. So make sure it's
good. Today's world, not only
storm shelter.
We got televisions on the gas pump. You can get distracted.
Yeah,
we used not to have to worry about that.
It is.
You know how to mute those, right? You hit the button.
I never do. I want to watch them.
But I'm guilty of that too. I start watching highlights of the sports.
Oh,
and
they got some good highlights.
And
they'll even talk about a little music news.
I'm not distracted by the TVs, Bubba, at all. I'm catching up on social media.
Yeah, that's not distracted at all. I'm locked in on.
You remember when people used to clean their windshields? When now those little containers that have the little squeegee and all, now they're empty. They're bone dry.
They never,
and they're not. And they
I'm a threat to clean
I'd knock it off a little bit.
Helms will not remember this. I know Adler will not. When I grew up, you pulled up to the filling station. A guy come out. He had a rag in the back of his pocket, and he said, "How much you want? Mm-hmm. Do you want normal or ethyl?"
Yeah,
that's what they used to call it.
You're right.
And
had some shoe in spit.
And you would sit in the car. They pumped the gas. They cleaned your windshield.
They did it all.
Maybe share a little nicety with you. You know. Yeah. And you never got out of your car.
I think that still goes on in New Jersey without the being nice.
Yeah, they do.
By law.
I tried to pump in New Jersey, and I got tackled by a guy in a vest.
You remember when
I didn't know.
Remember when the spout was behind the tag on the back?
Oh, you pull the tag down, hold it. Yeah,
that's the old days right there.
We're dating ourselves.
Oh, yes.
45 minutes after the hour, we will be back in just a minute.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I would not be the man I am today.
Well,
I think we need to have more conversation about the alcohol also. Alcohol is a drug. It is a drug. And look, I'm fine with people, having spirits and having a good time. just like with the marijuana, I guess people go home and relieve their day with a Coke or whatever, however that works. But I would like to just throw that out there about the alcohol.
No,
but
I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you just missed it. But we've probably talked about the alcohol issue every single time this topic has come up.
I think you're making our point.
Yeah, you're making the point. What I would say is certainly we don't want more of your situation, and all marijuana breeds is another way for people to get their minds altered that leads to the problems that you found yourself in. Now, I've often said that there is a version of there are people out there that drink a glass of wine with dinner and have a cold beer or two after they've cut the grass or come home from work, and they never alter their minds, they never get drunk,
correct,
and they don't cause any problems. I've never known a version of I smoked a joint, but it didn't alter my mind, and I've made that point every time. But your point is valid. I've never understood that alcohol destroys lives. Let's get something else that destroys lives. Who are we to deny another thing that'll destroy lives? And to me,
I think the point is we don't want to open any more Pandora's boxes than we've already got open.
Right. And if alcohol were eradicated from planet Earth tomorrow, that'd be fine with me.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show.
For Helmsy. Morgan Wallen bringing us back.
We appreciate you being tuned in with us. Rick is out again today. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. Until then, it is another edition of Bubba Rama. And we've had a lot of fun so far. Speedy, who is our sponsor?
Yeah, well, it's a good one. Huh?
I said, let it roll.
HelloFresh.
I sent you my playlist yesterday.
You did, and I enjoyed it. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. you hate to, because it happens in every family. Hey, what are we doing about dinner? What are we doing about food? It's a tough, especially with the fall. It just gets busy. It's a busy time of year. Let HelloFresh.com/Bubba take the worry away. They got great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. And yes, you can have it all at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This service knows that we've got a lot on their plate, on your plate, I should say. They deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door, from fit and wholesome options to family faves. They also handle meal planning and grocery shopping. So all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And look, don't just think they cover dinner. You can stock the fridge with quick breakfast items that you can make, 10-minute lunches, fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, it's actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. And right now, you can save and join America's #1 meal kit today. Get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with code BUBBA. That's code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or you can find them a link there at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Now, this one here, we got to set this one up. This is funny.
This is, I don't know if this should be a technology segment to talk about AI, or if this should be a Gary the Bulldozer segment.
Oh, wow.
Because the two have met, and we were sent this little clip. We're gonna have to be careful how much of the audio we play, so you'll understand. But this is Gary the Bulldozer guy.
Yeah, and we got to figure out why his left eye is black.
He's wearing eyeshadow.
He's got a black eye for some reason. I don't know if little Gwen got mad at him or what. He might have smarted off one time too many, and he drew the awe. So, but someone sent us this, and again, it's spooky how good this.
Gary.
It is. Now, you can see just a little bit of Morgan Wallen's hair behind him. No,
the mouth. Something.
Yeah. Well, it's not perfect, but it's funny the fact that this can be done that easy.
It's scary, is what it is.
Yeah, I mean the top level stuff you couldn't tell anything was going on, but how funny is that?
It's just the fact it's Gary.
Excellent.
And he's got a black eye.
Yeah, I mean that's like extra. That's icing on the cake.
He might have put out why he. Let me see if I can find that.
I didn't know Gary liked Morgan Wallen. Something else we got in common that we didn't know. Y'all know he used to play tennis too. Back in the day.
You know what?
I know.
Morgan Wallen or Gary?
Gary.
Both.
What?
Yeah.
You know, I was just thinking about.
You know what he told
something.
me? One day I used to hit around that fuzzy ball.
That's funny.
And he was serious.
You know how Rick's impersonation of Gary kind of gets on Gary's nerves a little bit?
Yes, which makes me love it more.
With AI, we can have Gary impersonate Rick.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
True.
That's
I don't know
good.
how to get that done.
We could have Gary pop up there and run down the list of man church appearances like nobody's business.
That would be excellent. Yes.
In Rick's voice.
Yes.
I guess I'm going to ask the question that a lot of people want to know, and I'll just be the dumb one. Can somebody explain AI to me and how it works and the method behind it? I mean, I know is it computer codes and
you
people
wouldn't really understand it.
But like, I guess what I'm saying is, can they take Adler's voice and make him say something he's never said?
Speedy, if you can code a few lines in COBOL, I'll explain it to you.
It's voice modeling.
Yeah.
So if you have enough of a sample, then you can duplicate it and take those samples and make it into something else.
You know the waveforms that you guys edit on every day?
Yeah.
The computer can take that and look at it and say, okay, this is how this guy, whoever it is, Morgan Wallen in this case, sounds when he makes this sound and this sound and this sound. And the key with AI, it's like the computers have got so good, they can do so much so fast that it's hard for us to imagine what they're doing. And I'm not talking about it's turned into a monster and it's going to kill humans, but I'm talking about the speed of these computers.
Yeah.
Because once it can model or sample, okay, I'll use that term, someone's voice or someone's image, then it can manipulate it to do whatever it wants it to do because it's got all the pieces. I've got this guy's voice making this sound, this sound, this sound, this sound. So if I want him to say a word, I just pick the sounds that fit that word and I stack them in there together. And guess what? I've got Johnny Cash singing, or I've got whoever I sample their voice.
And who who was behind creating this?
I think it's just the computers have got so powerful and they have so much processing power. See, before you couldn't do this because it takes a tremendous amount of computing power to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But we have the processors now that are capable of doing it. And we've just now got to that generation. But here's the thing. They're going to get even better and faster and quicker. And really, there's no limit to that until we get down to the point that we use an atom for a 1 or a 0, and what some people would call quantum computing. And we're headed that way.
Yeah,
we're headed that way.
A very simple, I guess, example of what this voice modeling is doing. Like if you were to say car and bat, right? Just from that little sample, now the computer could make you say cat or bar.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Because they have the sounds that they need to make it.
I don't know how many sounds we make in the English language. Do you know what I mean, I know there's 26 letters, but there's so many sounds that go with that and phrasing and all. Once it logs all that, it can make you say anything.
Yes.
I mean, anything you want to, and then change the inflection of it.
Yes.
So obviously AI can manipulate your voice and everything and pretend there's somebody and they're not. So I know Glenn Beck, I won't rehash it, but he talked and interviewed the mom that got duped, thinking that somebody had kidnapped her daughter and was asking for $50,000, and comes to find out her daughter was with her husband the whole time, never was kidnapped, but it was AI, and it had her cry, which was very distinctive. Her mom said that her cry was different. Most are, but this one was very different, and it had manipulated all of that. And when she heard the cry, she thought, "Oh my gosh, they really do have her." And so this is going to become a very weird little moment we're in, because there's going to be people that have to defend themselves on something they never did, but AI made it as though they did do it. Because if it's just a phone conversation, how in the world do you distinguish it?
And see, the sampling or the modeling process, it has to have that to go on. Without that, but you think, how did they get it? Well, you go on social media.
Yeah,
people are on there saying everything under the sun, and probably somewhere out there she's crying. And once it has that, it can duplicate it.
And AI is not like a one centralized thing. It's software. There are multiple companies that have different types of AI software, and it's just the way that the software works that we call it AI.
Yeah, it's almost a generational phrase as opposed to a specific hardware or software piece.
Now, imagine,
it's more of an area we've moved into now, because again, the processors are so good and fast.
Now imagine trying to explain this segment to an 80-year-old senator that can't quite grasp it, because we got to be ahead of all this. Apparently, there's other countries that are very advanced in this, and we are a little behind, I think, with Congress. But.
Well, you take now computers that can have this speed and this ability, and you give them the internet where they can go and search for anything, which is like an endless amount of information, and you see where they can stack things together and start putting things together that it would take you years to do. It can do literally in a few seconds.
Wow. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Start a brand new hour next.
Rick and Bubba.
Hallelujah. Unto the Lamb. Happy Good Friday, everybody.
That's a good one.
Happy Good Friday. Much to celebrate. Look, whatever the problem is, the answer is Jesus, I promise you. We'll come back. We got a lot to break down. We'll go through Good Friday periodically throughout the day while mixing in the stories from the day and your phone calls. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continues on the Good Friday edition.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you had some commentary, then we'll listen and look at a few things from yesterday.
Well, just kind of wrapping up with this bunch. You know, in politics, sometimes you see things, you're bothered, you get mad, whatever. I really, yesterday, as I was watching this, I almost had a feeling of sadness because you feel like that the ship was already shimmying, Rick, but you feel like the screws have come out now and metal's flying off everywhere. But I don't know why we would think that they would be any different. When I'm talking about the notorious AOC, the Representative Omar, Nancy, Chuck, the Byrne, all of that, the usual crew, they are screaming that this report shows that we should impeach the president. Now, this is their proof. Now, they were also screaming that before the report came out. They were screaming that before the investigation was done. And there's no evidence to back that up. But why would we think that they would require evidence? Because they've been screaming about global warming, and they have no evidence. They've been screaming that socialism is the way to go. They have no evidence. It's just this kind of we believe what we believe, textbook pie in the sky kind of feeling that they have about things. There's only one fact I can say about them. They all were elected to Congress. But it makes you wonder about the people that sent them there.
Well, we've said before, remember, the only way these people get there, unless we find out something behind the scenes, we think the only way these people get there is we actually have fellow Americans that agree with them. Now, guys, if that needs to bother you more than any politician.
Well, it does. And that should bother me, all of us, but we can't do anything about it. Now, Speedy, I know you've got...
Well, I want to say this one statement because it ties in what you're saying, and then we'll go to these. Giuliani is saying yesterday exactly what you said about the Mueller report. He said, this is over. They just don't know it yet. They won't let it go.
They're not going to let it go.
That's that embarrassment that you have. You ever seen somebody doesn't realize something's over and they keep clinging to it, and you kind of start feeling bad for them. I mean, so anyway, Trump, of course, went to Twitter. And of course, I thought there were a couple things last night. I expected to go over to MSNBC and see Rachel Maddow being let off her set in a straitjacket.
Yeah.
I expected to see Mark Levin being rushed to the hospital, screaming, holding the report. And so about how
the great one?
The great one. We're going to get his commentary from Hannity last night. But first, this is what Trump was sending out. It's a montage of what?
It's just a montage of the liberal media trying to get their mind around what just happened. Oh, okay. So take a listen. This is fun.
That's your headline. Report, no collusion.
The Russia investigation is finally over. The news caught many people by surprise.
This is a win for this president who, for now 2 years, has essentially been screaming there was no Russia collusion. He is backed up by Mueller.
The results are in. And take a look at the headlines from the Washington Post to the New York Post. They're what the president wanted.
The president has just been exonerated. I mean, can we just take a step back and focus on the fact that this is a nearly 2-year investigation that has swirled around the president since day one of his presidency, and he has just been exonerated.
And Robert Mueller gave a very clear answer, and that was that there was no collusion.
And it is, in fairness, what the president has been saying.
This was what all the questions surrounded the president. Did he obstruct justice? They just cleared him.
This is a huge win, hands down, black and white, for President Trump.
Okay, so
boy, that hurt a lot of people.
It did. Trying to figure that out.
By the way, we have a helpline. If y'all know, remember, it's Good Friday. The answer is Jesus.
Yeah,
y'all, that CNN panel. How many people can they get on one day?
At some point, shouldn't we just have to say, okay, there's no more people we can fit up here?
Yeah. What was the comment? All we need is a shortstop.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I mean, they got a softball team up there.
Can I tell you why I think that is? All kidding aside, I think because remember, anytime there's been in our history any of these people that come in and try to brainwash you.
Yeah.
One of the things they believe, if you hear something enough times, you think it's true. So what they do on that panel, they'll say the same thing 10 times, and they think you go, well, that must be true. There's 10 people that say it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And look, like we got some good in today calling for the Attorney General to resign.
I'm sorry, Bubba. Everybody loves it, Bubba. Come on.
You know, if you had not overplayed that, I have a lot of other stuff.
It's been a while,
and I've just held that.
I think it's time for you to bring it.
I don't want to.
So
I don't have to hear all that.
Yeah, I think you.
I've got a report of me out covering a UFO sighting in Fife, Alabama.
Ooh, that'd have been nice.
Oh,
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
It's from the 80s.
Please.
Good stuff.
Could you share that with us?
It's gold. 6 minutes after the hour, this is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank all of you for tuning in. We appreciate it. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much. We're in Bubba-rama mode here. Rick is out again today. Hopefully he will be back with us tomorrow.
Yep.
Yepper. So I know we had some questions you guys wanted to tackle here at the beginning of this hour, but we do have some breaking news. The convicted killer that had broke out of prison in Pennsylvania, they have found him.
Yeah.
Finally.
And have apprehended him. And he is being brought in as we speak. So that is good news for the folks in that area. He was creating quite a scene up there. They'd been looking for him. They couldn't catch him. He'd broke into a house and got a .22 rifle, and they were even more concerned about that. And I think that may have been part of the reason they caught him. We'll get more details on that as that comes available a little later in the show.
Homeowner shot at him about 7 times when he ran away. He had stolen some boots off the front porch of a home. They felt like they were kind of maybe zoning in on him a little bit. He started doing some things that were he was getting on maybe some doorbell cameras and stuff. He was seen, but 2 weeks on the run, but they finally have him. I know that whole area has been lock in place. Please don't get out. Keep everything locked. Cars, sheds, home.
It's a scary thing.
It is, because this man was a very dangerous murderer. So and I'm glad he's caught.
Yeah, good news. He is under wraps now. So did y'all have something y'all want?
No, I have. You know how we have us
I've got that
SPF
wind turbine thing. I still want to talk about.
Yeah, you know how we have SPF, which is selfish personal forecast.
Yes.
I have a SPR, which is a selfish personal request, and it has to do with Huntsville. You can email me, speedy@rickandbubba.com. If you know any reputable veterinarians, shoot me an email. I have someone up there that's in dire need of one. The first one they went to tried to take advantage of them, and they ended up having to just walk out because of all the stuff they were trying to add on. And I know we don't hear that from many vets, that they don't do that to people, but this did happen. And so I need a good reputable one. Someone that you maybe use or know of, shoot me an email, speedy@rickandbubba.com. Also, there was an uncomfortable moment. I'm glad I wasn't here, but Adler, you said you had somewhat of an encounter leaving the office yesterday. What's up with that?
I did.
What happened?
Well,
I'm so glad I wasn't here.
I walked to my car to get my gym bag.
Okay.
And I'm walking back, and Betty, Bussy, Bubba's wife, is actually walking into the studio.
Oh.
And I was like, hey, how's it going? She's like, hey. At first I didn't recognize her. Do you guys ever have a situation where you're not expecting to see a person in the zone that you're in, and you're like, whatever?
Yeah.
I do that all the time. For some reason, I have this one neighbor that I'll walk past in my neighborhood all the time. I'm like, oh, hey, well, I didn't think that was you. I thought you were going to be in your house that's right next to mine. Anyway, so that happens to me a lot for some reason. And I'm walking, and I was actually headed to Jiu Jitsu.
Oh,
yeah.
I had my gi on.
I had my gi on like it. I just had my gym bag. I didn't have my gi on yet.
Gi City.
Which I was glad, because I didn't want Betty to see that.
Do you say gi me?
I don't say gi me.
Why you got pajamas on?
Nobody says gi me. And
check out my gi.
Let him talk.
So I found myself, she's like, hey, Adler, what's up? What's going on? And I found myself, I was like, headed to go get some exercise. It's like I couldn't say it.
You were embarrassed?
I couldn't say it. I don't know why. No, I had my gym bag. I wasn't in my clothes yet.
So you got your gi on.
And so I'm like, hey, just heading to go get some exercise. I couldn't say it for some reason.
Gonna go roll with a dude.
Yeah, and so
technically, you're right. You are going to get exercise.
Yeah, I found myself not able to say it.
Was it awkward?
Well, she was like, okay, cool.
Could you just not spit it out? You wasn't
nice.
ashamed of what you were doing, right?
And so then I changed into my gi in here, and Betty goes into Bubba's office, And I'm thinking I'm going to be able to leave and nobody's going to see me in my gi.
Yeah, like tiptoe out.
And then I remembered I needed to get a cold water.
Mighty, why didn't you do that for you, James?
I forgot.
Oh, no.
So
Come
I'm
on.
like, all right, here I go. I'm in some Costco slides and my jiu-jitsu pants and my skin tight shirt.
Costco slides.
I got Costco slides. Yeah, only the best.
Right.
And so I had to do it. I was like, grabbed water and said bye to them, and there I am standing there in pajama pants.
Did you do a bad A walk? Like, here I come.
No, you can't walk like that in that outfit. You can't do it. You can't pull it off.
Well, somebody knows you mean business, though.
They were very nice. Both Betty and Bubba were very kind. Didn't really ridicule me, but they should have and could
They waited
have.
till you left.
Yeah, they waited till I left. But
Look,
Which was nice.
It was nice to
The
see
rough
Betty.
patch we're going through, we ain't gonna ridicule anybody about anything.
Going to get some exercise.
We're just hoping all the roofs stay on. You know?
Got to stop and get some gas first, but then I'm gonna.
I didn't say.
All right.
I got a follow-up question. And
Yes.
So, do you call it jits?
Oh yeah, jits or jujitsu.
Sure.
Yeah,
You
shorten it
give
up.
to
So,
jits.
Yeah,
so
jits.
when you're putting on your,
You don't need to use that.
Okay, you're right.
Just
Especially
wanted to
around
clar-
you, Greg. Especially around
Just
you.
wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
So you stepped up. I'm trying to picture this.
I'm going to
You
jits.
stepped up to get in your big van with your gi on.
Yeah, he went by me in that van. His little body in that huge van. It's hilarious.
And so
My
you're
body's not that small.
But that is a big van.
I look cool in it.
I'm
That
thinking
thing is huge.
I'm thinking somebody in traffic. He's got that gi on.
In a big giant van.
Yes. For some reason it got me.
Adler, I really like that van. I check it out because I park next to you a lot of times. And I mean, that is really a big vehicle.
How you
it's
feel about
sweet.
his gi?
It's
Well,
awesome.
What about jits?
I really don't have a comment on this.
He's on his way to jits.
You could actually roll in the back of the van.
Close.
Yeah. You got a lot of room back
Used
there.
to be Lionheart, not now.
Thank you, Speedy.
Yeah. Well, no,
Greg
I'm just
missed
saying.
that.
No, I mean, it's enough.
I
You
missed
could almost throw a mat down there.
You could.
Yeah.
Sure. I've got the couch back there that turns into a bed already. I set it up and everything.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
awesome.
So Adler, what group are you with now? Because you
Here we go.
Well,
you
I've-
left the other one.
I did,
And,
yeah.
and
I
you're
went
with a new
Lionheart.
group though now, right?
I'm kind of trying to be like incognito there, but everybody knows now.
Everybody
so I can
knows.
just talk about it. But
Cobra Kai.
I'm at Cobra Kai.
That's it.
And I'm at Cobra Kai, and we're real serious. We're working on the crane right now, the crane sweep kit.
Well, it's indefensible.
But no, it's part of the. You guys have heard of the Gracie family, of
Yes.
the Gracie Jiu Jitsu family. They're the ones who pretty much
Brazil.
invented and
have not.
and popularized.
Oh, yeah, the Gracies. Everybody knows.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Everybody
But
knows that.
I
I'm
know
pretty much
Bruce Lee. That's about it.
Bubba,
well,
that's
they're
not-
related.
And Conor McGregor.
Yes, he's related.
So
to.
this is the family you mentioned is they're known for your discipline.
Yes, they pretty
The
much
jits.
invented Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. In fact, if you go to the very first,
Are they from Brazil?
They are Brazilian. Yes,
It would
yes.
make sense.
That's the name.
Otherwise, we'd call it Argentinian.
And it's
Which is harder to say, by the way.
Jiu-Jitsu has like Japanese origins, but then they took it and made it Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and really adapted it to be really great.
So
for
when they
fighting.
adapted it, they used less clothes and went in a parade before they rolled, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. But for real. So the whole origin of the
Why don't you
Gracie
give me more on
family,
that, Greg?
the whole origin
not
of the
paying
Gracie
attention.
family is like the very first UFC events where it's like karate versus sumo versus jiu-jitsu and versus kickboxing and boxing. You bring all these martial arts together, hence mixed martial arts. The Gracies actually put in one of their smaller, weaker sons to show a smaller, weaker person can use jiu-jitsu against a larger, stronger person and win. And that's how jiu-jitsu broke onto the global
they dominated.
world. They dominated the first UFC events because people didn't know jiu-jitsu. You get them on the ground, you get tied up, and you're like, okay, I give up, I give up. So that's what that was.
But you guys don't use nunchucks.
No nunchucks.
Okay, I was just-
No weapons.
No weapons.
No weapons.
Only our mind.
That's why you've
Now,
told
when
Greg, if you ever get him on the ground, it's over.
Yeah. Oh.
And when you graduate, you don't have to take that hot pot of rocks and burn a dragon in your forearm
no, you do
walking
that.
across the road.
Yeah.
You do that with y'all?
I'll probably
yeah.
should.
In the van.
I'll just do it in the parking lot here for fun. But I did roll with a girl yesterday. A
You
woman.
what?
I did
so
roll with a woman
inappropriate.
You
yesterday.
can't say that going to break.
Well, that's why I'm saying it during the break. Right before the break, so I can't say nothing.
You just said you rolled a girl yesterday.
I rolled with a girl, which is much different.
I hit a
No,
tennis
you-
ball with a girl yesterday, but that
Same
doesn't
thing.
sound,
It's
doesn't sound the
sports.
same.
It's sports.
It just doesn't sound the
We'll
same.
finish this conversation when we come back.
No. I think Trump did something.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This fall. The Attorney General was just confirmed a few months ago. He goes in, Rick. This investigation's been going on. He gets the investigation, which he's supposed to do. He's in charge of it. He looks at the report. He puts out a summary. Then he gives a lightly redacted, less than 12%. He has put that out, and he's going to make an unredacted report available to some, excuse me, not to the public, but to some leaders in Congress. And they say that he needs to resign.
All right,
based on what?
He didn't even have to do that press conference.
Now, see,
he's not obligated to do that.
What Bubba's saying is leading us in now to the great one.
It's just crazy stuff.
Mark Levin cannot believe that people cannot let this go. And what's funny, listen to Hannity again trying to wrap him up for the hard break. And Levin just, even bed music and everything, he's going to finish what he has to say. Right. And this, of course, courtesy of Hannity and Blaze TV.
I have in front of me, and the EPA should be very upset about the amount of paper that's involved here, the Mueller report.
Look at that.
400 pages that could have taken 2 words, no collusion, manufactured from day one. They break it into 2 parts. First of all, he's wrong about no collusion. Wrong about no collusion. The Hillary Clinton campaign and the DNC, they colluded. Senior level of the FBI that isn't even there anymore, they're all under criminal or IG investigation, they colluded. You had McCabe on 60 Minutes, all but saying that the President of the United States was a spy for Russia, conspiring on the 25th Amendment. All this manufactured drama and criminal activity. And the media in this country, Mediagate, going along with it. Even today, you have this report. It's in 2 parts. The second part is really a political report. It's an impeachment report. And let me tell you what happened here. What happened here, and I have a question too, what happened here is Bill Barr rightly testified during his confirmation, and he said, look, I'm going to release as much of this report as I can. And the Democrats take over the House before that, and Mueller and his people say, okay, perfect. We don't have enough on obstruction. We have enough on obstruction. We bring obstruction. We're a bunch of rabid Democrats dressed up as prosecutors. Look how they've treated Manafort at his home. Look how they treated Stone at his home. And suddenly, they're going to be forbearing? No, they're not going to be forbearing. I want to read you something. It's been read all day on the airwaves. Ultimately, why we believed that we had the authority and the legal jurisdiction to issue a grand jury subpoena to obtain the president's testimony, we chose not to do so. You didn't choose not to do so. You would have had your asses kicked from one court to the other. You had no criminal predicate for a subpoena, none. And they basically confessed. They said, hey, look, we decided near the end of our investigation, a couple of years of litigation over this, it's not worth it. We basically had everything we needed. You basically had everything you needed, and yet you had wanted to get the president under oath in front of a grand jury to trick him the way you tricked General Flynn and others. You wanted to take out the President of the United States, but enough smarts to say, no, I'm not playing that game. Here's my question, Sean Hannity. When did Mr. Mueller know there was no collusion? Now, all of us knew from right out of the gate. He didn't write this in 3 weeks. This is 200 pages. No collusion. For Jake Tapper. No collusion, no collusion, no collusion. No collusion. Okay, when did you know that? Well, he had to know it. Some people think maybe 18 months ago, maybe 15 months ago. You had an obligation to go to the microphone to tell the American people that your president did not collude, that his campaign did not collude, that his White House did not collude, and Mueller didn't do it. Why? Because they wanted to get the president on a phony obstruction charge. Look at this second half of the report. It's all politics. It's all about impeachment. It's written for Jerry Nadler. It's written for Nancy Pelosi. It's written for CNN and MSNBC. It reads like some junior editorial writer at the New York Times put this together. There's barely no legal stuff in here. And you can hear them say it now. Well, we got to move beyond the law. It's a political decision. Oh, so now you confess that it's a political decision. I want to read to you the impeachment clause, because you have a lot of people here who don't understand impeachment. They just say, oh, it's a political issue, and you don't have to commit a crime.
Got a
That's
minute,
true.
Mark.
But the standard is actually higher. Quick.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes after the hour. Wow, that had a little kick to it. The Rick and Bubba Show. You know, I usually get to finish my meal, my bite there before we come back.
Right. Well, we got distracted talking about rolling with Adler in the break, and things got away from us a little bit.
It did. So, Adler,
Greg's questions, I think, were legit questions.
Adler,
I don't think they were
I don't think we need
legitimate.
to discuss it anymore.
No.
Adler waited to the break to bring it up. I did
wise.
want to ask you this. You rolled with a girl yesterday at your
yes.
I can't say that word.
Just call it
You've
jits.
never been able to dial that
Just
in.
hip it in. Jits.
Yeah, you call it jits. Did you win?
I find myself.
Does anybody ever win?
I find myself. I got subbed not by her, but I got submitted, subbed.
You got submitted by a woman?
Not by a different blue belt. This girl, this woman was a blue belt, by the way. So she's technically better than I. She knows more than I am. I'm stronger. Not trying to brag, but I am stronger than that woman that's smaller than me, that weighs less than me.
That's just the way it
Okay, I'm not trying to brag.
I'm not bragging.
But she technically knows more than I do. So, in that situation, but anyways, I got tapped a bunch of times by this guy. He got me like 3-4 times.
We're going to change the lingo.
There's all kinds of
Can I say this sport
Just got destroyed by
the
that guy.
lingo in this sport does not go with my friends I grew up with.
No,
can I say
he's
that?
using words that I have a completely different meaning.
Yeah, completely different meaning.
When you're rolling
so
with somebody,
you
do
didn't
they
win with the girl, yay or nay?
So I found myself. You know how when you do like the robot, did you score? When there are point systems in tournaments, Greg. So technically you can't
a
score.
dual use word.
Yes. So you can, you know when people do the robot impersonation and they like kind of make their hands into like fins.
Yeah, Bubba, do it.
And you don't grab anything. It's more of just like a blade.
Right.
I find myself doing that when I'm rolling with women.
Well, yeah,
You're
I'm
afraid
like,
to grab
I'm
them?
a robot.
You're afraid to grab them?
I'm like doing robot hands. I'm like, what am I doing?
You don't want to use your fingers.
No, you don't want to use.
You're at a disadvantage.
Let me ask you this, but I mean,
Won't they just fight women?
Aren't you supposed to use any advantage you have in this?
Well, you're not. You wouldn't eye gouge. You wouldn't, fish hook. You know.
You don't pull hair.
You don't pull hair.
I got it.
You wouldn't punch anybody right.
Would you grab something else that might give you an advantage?
We're generally trying to grab wrists.
You know what's worse than a hurricane?
That's so well put.
The way you elegantly approach that,
that's good.
I'm appreciative.
I was trying to find a way to
Thank
work
you.
it in there.
All right. Well, I'm going to take this
hard.
opportunity to correct what I said about the history of jiu-jitsu. Okay. All right.
So somebody's emailed you and balled you out.
And then back to the lady.
Okay, buddy. All right. So evidently, a Japanese judo master came to Brazil in the 1920s. The judo master specialized in ground fighting. Helio and Carlson Sr. Gracie, the Gracie's family, their dad, Gaston Gracie, paid for the judo master to teach his son private lessons. So the Gracie brothers are now taking private lessons. The Gracies they're a super wealthy family. And then they grew up learning this and then made it their own and adapted it and made it better. And hence you get Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
And then they went
out.
And
the Gracies are the founders of that.
They went out, took their shirt off, and went to the parade.
I don't get that. I don't understand that.
It's the Brazilians.
Brazilians.
Yeah. You've seen their parades.
Yeah, what's
They're
that called?
half-naked.
Carnival or something?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
They do a parade to a level that,
Yeah, they make clothes out of
a
like
lot of glitter,
dental floss and stuff.
Yeah,
dental floss clothing.
Little,
yeah.
But let me ask you some straight up questions here.
Yeah, I'm still. Did you win or lose?
Straight up.
I still didn't get the answer. I'm taking it you lost because you said you didn't
we
win.
rolled for 5 minutes.
Is that a long 5 minutes? I got to ask you a question. Is that a long 5 minutes?
It is a long 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I actually snot rocketed on my own shirt during that 5 minutes.
See, stuff like that.
Really? Does your the bun in your hair come undone?
Yes. I look like I got ran over by a truck at the end of the class every single day.
How did she have
horrible.
her hair done?
I gotta ask these girls what they're doing because their hair stays up in a bun a lot better than mine.
So she had a bun and you had a bun.
Yes, it was bun versus bun.
Let me ask you this, and this is really immature, but I got to know. In the
Oh,
middle of all this,
when you're just now being
all this-
immature?
all this shoving and pulling and tackling, anybody ever rip one in the middle of it?
I have heard it before. I have heard it before because you're getting a knee pushed on your
Oh,
belly.
I'm talking
If
about
I
it.
be laying on your back and somebody will just put their entire weight and their knee on your belly. In fact, it's called knee on belly.
Really?
Does the
Yeah.
match
If I was in
stop and
North-
does everybody laugh and the match has to stop for a minute?
No, you just keep going.
If I was in North and South, I'd use that.
Okay, buddy. I
I
told
would.
you. Okay, buddy.
Has anybody
It's called
ever-
North South.
has
It's not
ever-
called North and South.
Has Adler has anybody ever ripped one as a weapon?
I mean, rip one as a weapon. I need to
their-
do that.
that's their closing
That's
move.
what I'm going to do.
That's there's no way you can breathe if I do this.
Get
I
your
mean,
face-
it's
get your
called the
face full of
skunk
that.
move. The skunk
Oh,
move.
you got him with a skunk.
He's going for the skunk. Oh!
It was
the
a
whole
little
first
bit.
row passed out.
It was a little bit awkward
So-
when I asked my black belt instructor. I was like, "That's cool. You have your dad his picture up on the wall," and he was like, "You idiot! That's Carlson Gracie."
So Adler, when
It's not
you
my dad.
That's not my grandpa.
I know you're not rolling with the females for that experience. I mean, it's just when they come up and
They
you
challenge him.
and you
You're competing.
you have to compete with them. It's just the way it is. Okay.
Yeah.
But after it's over, do you ever like when you're going home go, wow, I was, we were in quite a position there. I mean, do you ever
Yeah.
think about that?
Good. No.
Yeah, it is like a chess match. It really is. Like you'll think about it later. In fact, I'm standing in my kitchen.
No, I don't
Aaron
think
asked
I
me.
wouldn't say it's a chess match.
Aaron asked me. She goes, "What's wrong?" I was thinking about it. A guy got me today. I was thinking about that. I really was thinking about the guy. By the way, y'all stop looking at me like
No,
that.
I'm not
It's
talking
just,
about that. I'm not talking about the technical
I think we got
aspects of it. But do you think, wow, so I was really in the grips there of another female. So do you ever think about it on your way home? Like, wow,
I try
He's a
not to
professional.
sexualize it. I
He's a
try not.
professional.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
you don't
very
want to do
mature.
that.
He can handle
Hey,
it.
I'll
Well,
tell you
let's-
this: whenever we
Try
started
being the
doing,
key word.
whenever we started doing CrossFit, the guy that ran it said, "Let me tell you something. The first thing you need to get over is there's women in here that are stronger than you and throwing weight around, and if you let that bother you, you'll never."
No,
make
we didn't
It.
physically tie up with him.
No, we didn't. But I
you're
would
right.
think when it comes to jujitsu, there's to your point, Helmsy. What she's a blue belt? What was she?
She's a blue belt.
So technically, she's more advanced, and you got to.
Yeah, I suck at jujitsu, guys. Okay, let's just
No.
laugh it up about it. Okay, I've been at it for like 5 years.
Well, you
I'm
took
still
a
a
break.
stupid white belt, and I
Took a
suck.
break. You took a break.
Look, you took some time off.
Adler,
I took 3 years off. So
Adler,
that hurt
you're
me.
out there trying.
I'm
That's
trying.
what's important.
Thank you, Bubba. I'm trying.
What if he talked Bubba into joining and Bubba owned it?
He would be great. Y'all would. Hey, jiu-jitsu's for everybody.
Let me tell you what. I get them down. I'm sitting on them, and it's over.
It's over.
And if you don't think I wouldn't pull the skunk move, you
Oh, the skunk.
Yeah.
Oh, we got him with the skunk.
But is it
well,
when
they'll
you,
start tapping in.
Hey,
yeah. Do they size everybody up, or is it like backyard football where there's two captains and they pick everybody?
Yeah.
And how does that? How do you end up with the females so much?
It's not so much, Speedy.
It
It's
just
not
seems
so
like-
You
much.
cut yourself in line and add back.
Oh, how did this happen again? It's crazy. Let's go, lady.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The standard is impeachment for conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. It is a very, very high standard. Let me tell you something. If the Democrats in the House try to impeach this president, 63 million people are going to rise up. But let me ask this question. How many
Find the
men
music.
who've been impeached have been removed from office? None. Not a single president has been removed from office. You think this Senate is going to remove this president based on these bogus allegations of obstruction? This president never asserted privilege. Do you know it's the first president I know of in modern times where his administration is under investigation who's never asserted privilege? Iran-Contra, Watergate, Clinton, they all asserted privilege. Clinton even made up some privileges. He even had his own White House counsel talk to the prosecutors for 30 days. Never happens. Never happens.
When is your book out?
I was going to tell Speedy that his book comes out in May.
Yeah, I saw that.
The Unfree Press or Unfreedom of the Press.
Unfreedom of the press. Yeah.
So we got to have him on.
Yes, most definitely.
Did you see? Here's what I noticed. He was so mad. If you watch he took his glasses off to read and put them back on to talk to the camera.
Yeah, he was so
He was so frustrated. He had it backwards. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is Good Friday, so we take this moment on the program and we reflect on what took place, the greatest moment in the history of the world.
Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night, and will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am the Lord. Now the blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. And the plague shall not be on you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. So this day shall be to you a memorial, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations.
The Gospel according to Mark.
Immediately in the morning, the chief priests held a consultation with the elders and scribes and the whole council. And they bound Jesus, led him away, and delivered him to Pilate. Then Pilate asked him,
"Are you the king of the Jews?"
"It is, as you say." And the chief priests accused him of many things, but he answered nothing.
"Do you answer nothing? See how many things they testify against you?"
But Jesus still answered nothing, so that Pilate marveled. Now at the feast, he was accustomed to releasing one prisoner to them, whomever they requested. And there was one named Barabbas, who was chained with his fellow rebels. They had committed murder in the rebellion. Then the multitude, crying aloud, began to ask him to do just as he had always done for them. But Pilate answered them,
"Do you want me to release to you the king of the Jews?"
For he knew that the chief priests had handed him over because of envy. But the chief priests stirred up the crowd, so that he should rather release Barabbas to them.
"What then do you want me to do with him whom you call the king of the Jews?"
So they cried out again.
"Why? What evil has he done?"
But they cried out all the more. So Pilate, wanting to gratify the crowd, released Barabbas to them, and he delivered Jesus, after he had scourged him, to be crucified. Then the soldiers led him away into the hall called Praetorium, and they called together the whole garrison. And they clothed him with purple, and they twisted a crown of thorns, put it on his head, and began to salute him.
Hail, King of the Jews! Hail, King of the Jews!
Rick and Bubba Show, thank you. We appreciate you being here and letting us do what we do.
Mm-hmm.
Rick is out. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow. Until then, we're in the midst of Bubba Rama.
Uh-oh. Everybody say, pressure! You've been under a little pressure, Bubba, but you're good.
We're all right.
You're climbing out, buddy.
We're all right.
You got closure on the truck.
As I told y'all, this is a busy week. We got a lot going on and off the show, and after this week is over, I think we will be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, my only hope is that's not an oncoming train. So
You never know.
You never know. You really don't. And look, the way this is going, I'm not assuming anything. Trust me. We do have a global warming update. This has been enlightening to me.
Yeah, this has been your story of the day. We're finally getting to it. Finally getting to it. There's some crazy story. No consistency in anything we report. It's just all over the road. Bubba playing the air drums. Greg looking at his
air bongo,
his laptop like it's the sun.
Weird stuff.
I know, buddy. Oh, we actually did that segment. What's Greg looking at?
Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. So, yesterday we were talking about a couple of stories. One, again, how the scientists are having to edit themselves. And they're having to follow a preconceived format if they want to get published. And that is, they don't tell the whole story. I mean, we have a guy admitting that, okay? Admitting that. For them to be published in the scientific journals now, they have to be solidly behind the theory of global warming that is man-made, okay? And that we're destroying the Earth.
Yeah.
So if you don't do that, you don't get published, you don't get grant money, it can affect your job. We had that. We also had a discussion about windmills. I don't have a problem with windmills. Wind blows, turn turbines, let's make electricity. It's great. The problem is the wind's not always blowing, and you can't store this energy efficiently. Can you charge batteries with it? Yes. Can you run the batteries back at another time? Yes. But it is not as efficient as just making power, putting it into the power grid. So you lose something with all the other going back and forth. So windmills have been kind of a big topic, and it came to light yesterday, and I never really realized this, that the blades on these windmills have to be replaced from time to time. Did y'all know that? I had no idea.
How many miles they got on.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just wear and tear with weather and everything. I don't know, birds crashing into them or something. But these things are huge. I mean, they're like a football field long.
That's a big blade. You ever seen them on a flatbed go down the road?
Oh yeah, it takes like 2 or 3, and they have the whole road blocked off.
About oversized load.
And I actually had a brief conversation with Congressman Gary Palmer yesterday, and he was pointing out the problem that they're having with what to do with these blades because they're so big.
It's a legit problem.
And there were some pictures that I ran across of and there's several of these now across the country, but one of them was in Texas where they're trying to bury these things in a landfill.
Yeah, I think we showed those yesterday.
Made for that.
Yeah.
Adler, do you still have the pictures of those?
Just for blades.
They're taking the blades, and you got all this transportation problem, getting them to and from, which is, by the way, burning fossil fuel.
Sure it did.
Look at this. Look at that tractor. And how big this problem is, how many they're having to bury, and these do not break down. They're made out of fiberglass and metal and different things, and we don't know how long they're going to take to break down. So this is going to be a big problem, and I just wonder how many of the environmentalists that get out here and block the road and they want renewable energy when you realize there is no really free energy in all this.
No, there's not. But there's no, if you're looking for consistency, just like all the lithium mining and stuff, and everything that goes into that, they ignore that too.
Well, they're against mining, but you have to have lithium to make these high energy batteries now.
Yeah.
You have to have fossil fuels, oil, to make plastics to put the cases that go in. I mean, the lithium doesn't just hold together on its own. It has to be in a case. Every battery is in a plastic case. I don't know if they've noticed that. The plastic parts that we have all in cars and medical, we've covered all that. Almost half of every barrel goes to plastics anyway. But they're talking about stop drilling. We're never going to stop drilling, guys. There's no way. It doesn't happen.
And the closest thing we have to free energy is nuclear, and they're against it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then the next closest thing we have to free energy is gas. Let's do it. Let's use it. We need it.
And even solar panels have a lifespan. And when you get rid of them, they also have some things in it that you don't want ground up and get into the water table. So, there's really no answer. And most of these environmentalists, I don't think, have any idea about this. I did talk to one gentleman who's in the concrete business, and he said they were now trying to grind up these windmill blades and put into concrete to make it stronger. Because, if you put fibers in concrete to make it stronger, or rebar, if it's a big deal. But they're trying to grind that stuff up. But guess what? It takes money, again, to transport it. It takes money and energy and fuel, gas in most cases, or diesel, to run these grinders to grind them up. I mean, there's not the victory here they're trying to push on everybody that there is. There's no zero sum to this.
Yeah, but these windmill graves,
they're
not reported. They're not reported.
No,
at all.
Listen, we've been doing windmills a long time. That's the first time I've ever seen anything like that.
That was the first time I saw
no
it.
clue.
I had no idea they had to replace the blades. Now, I'd love watching the videos when one goes south. I mean, because it is catastrophic, buddy.
Boy.
It is. You talking about coming apart.
It's quite a sight.
The average rotor diameter in the U.S. is around 400 feet. So a single blade is almost as big as a Boeing 747.
Yep, about 200 foot.
The blades have a lifespan about 20 years before they are retired or replaced.
Okay, about 20.
Do they just wear out from stress and weather, or
heavy winds and weather conditions is what they say the main reason, yeah.
We saw, and Greg had mentioned this the other day when we were hunting in South Texas, we saw a windmill farm that had to be 50 miles long. I'd never seen so many windmills in my life. Have you? And look, long as they're turning, they're pumping energy, and I'm all for it. That's great. That's great. The one we never have really got full grasp of that I think if we did, it would help, and that is capturing the energy in waves on the ocean.
Surely they've got something for that.
Well, they've tried, but they can't get anything that consistently works. Or if it does, the first hurricane comes along and tears it into 1,000 pieces.
That's a good point.
That's. I saw a thing the other day where they had like a wave chamber. They called it. It was almost like a. You know how like a beaver dam is built, where you have a container and then you have an area you get into it underneath it.
Yeah.
Well, they had a almost a piston in there that as the wave went up and down, it moved the piston, and they had it on a cam, and so it would turn a shaft and actually turn a generator. But again, we've all been at the beach on days there's no wave.
Not consistent.
So I really think you have to have, a multi-pronged approach to this. I mean, I want to be able to go wind, solar, coal, natural gas, nuclear. I mean, I want all of it, because you never know. Like you get a cold spell like they did in Texas without the wind blowing. What do you do?
Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's been educational. I had no idea you had to replace those blades, and I didn't know they were such a handle to bury.
Yeah, because it's not reported.
Big blade, guys.
No, you don't hear about that, do you? Just didn't quite get that to us.
Throw some dirt on it.
Look, I'll tell the environmentalists, we want to work. We love to find renewable energy, but we got to be honest about it. We can't just go off half-cocked on some of these ideas and not know the full cycle of what we're dealing with, because you end up costing more energy than you make.
Mm-hmm.
And that ain't a good zero sum. That's a minus sum.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days struck him on the head with a reed and spat on him. And bowing the knee, they worshipped him. And when they had mocked him, they took the purple off him, put his own clothes on him, and led him out to crucify him. Then they compelled a certain man, Simon a Cyrenian, the father of Alexander and Rufus, as he was coming out of the country and passing by, to bear his cross. And they brought him to the place Golgotha, which is translated, place of a skull. Then they gave him wine mingled with myrrh to drink, but he did not take it. And when they crucified him, they divided his garments, casting lots for them to determine what every man should take. Now it was the 3rd hour, and they crucified him. And the inscription of his accusation was written above, "The King of the Jews." With him, they also crucified 2 robbers, one on his right and the other on his left. So the scripture was fulfilled, which says, "And he was numbered with the transgressors, And those who passed by blasphemed him, wagging their heads and saying,
Aha! You who destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself and come down from the cross.
Likewise, the chief priests also, mocking among themselves with the scribes.
He saved others. Himself he cannot save. Let the Christ, the King of Israel, descend now from the cross, that we may see and believe.
Even those who were crucified with him reviled him. Now, when the 6th hour had come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, saying,
Hello, Lama Sabachthani,
which is translated,
My God, why have you forsaken me?
Some of those who stood by when they heard that said,
Look, he's calling for Elijah.
Then someone ran and filled a sponge full of sour wine, put it on a reed, and offered it to him to drink.
Let him alone. Let us see if Elijah will come to take him down.
And Jesus cried out with a loud voice and breathed his last. Then the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. So when the centurion who stood opposite him saw that he cried out like this and breathed his last, he said,
Truly this man was the Son of God.
There were also women looking on from afar, among whom was Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James the Less and of Joses, and Salome, who also followed him and ministered to him when he was in Galilee, and many other women who came up with him to Jerusalem. Now, when evening had come, because it was the preparation day, that is, the day before the Sabbath, Joseph of Arimathea, a prominent council member, who was himself waiting for the kingdom of God, coming and taking courage, went into Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Pilate marveled that he was already dead, and summoning the centurion, he asked him if he had been dead for some time. So when he found out from the centurion, he granted the body to Joseph. Then he bought fine linen, took him down, and wrapped him in the linen. And he laid him in a tomb which had been hewn out of the rock, and rolled a stone against the door of the tomb. And Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Joses, observed where he was laid. Now when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James, and Salome bought spices that they might come and anoint him. Very early in the morning, on the first day of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen, and they said among themselves,
49 minutes after the hour. Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, who is our sponsor this hour?
ReliefFactor.com. Been with us for many, many years. If you suffer from aches, pain, maybe inflammation from time to time, some of the more serious, effects of just getting old, maybe working out, maybe recovering from something that has caused inflammation in your body, let us suggest Relief Factor because it's 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from exercising, overexertion, aging, everyday living, maybe going to bed and waking up and not knowing what in the world you did while you were sleeping. That's called getting old. Yeah, anyway, just do what we do, and that's go to ReliefFactor.com. And when you do, look for that 3-week trial pack. It's $19.95. If you're one of those that just pops the over-the-counter painkillers every day, multiple times a day, could be harming your body. Instead, try Relief Factor. It contains just 4 simple ingredients, and it works for us. For less than you'd spend on a cup of coffee daily, you can get a 3-week supply. Just try it out. That 3-week supply, through all of their research, You'll know by the end of that 3 weeks if it's working for you like it does for us. It's only $19.95, as I mentioned. And if you suffer from the things I've mentioned, aches, pains, or inflammation, check them out. It's ReliefFactor.com. Go there now. It's a quick start pack, 3-week supply, $19.95. That's what you're looking for. At ReliefFactor.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling on. It's about 9 minutes till top of the hour. I know we have tons of video we hadn't even gotten to today.
Well, one of the stories, and I think we just mentioned it in passing yesterday, the FDA has approved a new COVID vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And they have recommended everyone from 6 months on get this.
6 months.
6 months on.
And it's not even up to date. It's the old variant. Like, it's like 3% of the cases right now.
Yeah,
it's the variants they're saying from Omicron.
Omicron.
That's it.
That's it. Bubba,
Omicron. So, you know, I'm a little. I know they wanted to try to update it, but I'm a little shocked that they're saying everybody 6 months and on should get this. Now, we have a clip from Fauci here who is talking about the swelling around your heart and the fact that the vaccine or the virus itself can cause it.
I'd like for the staff to pay attention to this. Somebody needs to get him down here. Somebody needs to do a Fauci within the staff.
I'll work on it, Speedy.
I don't know who it is.
Well, guys.
That's all really good. Everybody's is really good.
Yeah, thank you. I thought you was rolling the
better Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, we have experience with this type of vaccine in billions of people. It's a safe vaccine. Of course, with the mRNA, there's a very, very, very low risk, particularly in young men, of getting a myocarditis. But if you look at the risk of myocarditis from COVID itself is greater than the risk of the vaccine.
You know,
so that means not safe then.
It is a risk, and it is a fairly low number, but given the fact that you said how many people received it, that means there also were more people that got bad reactions to it.
That's right.
And I think we all probably know somebody. I just don't think this is. I don't know. I'd rather everybody just get a little case of it and have herd immunity. You know.
Yeah,
right. That's what I would say.
And again,
I'm gonna try. It's more Clint Eastwood.
I tell you, I know what you're doing.
No,
that's good.
I don't know what that was.
COVID was deadly about 1%, and that's not a lot. But if you're in that one, it's bad. And we all lost friends and family during that.
It was like 0.1%.
Yeah, it wasn't even 1.
Well, to kids, it was even less.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know why we're vaccinating kids, and you know that now they're saying, hey, get this and a flu shot while you're in here. I'm like, guys, I don't know.
I'm not taking another vaccine for anything.
I normally take the flu shot.
Not.
I normally don't take the flu shot.
I normally
call
don't.
me irresponsible. I don't care
for you. I didn't take it last year, and I actually got the flu.
Really?
The 1 year I took it,
was your hair sticking
which
up like
they
that?
tell you is impossible, but I'm telling you, that's what happened.
It happened with me too.
The 1 year you took it, you got it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I get in trouble from Amanda every year from not taking it. But I just say, look, honey, I'm gonna be irresponsible.
We got a couple of RNs here who are wives, and Betty actually gave it to me while I was asleep, which I think is a violation.
She gave the flu with a shot.
Mm-hmm. I was dreaming. I was sleeping so good, and all of a sudden, I was dreaming that a bumblebee was stinging me. And
You're
I wake
kidding
up and
me.
I'm getting a shot.
She gave you a shot while you were sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's against the law.
I think it might be too.
Don't cheat on her, Bubba.
I don't
because you will be dead.
I don't think you should have said that.
No, I've told the story on there before.
It's clear by now.
Well, she's my medical officer, so I give her
Yeah.
full control over those decisions, even though I didn't like it.
Sure.
Anytime you're poked when you're asleep, that's not
I just don't know. I don't know. Are y'all? Will you or your family be getting in line for the new COVID vaccine?
No, I might take the flu shot.
Come on, guys. You
Not
need
doing
to.
that either.
No, I'm not.
Because last year I didn't take it. I got strep throat and flu at the same time. But at 2-3 days, I was ready to roll.
Little man gonna be okay.
2 or 3 days, I was back at it.
Okay.
You can't
Most
keep a man
folks
down.
laying around whining like a bunch of. Well,
You almost said it.
Adler, what about you? Because you and Greg got vaccinated last time.
Yes.
And
You forced me
you
to.
did it. You did it because of the situation.
When
Betty,
your
Betty got
grandparents.
it.
I got around the exact same time she did because the same people.
Right.
Yes.
But y'all got just the alpha, just the main.
The
one.
original.
Y'all didn't go get boosters and all.
And I got the
Well,
Johnson
you took
& Johnson.
2 shots for the main one.
Adler did it different.
I did
than
the
y'all.
single shot, the Johnson & Johnson. which Dr. Jordan Vaughn said is the least dangerous one, so that makes me feel a little bit better. But yeah, it was just because of the pressure from society and all the actual incorrect information that was being pushed. I thought if I got this, then when I see my grandpa in 2 weeks, I don't have anything to worry about. Yeah. Turns out that was not accurate at all. No. It wasn't even tested. It wasn't even. It was just an all-out lie told by the pharmaceutical companies and repeated by the media and repeated by the government.
So will you be getting the new COVID shot?
No, absolutely not. And I'm to the point where I will give my kids what is required by the state for them to attend school.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to put this in.
Yeah, we're not
bare minimum.
We're not anti-vaccines.
No,
because we're not anti-vaxxers. We're just anti this vaccine.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
There's a difference.
I'm saying vaccinate responsibly. Know everything you can about it and make your own decision.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, I got all of them, too, growing up. I mean, we took all of those and polio and all that, and it works. I mean, we don't have people with that anymore.
But I saw something, and it is that growing up, I think you had like 5, and now there's like 47, you know?
They have added quite a few.
Yeah, and it seems to be not for protecting the public, seems to be for making money.
Well,
my guess.
There is that.
Like, I don't think my 3-year-old should have to get a vaccine for a disease that is generally through intravenous drug use.
Right.
With dirty needles. Like, my kid doesn't need a vaccine against that. My 3-year-old.
Some of it is political. Some of it is profit. Look, I'm a capitalist. I love the free enterprise system, but we got some people that don't have scruples. And
a lot of it
you got to call them out on it.
A lot of it is, hey, we got you here, so let's give you everything you need because we know we can't get you back.
You're right, and I think that's one of the other problems. We've talked about that, and I'm not an expert. I'm just giving you my 2 cents. When especially when you're young, your immune system is not fully, grown yet, and it's young too, just like everything else. We used to spread these shots out so your immune system could respond to it, it could react, but not be overloaded. Well, because parents were not bringing their kids back for that second and third shot, they started lumping them all together. And I don't think that was a good move from an immune standpoint.
No.
I mean, because your immune system's fighting, 3 things at once instead of just focusing on one and trying to get that into the old T-cell filing cabinet, for later on.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's going to be a hard sell. I think there's going to be a tremendous pushback on that. I don't think they're going to have any luck with it. And it's sad because there's probably some people it would help. Yeah. But I think the people that do need it or need to look at it more are those that are older and have compromised immune systems. Now, that's a whole different topic.
Absolutely, absolutely. People that want it, people that are older, people that are worried about their health, go for it.
Yep.
Yeah. What was the one we had to get when we were kids? And remember, it would swell up, and you had to wait till it fell off, or you could go swimming. You remember the one?
Was that a measles?
May have been. They get really sticky. They almost scratched you.
There's and
everybody had the scars.
Do you remember
on
the
their
TB
arms,
thing where they the TB when they would stick you with something that felt like those things that you hold corn with?
Yeah.
And they would draw a cat around it or something, and if the cat turned red, you had to call them or something. I
see that right by that freckle right there?
Yeah, we all had the circle
was that
scar.
The German measles or something?
But remember, you couldn't go swimming until that scab thing fell off.
I think smallpox, the smallpox vaccine does that too.
It may have been it.
BCG vaccine.
But see, that all of those operated in what we always understood to be vaccines. You took it, and you never got it. Never.
Yeah. Right.
And this other was more like a flu shot.
And these you took one time, you were done.
Yeah. You're getting old when the pharmacist says, you're available for the shingle shot, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, we'll roll away the stone from the door of the tomb for us.
But when they looked up, they saw that the stone had been rolled away, for it was very large. And entering the tomb, they saw a young man clothed in a long white robe sitting on the right side, and they were alarmed.
Do not be alarmed. You seek Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. See the place where they laid him. But go, tell his disciples and Peter that he is going before you into Galilee. There you will see him, as he said to you.
So they went out quickly and fled from the tomb, for they trembled and were amazed. And they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. Now when he rose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 demons. She went and told those who had been with him as they mourned and wept. And when they heard that he was alive and had been seen by her, they did not believe. After that, he appeared in another form to 2 of them as they walked and went into the country. And they went and told it to the rest, but they did not believe them either. Later, he appeared to the 11 as they sat at the table, and he rebuked their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they did not believe those who had seen him after he had risen.
Go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. He who believes and is baptized will be saved, but he who does not believe will be condemned.
So then, after the Lord had spoken to them, he was received up into heaven and sat down at the right hand of God. And they went out and preached everywhere, the Lord working with them and confirming the word through the accompanying signs. Amen.
And there it was in a nutshell, what took place in history that is remembered today and will be celebrated today through the weekend and on Resurrection Sunday. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Patrick, go right ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was curious what your thoughts might be on the release of the Mueller report and how it's being reinvented, perhaps to be something that it may not be.
Well, I think we need to impeach the president. That was my takeaway.
Let's impeach the Congress.
We talked about that last hour a little bit, but it goes back to this, Patrick, and I know it's frustrating. There's certain political pundits and people with political views. It doesn't matter what you show them. It just doesn't matter, because they have a foregone conclusion that they want to be true, and they want to get rid. They know if the people decide on something the way our constitutional republic is designed, and it's not what they want, then they're just like all the spoiled children that soon become adults. I didn't get what I want, and mommy, somebody do something about it. Go get me what I want. I don't want President Trump. I don't like him. He makes me upset, and I that's not what I wanted, and somebody needs to do something. And no matter how many times you say, well, the way you're trying to do it is not going to work, or there's no truth to that, or that's been proven false, it doesn't matter. So what you have to do, and I think this president, with all of his flaws, and he does have faults and flaws and things I don't agree with, but as far as his personality and the dirtiness of politics, and again, the left has not, they still won't come to the conclusion that they created him.
Yeah, I know that's the irony and all that.
And the rhinos, y'all created him, because people got sick and tired of nobody doing anything, and there not being any difference between an R and a D. That all of you seem to be working to get for your good, while the American people are going, somebody do something. And this president is the type of person that can do what I would suggest to you, Patrick, and others do. Just quit worrying about what the opposition says and go do what needs to be done. And let the chips fall where they may. Because if you're looking for the day that they agree with you and go, you know what, you're right, that's not going to happen. Mm-mm. You got to let that go.
Yeah, it's just so bizarre now. I kind of feel sorry for him, really.
We continue. Let's go to Stacy in Georgia. Stacy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Oh, doing fine, doing fine. Monkey grass, tuba hot sauce.
Oh wow.
Here we go.
Watch it on YouTube. Go, Speedy. Hey. All right. Come back at him. All right, Stacy, what's on your mind?
Yes, Tuesday evening, my wife had a chance to see young Blake Burgess in Chattanooga at the Tivoli Theater. She got to see his performance.
Yes, he's playing a couple of roles in Spam-A-Lot by Monty Python as it tours, and I was talking to him, and he sent me some pictures. I knew he was in Chattanooga. Now, they're moving on now, right? That was earlier in the week. I can't remember.
Yes, Tuesday, Wednesday, and last night, I believe.
Yeah. Well, did she get a chance to say hello? I don't know if they come out in the lobby and get to meet him.
She did not. They had to leave right afterwards, but she said that they did a fantastic performance.
Awesome. It's funny. It's I tell you, it is definitely Monty Python. It was like all the little boys we all grew up with. It's all those same jokes. You know.
Oh yeah.
We continue. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to get in. Mark's in Alabama. Mark, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, how you doing?
Just wondered if you saw the story on Fox News this morning. They're reporting the human defecation in public places of over 28,000 incidences in 20.
Minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
No.
Thank you for joining us. Rick is out, hopefully back tomorrow. Until then, it is Bubba Rama.
Yep.
And we've kind of put off doing this story. I'm kind of like some of y'all on the Bigfoot thing. I need more hard evidence. I've looked at this. I ain't really buying in, but we'll present it and let the chips fall where they may, or the aliens in this case.
Oh, boy.
Mexico has unveiled alien bodies. These are alleged mummified alien bodies.
The cartel killed them.
They actually displayed them at Mexico's Congress.
Oh, look at that. That ain't real.
They are said to be 1,000 years old. They celebrate. Some UFO enthusiasts have celebrated this as a remarkable event in Mexico. But it looks to me like plaster Paris.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Fake science project.
It really does.
I don't know. Hadn't been there, hadn't investigated it, but it is kind of weird that they rolled it out and said these are alien bodies.
So they're saying this is what this is.
Adler, show that again. Is there any better view of what this is?
Yeah, here's the unveiling of it, and it's subtitled, but I can read it, or Greg can read it. Whatever we want to do.
You can go ahead.
They're saying that these beings were buried in mines.
Yeah. Buried in mines.
These beings are non-humans who are not part of our terrestrial evolution, and that after disappearing, we do not. There's subsequent evolution. There's no subsequent evolution. According to the University National Autonomous Government of Mexico, who carried out the analysis of carbon-14. These beings are around 1,000 years old, is what this scientist is claiming in front of Mexico's Congress under oath.
Man, that's some little bitty fellas.
They were recovered they were not recovered at crash sites. They were buried in mines they found them there.
Good night.
But I was doing some reading, and this scientist, ufologist guy was tied to a false claim of aliens in 2017. In which he kind of did another unveiling, and it turned out to be mummified children. That being said, they have supposedly analyzed the DNA from these things, and they can't recognize like 30% of it, is what they're saying. Is what he's claiming, that ufologist. Again, he has been tied to mummified children, claiming they were aliens, too. So that hurts his case a little bit.
It does. You could roll with one of those things, Adler.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
It looks like someone tried to do a plaster Paris of what they think E.T. would look like if he died.
Right.
Look, I'm open-minded on this to evidence, but this just doesn't look real.
It doesn't. Right. Like little micro aliens.
You remember that leaked footage of the supposed alien autopsies?
Yes. Oh,
and you could tell that it was shot on video, and they'd used an effect to make it look like old film.
That's funny.
You go, come on, guys.
Complete fraud.
We got to do a little better than this. I'm open, but this is. I just ain't buying that.
Doesn't the government? Don't they have some big UFO announcement on Thursday?
The government's really talking a lot of UFO lately.
Yeah, they are, which is a little concerning. Maybe that they're trying to kind of get us used to the idea.
That's what it looks like.
They let the big one out.
Yeah.
I believe, Speedy, and I'm not sure this is. NASA has their own investigation.
Okay.
We heard Congress. They were doing an investigation when they had the guys testify. I think the NASA bunch is supposed to present their evidence. Is that right, Adler? Do you know? Is it Thursday?
I heard a news brief that said something. I heard UFOs, and then I heard Thursday.
Yeah, I think it was actually supposed to be maybe last month or the first of this month, and it got delayed a little bit.
Okay.
So I think they're going to come out. So we're going to have more UFO stuff in the news here in the next few days. But it just seems like there's a lot of it now, don't y'all think? Compared to what we used to have.
We're a little bit more open about it. the discussion's being made.
And a lot of it happening before like governmental bodies,
right?
Which is weird.
Mm-hmm.
But I think people have figured out like, all right, if I truly believe this, I can say it, and it's not lying, and it's not illegal, and I can get attention. That I think there's a little bit of that going on. I feel like, but that's just my guess.
And speaking of all this, is Skinwalker Ranch? Is it still? I know we had a caller on earlier about it. Is it still going along? Is it?
No, I mean,
or is the season
they've
over?
Had their season, yeah. The
so it's
season
all
finale.
over. I haven't.
So
I'm
what do
not
they
up
have?
to date on
3
it.
or 4 seasons now? I can't remember. But they're actually doing a Skinwalker tour live. I saw a picture. They were in Cleveland or somewhere, and
I know that's a big show.
All of them that are there up on a a panel, and it looks like a place full of people. Full of. I'm a little shocked that Travis didn't bring that a little further to the south. The dates I saw were all kind of in the north and Midwest.
Yeah, I know that the announcement of all those dates, we had him on and we pushed some of them, but it seemed like it was all Midwest or maybe up north or something. I can't remember.
How does he not bring it to Huntsville?
I know.
For real. Rocket City, let's do this.
He'd be.
That's his home place, too.
Yeah, agreed.
He's a Rocket City redneck.
He's a rock star there, you know.
Maybe it's like, people see him getting groceries all the time. So they're like, oh, hey, what's up, man?
Are you saying a prophet's never welcome in his hometown? Is that what you're calling?
Yep.
That is true.
Yep, that's it.
But
that saying goes back a while.
Did it end? I know. Well, some people might not be up on it, but it pretty much they think something's underneath, but they don't know what it is.
Well, they I'm risking another. Well, I can't have a gallbladder attack.
Okay. Well, then never mind. We'll look at
it's
it.
Gone.
Maybe
You're good.
These questions are. Maybe,
they have evidence. They've got different type of electronics that show that something is going on in the air above this one spot, and they have radar that says something is below the ground, but they can't get to it. They can't dig the place up, which is what I'm voting for. But because of the significance to the Native American community, they're not real big on you digging up a lot of their spots, even though somebody else owns it. But I don't know. I believe if I was paying the bill on it, I'd say I'm digging a hole.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
They don't like you to build softball complexes either. They'll shut them down.
Well, they've
been known to do that.
Yeah,
to get it all worked out.
That was I think that was a special Indian tribe there.
Yeah,
they've got mounds, and they got like special mounds. Don't mess with that pile of dirt. That's a special pile of dirt.
Special.
It really is amazing how many arrowheads you run across, though.
Yeah,
that was
shot a lot of things.
That was a lot of spears.
A lot
of spears.
You're right.
You can't hardly plow a field around
this
here.
Been going on for hundreds of years.
No green without arrowheads popping up everywhere.
Listen, I had a buddy. He's all into that. And they go to these fields on weekends and just find all kinds of stuff.
A lot of flint flying.
And some of them are, they're really defined. Every now and then you get kind of a sharp rock and you go, well, I don't know how you'd ever put that on a stick. But then there's some of them you go, wow, I could tie that one on there with a weed right now.
They got
one
notches
guy,
and stuff.
Yeah. The most impressed one I saw, he had found it in a creek and it was a pipe. Carved out. The bottom, just as you could tell, just as plain as day. It was
in a creek.
Yeah, it was really neat.
It was a peace pipe.
Oop. Okay, so I looked at the UFO announcement on September 14th, and you're right, it's NASA's UFO study team, and they're going to announce the results on Thursday, September the 14th. They commissioned a panel of experts last year to examine data related to unidentified anomalies or whatever, UAPs, in a new term for UFOs, whatever.
I wish that guy hadn't changed that.
I do too. They're going to offer suggestions to NASA on how to better collect and analyze data that might help explain the nature and origin of the UAPs, UFOs.
So basically, we're going to get nothing.
Yeah, and so it's going to be they're releasing their first report of their findings from looking at the data.
I don't mean to go down the UFO rabbit hole here too far, but do you find it strange? It seems like what we're seeing right now are these orbs everywhere. That's what we
all fired up about
what they saw, what the military aircraft have videoed.
Yeah.
And then there's also a group that see triangles.
Yes,
little 3-dimensional triangles.
Don't leave the Tic Tacs.
And we have I count that on the orbs.
Yeah, the orbs.
Orb.
Really?
We haven't been seeing a lot of your basic flying saucer type. Now, there's a few triangle ones out there with lights on it, but back in the 70s and 60s, it was all flying saucer.
It was.
So, have they evolved their design? Are we talking about a different group?
They've stepped it up.
It's a new model, I think.
Yeah. Do they have new model years, too?
It's like the iPhone. They change it up. Yeah.
Now, when they got Travis Walton, it was a flying saucer.
Or different planets. We're talking, different space tourists.
Could be a Federation situation. 15 minutes after the hour. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
18.
Well, Greg said a lot of it is in San Francisco.
We got a San Francisco story.
They got a brownout, Rick.
They do. That's in the headline.
Are y'all kidding me?
No.
That's what they're calling it.
Is this what we've become? So we are going back to animals. We're just becoming animals.
Oh, yeah. You need to check that bunch out.
And remember, the same bunch that's worried about plastic straws are handing out plastic syringes.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Exactly. Well, and they're allowing this to go on. I would consider brownout to be a much bigger health risk than any plastic bag they can come up with, right?
I believe you're right.
Rick, you talking about chasing dimes, letting dollars fly by. I mean, San Francisco's the ultimate example of that.
Laura,
Bless
welcome
her heart.
in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Laura, go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
I'm good. Have y'all talked about Fartgate?
Wow, we 2 in a
Have
row
y'all
here.
seen that?
Now, are we talking about? Are you talking about the one on TV with the anchor?
Yes, ESPN.
Yeah.
We tried to lose that. I didn't sound like that to me. Greg's always our meter on that, and he didn't give it much. So he's like, you barely hear it.
We've had
and he
a lot
claims
of,
he didn't do it anyway.
We've had a lot of bathroom
like
stories
him, so
here. We're trying to cull that a little bit, but it just seems like there's a lot in the headlines.
Did she call it Fartgate?
She did.
Yeah.
So what are they saying? They're claiming one of the anchors let one go.
That Max Kellerman that all of us love and adore.
Yeah, I wish someone would have busted one on him.
Hey, Max. Hey, Max, listen up. Nobody thinks you're a racist, buddy.
Yeah,
it's all right.
You're overcompensating big time.
You're overcompensating. I know I know you've got white guilt, and you're so sad how white you are. It's all right, buddy. You can be. Nobody thinks you're the devil himself. Okay?
Yeah, there was a video out.
You can actually give your opinion and not have to, think to yourself, calculate which way you should go so you won't look racist.
Rick, there was a video out, and it appeared that there was a noise on the set that they could not identify, but it appeared that he was adjusting his seat about the time it happened, so he got blamed for it.
Well, we've all adjusted the seats, and it will sound like that sometimes.
Yeah,
it will. At first, I thought you was talking about the thing you're talking about this morning, Greg, the 76ers last night or 2 nights ago.
And somebody obviously, they were like,
oh, really? On the 76ers?
Yeah. It was like in our break room in here.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Everybody's waving, holding their nose,
running away.
We continue. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
What a phone throw this has been.
David in Alabama. David, go ahead.
Hey, guys. This is more for Helms. I understand that Joel Osteen spoke at the Highlands College at their chapel the other day. I was trying to get y'all's feel or take on what you thought of that.
Let's make sure we clarify because I checked on that myself. He did not speak at a chapel. He was there was a leadership conference, Helms, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
That ARC was having. Of course, Highlands is under the ARC. And he was there to speak at the leadership conference. He was not allowed to preach and did not do a chapel. So that part's incorrect.
Yeah.
That's not incorrect because my daughter attends there and she saw him there.
So you're saying he spoke at two different things? He spoke at ARC and chapel?
Yes.
Okay.
So I didn't know about the latter. And
shoot me an email, helms@rickandbubba.com, and we'll chat. This has been on my plate for a week now.
Because I bet his hair looked good. I was told otherwise, David, but you may have information I don't have.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think, I certainly love him as a human being, and I don't mean any ill will from him. And even last night, because I want to be sure always, just that I'm not wrong, I sat down and watched him preach an entire message last night because I'm really struggling. I want to be fair, and certainly we have some fun with him, and Babylon B does too. But I was like, that doesn't mean it's right, and I just
we've been Rick and I have been discussing this for a week now, and both struggling with some things on this front. So just email me and we can walk through it together.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. And also, don't forget, if you want to enter the contests that are going on, Fix Mama's Mouth. That thing's about to cut off here on the 29th. So be sure you go to the contest button. Wheel of Meat still hasn't spun today. That could happen. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just say, because we always want clarity, I would just say to the caller that asked Helmsy about that involving Joel Osteen, I talked to an extremely reliable source that told me in no uncircumstances, straightforward, as clear as I could understand it, he was part of a leadership thing that ARC was having, ARC. It It was on our stage at our main campus, but he did not preach, nor would he preach at Highlands.
"20 minutes after the hour. Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. Letting it breathe there a little bit.
Oh, Greg, he's on the base. Watch out.
We still have a story we got to cover on the Jet fans who run up a rather large bar tab thinking they would not have to pay for it.
Yeah.
And guess what?
Wrong.
Thanks to a punt return, they're on the hook.
Yeah, exactly.
But before that, we have an update. You know, Apple released information about the new iPhone yesterday.
Get in the line, y'all. Get in the line.
I love technology.
Speedy, you camping out?
Still life technology.
Always and forever.
On a Mac Daddy.
I'm gonna give it to y'all right there. I mean, everything.
I like it.
We got a Mac, we got a tech, we got it all.
Speedy's waiting on that guy to bring him the new version, like you brought him over at the studio.
What are you doing?
Why are you reliving bad memories?
I'm just saying what he's
It's
doing.
every time an iPhone's
What number was that one?
I think Rick was
Think
out
back.
when we did that, dude.
Hey,
he was.
He because I was behind the board. I remember where I was when I got emotional about it.
What number iPhone was that?
And
It was
it
three.
bothers me to
It
this
was.
day that y'all have never been punished for that.
Well,
I guess it's kind of
don't loop
like
me in. I
it's
wasn't
kind of
there
like
either.
the media. They only focus on certain people. I
Speedy,
guess y'all just get a pass.
If it does you any makes you feel any better, I've punished myself for it because
have you?
It got out of control. Well, look at the rough patch.
Yeah,
I'm
rough
patch. The universe is punishing me. Okay.
Okay.
So we did have the
I
big
was just doing what I was
reveal
told.
to iPhone 15 yesterday.
really let it breathe on that.
They say it's very powerful. Had several upgrades in the processing.
Man.
The camera is supposed to be even better.
Part your hair.
One of the big stories is they've changed the charging plug.
Okay.
They went away from the lightning plug or what was the traditional Apple plug. It was flat, had the little contacts on both sides. Everything is going to be USB-C now.
What's that mean?
Universal serial bus
That right
version
there?
3.
Right here, buddy.
Right there, bud.
Where's it at?
It's the oval plug.
Where's
See
it
him
at?
look
Are
up
you
at the
blind?
ceiling
Are
like
you
it was.
blind?
This is, hey, where's that?
Are you visually impaired? What's
That
wrong
one,
with
buddy,
you?
right there.
Where is
Is
it?
that for your phone?
No, this is for the laptop. That's what he's trying to tell
Well,
you.
they're
Yes,
all,
Greg, just
they're
listen to the
all,
words.
They're all going to be the same now.
Listen to the words.
The one that is
Well, I
being
already
used
got
on
one
the
of those.
laptop, the one that is being used on the iPads are now going to be used on the iPhone.
Okay.
And
I got you.
they were kind of selling this as it makes charging quicker and all this. I don't know for a fact, but I think it probably has to do with the fact that Europe passed a law that everything has to have a USB-C connector on it now, or they won't allow it to be sold. So I think this killed 2 iPhones with one rock.
Yeah.
There it is. There's your charger, Greg.
Yep.
Right there, buddy.
Is that the new one?
Right here, buddy.
Yeah, that's what we're
Greg,
talking
This
about
is
right
what
now.
we're talking
Yeah,
about. Right here,
about
look.
the new one.
It's,
Right
That
the,
one.
I
it's
got that.
basically the third version of the USB.
I got that.
That's good.
Now you're not going to need
Not
it with
for
the
my
phone
phone.
you have
No,
now.
I got
but if
my
you were
own.
to get that phone, you'd be good.
I'm gonna
What?
be like Speedy and wait for somebody to give me one.
What version phone
Buddy,
are you on?
I was going to ask that. I want to go
I'm
around
on
the
about
room.
11.
Who's?
I don't know. I have no idea.
What does everybody have in
Let
the
me
room?
see. I
I just
don't
looked
know.
at mine and I got a 13.
I think
All right.
mine's 11 or 12.
Let me see it.
Let me
Greg.
see
Open
what
it up
mine
and I'll
is.
look.
Just
Let's
go.
go.
Hey,
See,
hey,
I
no,
don't
no,
even
got a
know.
code.
make him do it. Make him do
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
All right, go to general.
So you don't have a security code at all.
General and then what? Where do we find
Again,
it
go
at?
about
Settings,
Okay,
general, and it
Oh, I
says-
got a 14 Pro Max.
That's what I got.
Wow. Look
But
at
I don't
you guys.
I don't
Got
get
11.
every version.
Grace
I
got an
usually
11.
get one about every 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah.
So I went from like probably an 11 or 12 up to 14.
I have the 11 Pro.
Okay. Ooh, I'm a pro.
I had the 11 Pro Max, but it was too big for my pants pocket.
What are you guys
I'm just being
feeding?
real. Just being real. It's too big for my pants pocket.
I know. They're either too small. This one here is about right.
Oh.
Is this mine's smaller than yours, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
What are we
yeah,
talking
you got
about?
You got the regular size.
If you're just joining us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the regular
This is
size.
a 13,
but
though.
Got a
that's,
contest going
but that's
on.
not your phone. So
It is now.
Did
I
you
worked that
switch
out.
it
Thank you very much.
Did you actually go by there and do that?
I didn't have to go by there.
What's
I was
wrong with
given-
this one?
I was given a deal. I was told if you'll go take this off a business account and put it on your own personal account,
Yeah.
that you can have the phone.
You're lying.
And so I did that.
Oh, well, that's a good deal.
It was a really good deal.
Wow. Look
I'm
at
just
me.
keeping this one.
Well,
Bullet head.
it's do you think the changes are going to
jealous.
be big
I'm
enough to drive people to go get it?
What you went through some of the changes, but is that it? Just the camera and the power?
Well, no,
See, I
I'm-
don't care
I'm
at
sure
all.
They have several other things.
I do like 3 things with it, so whatever. So I always have all kinds of stuff that I don't need or use.
Mm-hmm.
So there.
What
But,
3
but
things
what
you
a
do
great
every day?
what a great business
Text,
model. I
call,
mean, this is the
and check
ultimate.
email.
This is the ultimate drug dealer, right? I mean, they got us hooked. We
They
all
do.
have to have it.
They do. Stand
And-
around, when you
and-
stand in line, look around at all the zombies with their nose
and,
stuck on.
and
it.
even though
Like a
your
bunch of
old one
idiots.
works fine, you have to have the new one because of the new things.
Well, of
that
course
they'll
you do.
But then they also slow it down with these software bugs and
Yeah.
updates, and they claim they don't, but they've been fined for it. But they keep doing it because they're selling millions of phones. They're bricking it. They're breaking your
honestly-
phones. They're breaking our phones.
I don't know how the cameras can get any better.
Right.
I
Like,
know.
just when
Well,
I think there's no way it gets any better.
I
than
know
that.
some do, but I'm not going to shoot
I
a
know.
movie on it.
No.
Okay, I know that.
This
But
thing
you
has
could
4
if you
cameras.
wanted to.
I know that. I know because they show it in the commercials. But I'm just more of a hey, I might have some videos of a river and the boys and around the house, and that's about it. Take some pictures.
Yeah, that's me. I
You
don't-
know,
you
you know
do
one of
take-
the things
nah,
that
every now and then I take
I like to
picture,
see
not much.
show
Did
Mr.
you hear-
Buddy running
Did
around.
you hear what he just said? He said, "Now every once in a while, I'll take a picture."
Yeah, every now and then.
But
I don't do it a lot.
Do you find this interesting? Like when I was in college and first started working in our industry, there were some people that could edit video, and some that were really good at it, but it wasn't everybody. And now, I mean, there's so many people that can do really good, high quality editing on video on their phone in some cases. But I mean, you can use GarageBand or iMovie, or if you move up to Final Cut Pro or the Adobe stuff. I mean, they're like we saw the former intern in the show he's doing. What's it called? Hicks on
Hicks in Paradise.
Hicks
Here's
in
the
Paradise.
thing, too.
And that the production quality on that
No.
looked extremely high.
But here's
to
what's
me.
even more amazing is you don't even have to have any of that talent. I have a app on my phone that I pay $5 a month for called Video Leap. And if you see any of the women's tennis stuff that we put together, that's me simply picking videos and putting them in templates, and it looks like I've sat there for hours and done this unbelievable video.
Yeah,
and I
good.
haven't. I just click, done.
Have you discovered? Well, Greg
What we
took
got?
your phone and created one for you. Have you discovered it yet?
Did he really?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty savvy.
But it's with us here.
I have not. Did y'all
Okay.
really do that?
Yeah, just look for it.
I did notice that they added added a button to the new iPhone, so now
They
it's
did?
got on the volume side of things,
Okay.
it's got 3 buttons now, and they call it the action button, and evidently you can apply it to whatever shortcut you want it to
Assign
be.
it,
Yeah, assign it. To
I like
In
that.
addition to what's on the.
It's got an
I'd
extra
like it to
button,
be that
Greg.
light. I'd like
I
it,
like that.
it would be the light. That's what
Yeah,
I'd do.
flashlight.
That's
good.
normally where
Or-
the silent or ring feature was.
Yeah.
right above it. Okay.
Or in my case, I'll put it in my pocket, and the keys will hit it, and it'll cut on something else.
So if the
Yes.
silent or ring is not there, where is it now?
Good question. Maybe you can make it that as
It
well.
looks like
You
to
look
me.
at it and you go,
look-
"Well, how
look-
about
looks
that
like
you-
to me you can choose it. You hit that button
Yeah.
and then scroll up and down on what you want to do.
like in that example,
Okay,
they're
there it
using
is.
it for a record button
Yeah,
on
I
your
gotcha.
like your notes.
Yes.
And you can just with one button you start recording if you want to record somebody.
Oh, I like it. Daddy like.
Pretty cool.
I'll show you where that
Okay.
video is in the.
I'm
break.
looking right now. Y'all got me searching.
Why is Greg's shirt off in the video?
It's the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
That's what I was told from the most reliable source. Really, you could have been told by. So
Yeah.
I just want to be sure, David, your daughter, and certainly I'm not saying
And
your
she
daughter,
may be correct, and I am reaching out to some folks right now to
Or
find
there
to
may
get
have
that
been
clarification.
maybe in confusion about what meeting, what
Right.
get
Yeah.
together we're talking about.
Yeah, I think I'm at a chapel, but I'm really at the leadership conference.
Right.
That,
Yeah.
that's possible.
Yeah.
So anyway, just
Because in a lot of ways they might have the same feel to them.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If it's in the same room.
Yeah.
And so I'm just telling you because I was looking for explanation on that as well. All right. So as we come back, a couple of things to look at, and I know Mark in Huntsville wants to talk about this, and Bubba, I'll try not on Good Friday to play the Your America theme. Marie, and I'm sorry, it's Marie, not Mark. Marie in Huntsville, go ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for your patience, and happy Good Friday to you.
Yes, same to you. Good morning. I was just wondering, someone had sent me an article about the Yankees, and I don't know if you guys have talked about it, banning Kate Smith's version of God Bless America during the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah. It all stems to complaints about some other songs that she had. Now, this was back in 1931.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have some historical reference here to this about some songs that she sang that had some possibly racist overtones or were written. Now, some people have said no, this was a comedy thing to make fun of the racist movement in America and all this, and it's been taken totally out of context. But to your point, yes, the New York Yankees has dropped Kate Smith's recording of God Bless America. Now, the other side of this argument is, hey, maybe we needed to update it anyway. But, you know, the Yankees are kind of big on tradition, too, so you got both sides of that argument, but you are correct.
Well, one thing we don't want the story to be, and I'm glad, Marie, you had it right, is somebody says, hey, the Yankees are getting rid of God Bless America. It's not that. It's the person that they sing the traditional, and she was best known for her rendition of this. But I do think and I don't know the answer to this. If you just look at the lyrics of the song, you say, hey, that's a problem. But I think if you took out, like the movie Blazing Saddles, and you showed it to people today, and all you saw were the script. That's all you saw was the script and a couple of scenes edited. You would think that was a racist movie, but what you wouldn't see is it's actually using comedy to talk about how preposterous, I can't say that word, how ridiculous racism truly is.
Just like All in the Family did.
Just like All in the Family did.
Jeffersons.
And so what people are saying that are defending Kate Smith, they're saying this song was to make fun of people who actually held this point of view, that somehow the whole role of Africans in our world is to do the work of slaves. And not that she agreed with it, or even the writer of the song agreed with it. They were using, outlandish examples to show how ridiculous this mindset truly was. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not, because that was 1931. I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't alive then, but that's what the reporters who were covering the story said.
But I got an email who claims, because they do list another man's Paul Robeson, who also sang it. He is black in 1931.
Who sang that song?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, he recorded.
There were two of them recorded, and he was the other one they say, and he is actually black. Yeah. According to the email,
which means it obviously couldn't have meant literally what the lyrics say, because I don't think any African American would sing it if they thought it was saying that this is true. Mm-hmm. It's making fun of people who held this point of view, and frankly, these people should be made fun of. It's a ridiculous connotation that any race of people are inferior to another race of people and are here for certain roles. That's ridiculous.
But even today,
and especially on Good Friday, I promise you, he went to the cross for everybody, not just some people.
That's right.
All nations, all tongues will be represented.
And in 2019 perspective of this type of thing, even if you're doing it, as a comedy thing or as a, like they're saying, satirical, not supporting it, you couldn't do that today. You couldn't.
No,
in 1931, you could.
Yeah,
we're looking.
Greg's mad that they used her rendition of.
I don't like her rendition anyway.
Rick, I think that might be a better argument. It is a historical, and a lot of people like it, but it is dated, and it's.
Now we're going to have to research everybody that's ever sang it before we can actually play it. I guess because they may have said something.
Well, that's where the political correctness gets, and it just gets ridiculous.
They said to your point. They said they messed up. They were ready for the next game to play Ted Nugent's version of God Bless America, and they realized that's maybe not the way to go.
Right. Probably not. You might want to.
But when you start going back and digging into these kind of things, they would have been offended if it had been her mother who sang this song. I mean, you can be caught up in a bloodline of something going on. So, again, if you don't like the song, you want to update it. I see some of this is getting a little ridiculous.
Yeah,
I think, even if you are someone who absolutely is against racism on all fronts.
Right. If you want to say, just say.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes after the hour. Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and hit that. Speedy, share the sponsor with us this hour.
All right, yeah.
I'll tell you what.
That's smooth. I'm kidding. Hey, we got a lot going on, buddy. Ain't that right?
I'm a fan of Country Boy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of.
Does that make Speedy happy? Hal Burns.
Yeah, it's so smooth they call him Butter.
Oh, look at him. Huh? I just love you.
You too, buddy.
All right, let's do this. It's fieldofgreens.com. We talked a lot about this.
Well, I've had mine today.
Not making this up because I know a lot of people make stuff up.
Does it come in IV?
Met well, I didn't meet him. I know him, but a person I know came up to me at church and said, "Hey, just want to let you know I'm doing a little bit better," and I ordered Field of Greens. Love it. I'm not having the midday crash. I feel better. I'm sleeping better. It was a great testimonial just standing right there in front of me going, I can tell you somebody that was not doing well. I was sleepy all the time. I was lethargic. Since I've taken that, I've given it a couple of weeks, of course, I feel better. I just feel better. I'm sleeping better. And I'm not having those midday crashes. So fieldofgreens.com, that's where you can go. Look, we're not going to nag you about your health, so don't worry about that. Enough people do it in your life. But we are letting you know that Field of Greens is working for us. It's a great way to ensure you're doing the things like getting your fruits and vegetables each day, which are very good for you, as you know. Fields of Greens has medically selected the veggies and the fruit that's in Field of Greens to support your vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and immune system. And fall means flu season. We were just talking about that earlier today. Field of Greens will also help you stay healthy. It helps that immune system be strong. It works fast, and you'll feel better with more energy like we do. Fieldofgreens.com is where to go. Use promo code BUBBA at fieldofgreens.com, and when you do, you're going to save 15% today. That's fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA to save 15%, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Speedy, you know there was a lot of hype around Aaron Rodgers starting his second career with the New York Jets.
Yeah, there was.
Jack's American Pub in Milwaukee was packed for Monday Night Football as former Green Bay Packer quarterback Aaron Rodgers began his new journey with the Jets. But customers weren't there to celebrate Rodgers and the Jets. Jack's American Pub was offering free drinks if the Jets lost the game. The promo by the pub was announced about a week ahead of time. It said customers' tabs would be covered by the establishment whenever the Jets lost a game with Rodgers as the starter. Tabs had to be open 15 minutes before kickoff, and the offer only covered drinks, not food. Sounds like a good promotion.
It does.
Yeah,
It does. It does.
So when Rodgers, who started the game, went down after just 4 plays, and it turned out to be an Achilles injury, which is going to be season-ending, the bar patrons who were there and had opened their tab began to run their tabs up because it looked like
they figured it was money in the bank.
The Jets were not going to be able to win that with Zach Wilson coming in off the bench. Everyone believed that the Jets were going to lose. So they really started piling on the bar tab. Well, then, lo and behold, late in the game, the Jets stunned everyone in the fourth quarter, taking a lead, and then required a field goal by the Bills to send the game into overtime. And then the Jets did the unthinkable, and they returned a punt for a touchdown to win the game.
From an undrafted rookie, too. Yeah. It gets even better.
So now, guess what? That means that the people who ran up the bar tab are responsible for it.
Yeah, CBS 58.
And they are not happy about it. Not happy
on
about
them.
Yeah, so the reporter that's with CBS 58 said the mood changed quite dramatically when everybody realized the bar tabs they had been racking up all night were going to have to be paid for by them. They weren't on the house.
The mood has changed considerably. That is because the Jets just won the game on a long touchdown in overtime. You could take a look. This is the reaction from a bar where people are realizing the bar tabs they've been racking up all night, thinking, certainly with Rodgers hurt, the bar was going to be paying that tab. They are going to have to go to the bar and pay that tab. That's where we're at. This offer.
Look, there it is.
So, you know, I'm curious.
To me, it's a win-win.
I'm curious about something because you have a mob like that and people have open tabs. Do a lot of people just not pay? Do they
Just
try to
leave.
get up and leave?
I bet they do.
we've all heard of the hog and jog. I don't know. What is the drink version of that? Do you know?
They get your card on file first, so
Do
they have the cards. Yeah, they have the cards already, and then if the Jets were to lose, then
Well, see, I'm Baptist. I don't know how that works.
You could always go report the card stolen.
Somebody told me.
You know it? Report the card stolen.
Oh, boy, you're thinking over there.
Greg,
Look
that's
at
a
you.
great way to steal people from
What
people.
about
you got
with
2 weeks, you don't have a card.
Yeah, then
If the food
cameras
is
in the
hog
pub
and
see you're
jog,
there.
what's the drink version of that? Do you know? Drink and dink.
Drink and dink.
Well, I don't know if
Drink and dodge.
Drink and dash.
Drink and dash. I like that.
Yeah.
Did y'all see
Reckon
the
what
slow
the
mo?
average was on the bar tab. You think?
75.
Did y'all see the slow mo replay? You can actually see his Achilles go.
Yeah, when the calf gave away.
Yeah.
I can't watch it.
All right,
Can't
I
do
don't
it.
wanna- I don't see it.
I'm not gonna. I'm looking at you while you.
All
Oh, it ain't that bad.
Look at me. I'm looking at you
You can
right
see
now.
it like echo.
Oh yeah,
and it's click.
Oh,
Boy, it did. Look at that. It vibrates.
I didn't watch it.
It
I
vibrates.
looked at you.
It vibrates.
Looked at you.
There's a couple of people.
It ain't like Theismann. It ain't
League.
that bad.
No, it's
Buddy,
just not
we're
like
not
that.
talking about a compound fracture. Or
I know.
something.
So
But
you're
it's-
acting
it's-
silly like it is.
But it's a torn Achilles.
But you're acting like that it was like Theismann's. That you
We
couldn't
have
look
what's
at it.
called
You
empathy,
brought
Greg. We
Theismann
have
up.
what's called
No,
empathy.
you said you wouldn't look at it.
I don't like looking at it.
I don't like it looking at that because you could see.
But it didn't
you can
gross
see
like
you
Theismann.
can see the Achilles
Makes
just
me hurt.
tears.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but
we
it's
have
not
something
that
called
gross.
empathy, Greg. We care about
No,
other
I'm not
people.
saying that. I'm saying it ain't that gross. When you see
thought-
Theismann's, that's pretty gross.
I thought your heart was growing because of the grandkids.
Y'all are missing the point.
Wow.
It's just not one that you go, ooh, I don't want to look at that.
I don't.
We
I
just
don't
seen it a
wanna look
lot.
at it. I
That's
don't
what we're
wanna see it
saying. That's
again.
what we're saying right now. Greg.
Well, y'all are a bunch of candies.
Did y'all
Okay,
see where
buddy.
some of the players are saying they're trying to blame this on the turf?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It was actually MetLife and the turf. It was a thing before the injury. Wow, Greg's got him called choking up there.
Tore up about it, Greg?
But some of the players were complaining about the turf at MetLife. I don't know anything about it more than just
Is it
that.
any different than
And
other
as
artificial
soon-
turf?
And it's I don't know,
Here
Greg.
we go.
As I just said, I don't know. But as soon as it happened, they said, okay. Now the big thing is they're like, okay, so you're going to change the turf out for the World Cup and soccer, but you won't do it for the NFL. And there's just been a lot
Well,
of
they chose to go with artificial turf.
yeah. But
That's
I'm
their
just saying,
point.
but they're changing. They're taking up the artificial turf, putting down natural turf for the World Cup.
Yeah, then they're
and a lot of the players that I guess had played there and had complained about it said, okay, so you'll do it for the World Cup, but not for us.
But they're not going to.
Well, they're
not going to pull that up and leave it natural. Once the World
yeah.
Cup's done, they'll
They're
go
gonna
back
put
to
it
the
back
other.
Yeah, they will, but there's been a lot of criticism, and that's the story. I don't know enough about the turf at MetLife to know.
Did y'all see this guy tweeted, just like a random person on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, Aaron Rodgers, and he did this before the game. Aaron Rodgers is going to tear his Achilles on a rain-drenched MetLife turf in 2.5 hours.
Come on.
That's real.
That's fake.
That was sent out at
So-
6:01 p.m.
Fake.
on 9/11.
Fake.
Is that guy from the future, Greg?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's the
that's
firefighter.
John Teeter.
That's
Was that
weird.
John Teeter?
So Greg's glad Aaron tore his.
No, but it's just
He
not.
said it wasn't that big a deal.
No, but it's
said it
not
was a
gross.
candy.
It's not gross to watch.
Let me ask you this. I'm perplexed about this taking the turf up. So they have artificial turf and they have they have concrete, they have a pad, they have a drainage system. To put grass on it, they're gonna have to put dirt in there.
Oh
and
yeah,
build
it'll
it
be a
up?
whole different. Yeah.
Can
Yes.
you just do it, change it back and forth like
Yes,
that?
you
Yeah,
can.
evidently.
100%.
So did y'all see Sunday night when the Giants got destroyed by the Cowboys? It had Giants stuff all over MetLife.
Right.
And within 24 hours, the crew had to turn everything into Jets.
Well,
And
most
they had
of it's
worked-
electronic, right? Except
but-
on the field.
Yeah, and they had worked all night and into the morning to get it all changed.
I don't like
over.
that Sharon Stadium stuff.
I don't know. I feel like you're cheating a little bit.
Yeah, I just don't like
But you know, we saw the old one when we were up there. For
The old Giant
XFL.
Stadium.
Well, think
that
about
the
it.
Jets played in.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Auburn and Alabama shared one here in
Exactly.
Birmingham?
Right. Well, I'll tell you
How
this.
crazy would that be?
At Protective, I was talking to someone the other day that works with the soccer team here, and like if UAB plays on Saturday night and they have a Sunday afternoon game, they've got to work all night to change the field
Yeah.
over.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Well, other than the field, though, if you have the electronic ones, you literally flip a switch and it changes.
Yeah,
the
no, we're talking
colors
about the
and
field. Yeah,
right, the field itself.
Yeah, but a lot of that stuff you can put chemicals on it and rake it out, and the logo comes off.
Right.
But then you got to repaint everything.
I haven't
takes
seen it in a
time.
while. Y'all remember seeing like the Raiders and they'd have like a baseball field
Oh
on
yeah,
the field?
I hated that.
Yes.
Well, when
I
they
can't stand
shared with
terrible.
baseball teams, they had a dirt infield. They didn't even cover it up. And I mean, a lot of teams did that. Baltimore used to do that. The
They would
Raiders.
cover it once baseball was over.
Yeah, they go in and put sod, but until the season was over.
Yeah, I mean,
and people would get tackled just in the dirt.
Oh, yeah, it was ridiculous.
But that was kind of the Raiders thing, though.
Well, plus, in the late 60s, early 70s, that was the deal of a multi-use stadium.
Right.
And everybody, Fulton County was that way.
Yep.
So, if you watched Hard Knocks, number 17, the phenom receiver for the Jets, he said he finally got to Aaron during halftime. He said Aaron just said, sorry, bud.
Yep. When we come back, we're going to lock the phones up. 866 We Be Big, your time to talk.
Light them up.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kate Smith, that's a long time ago. Let's update our version of God Bless America.
Sure.
And it's like we said earlier, it's kind of about the song itself, not really about who was singing it. There was that,
Well, but not today, Greg.
I mean, my goodness.
Well, that's the problem. Political correctness.
I know.
You have to, have to look through everything.
Hey, we got to go to 1931 to find out what she sang then.
Well, Greg, we've got people who have liberal views on politics in the world who are in comedy that are saying, guys, we're putting ourselves out of business here.
We really are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not even conservatives, but they understand this is going to be the end of comedy.
Well,
and satire.
and you know what's bad about this? You open Pandora's box. When you do this, now you have a precedent set. And then we're going to look into everybody else. It's just like with this Trump thing. We're going to see the next Democratic president under special investigator and a special investigation for most of his presidency just because that's what we do now. That's how we handle political adversity. We try to drum up charges and get legal issues involved, and that's where the damage to our country is long term. It's really not about Trump or any of these clowns in Congress right now. It's just dangerous long term for what's going to happen.
And I don't know where we've lost the ability to laugh when things are obviously comedic, but then some things, about, like I sent y'all yesterday, I laughed my head off at the Babylon Bee, who said evangelicals are relieved their president now only guilty of paying off porn stars.
So that's funny.
That's hilarious.
That is funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny.
I mean, that is hilarious. And and there's just a hint of truth in there, which makes it all even funnier. But that's funny.
I think John and Paul would laugh at that one, and I don't mean the Beatles. Huh? I mean, it's pretty funny.
It's top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. You can go there if you've never been there before. Find everything you ever want to know about the Rick and Bubba Show there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A couple of these. Come on with it. Go ahead.
Rick, in Connecticut, a bobcat has attacked a golfer shortly after scratching a horse, and it has tested positive for rabies.
Well, no, that's bad.
The bobcat was shot and killed by state environmental police shortly after it attacked a man Thursday on a golf course near Sprague, Connecticut.
Well,
the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection said in a statement the wildcat had been taken for testing, and it has been confirmed that it had rabies. The golfer and the horse owner have been notified.
You know what that means? A lot of shots.
Yes, a lot of shots.
Of course, Greg says no big deal. Bobcat ain't nothing.
He's not now. If he's rabid,
neither's an African wildcat.
If they're rabid, that's different. Yeah. Still, though, it didn't like being eaten by a lion. Right?
Now, Rick,
nobody said it was.
Y'all kind of did.
They point out that this is the first attack of a bobcat on a human in the state since 2014. But that's it wasn't too long ago.
That was 5 years ago. What are we talking about? Why is everybody celebrating that?
Yeah, well, it's been 5 years.
I thought you were going to give me 1800.
1970 or something.
Also, probably something Greg's not concerned about at all. No. Australian father rescues son from dingo's jaws. Dingo's bad news.
You remember the movie? Dingo got the baby.
I know. And it happened here.
It did.
Yeah.
Did you read that?
So do they, or is this something they do? They pick up and run with things?
Here's the thing. Look at that. Looks just like Mr. Buddy, doesn't it?
It does.
He got a little dingo in it.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. It's some island like where people go and camp out on, and they done had a couple of other incidents this year. So I mean,
You're
somebody
carrying
get
your
hold of the
baby
dingo.
to an island?
Well, it was what? Yeah, I guess
to camp out.
14 months old, by the way.
They heard him crying, and then the cries kept getting further away.
I know.
And Dad went out there and got him back.
You guys, you realize that terrible sound. He hears the kid, and the kid, you're like, wow, that's getting further away. And because he's being drugged by a dingo.
A dingo.
Also, they spotted other dingoes in the area.
And what island is this?
Some island in Australia. It's a remote island off the coast, and they give the name of it, but I can't pronounce it.
Guys, you got to be careful with remote islands.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
you don't know what you're going to find on there.
That's
You
right.
know?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Fraser Island. I was looking at another word in the story. Fraser, Faser Island, off the coast of Queensland. So anyway, the father grabbed his son and took it away from the dingo and chased away the dingo and the others. He was treated for 2 deep cuts to his neck. Oh, trying to go for the jugular. And back of his head, and small cuts on his scalp. Flown by helicopter to a hospital, and praise the Lord, looks like it's going to be okay. And they went to the island earlier this year and had to put 2 dingoes down. We got a dingo problem on Fraser Island.
Dingo.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
We're back 50 minutes after the hour. You're tuned to the Rick and Bubba Experience. And we're glad you're here with us.
I love how you
We're going to take your phone calls here. 866 We Be Big. I think we're screening those up now.
We are.
Aren't we?
Helmsy's in there now, working through them.
Before we do that, right quick, a man who consumed raw oysters at a restaurant in Texas died later from bacterial infection, according to health officials. It was in Galveston County. They said the latest victim of the shellfish bacteria infection was a man in his 30s from Galveston with underlying health issues. He had a problem with his liver. He also had some other problems, and he had to take some medication that suppressed his immune system. So that and the bacteria, not good.
So he should have stayed clear of oysters with all that.
Yeah, I would think so. You know, and I know people who love oysters.
Do they really, or they just think they're sharp?
I don't know.
You know, because I've tried them.
They eat them, and they always, give you the, the little saying about what month it is, and it ends.
Yeah. I don't want to have to do that to decide whether I can eat them or not.
Greg, I'm with you. Why take the chance? I mean, it's like having a rattlesnake for a pet. You know, I feel like eventually it's going to go south on you. Right?
You're going to have like 100 good days, but you could have one bad one.
And then it gets you.
Yeah.
And they're not that good.
They're not.
Right.
That's it tastes the sauce in the cracker.
I mean, if you get them fried, that's okay, right?
I've had them baked. You ever had them baked with like a jalapeno in them? Now, those are good.
Yeah, but it's a visual thing.
It kills
raw.
It kills the germs if you bake them or fry them, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But the raw ones.
No, we're gonna eat them raw, buddy.
I was worried about that with with sushi when I started eating that. Because I thought
you should. You're gonna get some kind of worm in your brain.
And y'all remember I called the health department and asked them about it.
Did you really?
Yeah, I bet you did.
How about the only time I've ever called
What
the health
did they
department?
say? Well, I don't know.
Well, they said if it's handled correctly, it's okay. I
But
said,
that's the key.
Do you have a lot of problems with it? They said, no, we don't. I said, what is the thing you have to watch out for, or what do you have the most problems with? What do you think they said? Salad bars.
Salad. Oh, no,
I bet.
all that.
Salad
I
bars. They
bet.
said
Especially before they went, you got to get a clean plate.
They got
Remember that?
They
Remember
got
we used to take
they-
dirty plates?
Oh,
They
all
got
the time.
they got the sneeze bar, over
that's
it,
a lot of
which
stuff.
means you can't reach the stuff in the back.
I know you lean.
And keeping it cold because it's in that little
It's
ice
hard to keep
thing,
it
but
cold.
some of it has to stay. If it gets above a certain temperature, it grows bacteria, and then you got a problem. So, again, I'm kind of almost like with salads that I am with oysters. It ain't worth the risk.
Well,
They're just too
and
dangerous.
again, they're not things that I've
dangerous
got to have.
salads.
You know, it ain't like it's a steak under there.
No,
You
no.
can't have a steak.
It ain't like a donut bar. Or
Yeah. I mean, if they
ice cream bar, that's different.
glazed donuts are killing people.
So the local
lettuce is a thistle, right?
yeah.
I mean, it has no nutritional value. It just keeps the train moving.
The local health official went to the restaurant and pulled the oysters from the shelf and tagged them so they can identify the lots they came from and analyze them to see what bug was in them. They said the disease caused by the bacteria can give you nausea, vomiting, chills, cramping, fever. Death traditionally only occurs in people with weakened immune systems. The bacterium is still responsible, though, for 95% of the seafood-related deaths and has a mortality rate of 33%.
Ugh. He's not a good candidate to be eaten.
No. It's found in warm waters during the summer months and not transferable from person to person. affected people traditionally just begin to experience the symptoms that I just mentioned within 12 to 72
let's say
hours.
those are some pretty impressive stats for us. If you get it, you have a 33% chance of dying. Did I read that right? Huh? COVID was 1%, and it's 33.
Yeah, it goes back to what we said. Is it worth the risk? Are they that good? No, they're not.
I just have a hot dog.
I think a lot of people think it's cool if they eat a bunch of raw oysters.
You think they're just trying to be sharp?
I think trying to be sharp.
I like them.
Well, let's.
I know why you like them. It's also a side effect.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Thanks. Trying to get my wife to eat them, she won't go for it.
They give you extra strength right before you head out to roll.
Yes, they do.
Is that true?
That's so.
866.
I think it's
rumor.
I think it's an urban legend.
Is it that? Hey, they said.
Yeah,
We be big. Speedy, you got it. Who is
I
it?
love how you pause that. Let's go to Troy. That's good. Did you mean to do that?
What?
Oh, never mind.
Troy,
what's up?
Big.
Hey, y'all were talking with Adler earlier about the Jiu Jitsu, and kind of one of the story I've always said that Adler kind of inspired me to take up Jiu Jitsu about 5.5 years ago.
Yeah.
He used to talk about it on the radio, and I was 49 at the time. And anyway, so I've been he's the one that kind of inspired me to take it up. And here, 5 years later, I'm still taking it, and
Right
purple
on.
belt now. And
Purple belt now.
anytime anybody brings it up and say, what got you into it, at your age, I always say, Adler from the Rick and Bubba Show.
There you go.
Oh, that's all. Look at that, Adler.
You're affecting people
Yeah,
out
he's
there.
purple, but I mean,
Yeah,
that's way
Eunice
better
does.
than I am.
You influenced him, and
Do
he's
they-
passed you.
Do they know at your dojo how important you are?
They really think I'm a big
you're,
deal.
You're supporting the sport.
Everybody thinks I'm a big
You're his
deal.
idol.
I mean,
Promoting
you're out there in the public. I mean, you're influencing people.
Man.
Trying. I'm an influencer, guys.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
Yeah.
For real though, the guys in the class yesterday were just all of them talking about, hey, I used to weigh 230 pounds and now I weigh 180. Another guy was like, I used to weigh 200 pounds and now I weigh 150. Or no, nobody weighs 150. I'm the smallest guy there. But you see what I'm saying?
One said he used to be 5'9", now he's 6'1".
Yes,
Every time you talk about getting to roll with girls, I think more people sign up.
The dudes are signing up like
Well,
crazy.
you may be on to something.
No, but seriously, I think 4 guys mentioned how they had lost around 50 pounds.
Okay.
That's great.
Each. 50 pounds.
One of my neighbors.
And you said, hey, I used to weigh 260.
Yeah.
Did you just to get in the conversation?
One of my neighbors does jujitsu.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what belt
I
he
see
is?
his gi hanging out there every now and then.
Do you know what belt he is?
I do not. I can ask him.
That's a
Is
real
there a red?
question.
Is there a
Greg.
red one?
No. If you're a red belt, you're like one of the originators of this.
Could be.
Like it's called a coral belt.
I see something. I see something red hanging out there. All right, let's go to Tim in Andalusia. Tim, what's up?
Hey, just a question for y'all. With this new AI stuff and the lack of regulations, what's to prevent somebody from using your voices to endorse a product or make a commercial without your permission?
That's a great question.
Well, that's been part of the question. I mean, if you're say Johnny Cash's estate, and you saw Johnny Cash has now done a new song, and I don't know.
Who gets the cut?
The technology's way ahead of the law. I think right now. I don't even know what they're suggesting. Do you, Adler?
I think that if you were to try to directly monetize something like put it on iTunes and
collect money from it,
I think then you would run into some problems. But if you just put it on the internet for free and say, "Hey, check out what I made with my computer,"
it's kind of art form at that point.
There haven't been problems yet, from what I understand.
All right, so we have 30 seconds. Let's see if we can get Ryan in from Huntsville. Ryan, what's up?
Hello, gentlemen. Well, I had both shots and the booster, and I still got COVID. Now, Dr. Fauci is saying that COVID it can give you myocarditis, and so can the shots.
Yes.
So if you do both, I mean, these kids that don't need the shots, you're just increasing your chances of getting myocarditis.
200%.
Totally.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's why
Great
we're a
point.
little curious. I would have thought the FDA would have, even if they were going to recommend it, would have started with adults or people who, kind of roll it in a little bit. It just seems a little reckless.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but that's just my 2 cents. Guys, thank you for being with us. This will wrap up another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We hope Rick will be back with us tomorrow. Either way, Lord willing, somebody will be here. And we will share another bit of time together. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you for your support over the past 30 years. We do appreciate it. Love you. See you next time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.